Chapter 891. Thea now had a big family and business. It was not easy for her to go on a trip like this. The chess club was made up of a group of ordinary agents. Batman volunteered to investigate. Whether it was the law or the superheroes who destroyed their bases, he was responsible for it. Thea did not care. It seemed to be a small group of people's ambition, but it was actually a political problem. To put it bluntly, the agents did not have a promotion. Not all agents could be the president. They had worked hard for more than 10 years. What they did had to be kept secret from their families. Some even had to hide their identities. They did not even have a chance to show off in front of others. Marvel's shield had the same problem, but it was more prominent. Was the idea of Hydra really attractive? What a joke. An organization that had been passed down for thousands of years had long gone astray. The name of this organization could be Hydra, three-headed snake, or five-headed snake. The reason why they rebelled together was that there was no promotion. The agents were looking for a way to change. They studied hard, trained hard, and finally stood out in the selection. They could either become the king of agents with scars all over their bodies, or return to ordinary people with missing arms and legs. After paying such a high price, the people in power still treated them as pawns. They gave them the name Chess Club to disgust them. No one would do that. Ordinary people could only endure injustice. The agents were different. They had guns and were very capable. Naturally, they wanted to do something big. Thea mentioned this to her mother, but there were not many ways. Moira was already the most powerful president in recent years. It was not convenient for her to repeatedly intervene in the intelligence system. Whether it was the FBI or the Heaven's Eye Society, they were supervised and proved that they were part of the country's operation system. However, the White House's authority was limited to this. To further pressure and investigate the organization's internal affairs, they would need to cooperate with several parties, such as the Congress and the military. After the discussion, they could only let Batman cause trouble in the beginning. After that, they would forcibly disband the chess club and arrest a few of the leaders. The rest of the small fries would be scattered and reorganized. Some of them would be transferred to civilian positions. In the future, they would provide more transfer opportunities for the recruited agents and improve their welfare. Whether it was the research lab or the military, they would have more choices. Political matters were very troublesome. They could only leave it to their mother. They left the White House and returned to Star City. Oliver began to recruit thugs again and was going to ask Thea for some advice. Looking at the guy on the screen who was holding two guns, wearing a football team uniform and a hockey mask, she curled her lips. Wild dog. I don't think highly of this guy. He has the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. What's the point of keeping him? In her opinion, this kind of person was neither firm nor determined, nor capable. She did not know what was wrong with him. He came out to do justice, but in the end he would either be shot to death in an alley or betray his boss and walk another path. In short, he was not a good person. Seeing that Thea had such a low opinion of Wild Dog, Oliver, who had a sister complex, immediately changed his mind. Originally he had planned to investigate this matter, but now he had no intention of doing so. The brother and sister talked for a while, and Oliver talked about his illegitimate son. William doesn't look like me. Seeing Thea's strange look, he hurriedly explained, I'm not talking about his looks, I'm talking about his personality. Indeed, that child is a little cowardly, but to be fair, he is a smart child. Oliver smiled. Yes, I've always been bad at studying. I hope he can become a scientist in the future. Although he said it casually, Thea could still hear that he was a little unhappy. His son could not inherit his legacy, and their personalities were also very different. Oliver was a little disappointed in this child, but he was also a little excited about the child that was about to be born. After telling them that she would be away for a while, Thea finally went to the Sahara. The two goddesses told her about Circe as a joke. In order to prevent Superman from overreacting, she still stayed on Earth for 3 days. Come back soon. Their foreheads were pressed together and they smelled each other's breath. The two did not speak for a long time. After kissing Diana goodbye, she began her journey in the universe. A few planets outside the solar system were affected by the black and white. A few major families were severely damaged, and now they were closing their doors and licking their wounds. Originally, they had the tendency to leave Earth and establish themselves as kings, but now they were all well behaved. Without alerting anyone, she took a few glances. The indigenous forces of the original planets were rising, but they could not make a big wave in the face of advanced weapons. The people on Earth may not be a match for them in terms of science and abilities, but they were experts in scheming. She was not worried at all. The development of the Ibn Trade Association was very normal. The gorilla Grud was like a local tyrant here. He ate and slept every day, woke up and played and slept again when he was tired. His life was beautiful. Thea was not so leisurely. She was seizing the time to make a breakthrough. She repeatedly compared the painting that obtained most of Raoul's power and the contract with Judas. Both of them were very helpful to her, but unfortunately they were not enough. The two-dimensional world still did not give birth to life. Although there was light and time, it was still two-dimensional. It would not suddenly explode and turn into Earth 53. There was an insurmountable gap between living beings and non-living beings. The other contract with Judas was a little disappointing. It was not the spear of fate that killed Jesus directly. The effect was much worse, and she could not understand this kind of death. It had a strong taste of fate and a little bit of martyrdom. She had no love for it. She could help others, but martyrdom? What a joke. She did not have enough understanding of life. After 3 days of seclusion in the Ibn Trade Association, she finally saw her shortcomings. She had seen too few lives. She had never seen a chance to hover between life and death and fight to the death for a chance of survival. According to traditional habits, this time should be looking for a breakthrough point between life and death. She should challenge those of a higher level and kill those of a higher level. However, this method was not suitable for her. Her level was too high, and there were only a few famous people in the universe who could exchange blows with her. Regardless of whether she won or lost, once the battle started, half of the universe she was currently in would be blown up. It was not a good idea. Killing ordinary lives was not only against the purpose of the White Lantern, but also touched her bottom line. Fortunately, she had a big brain and quickly thought of a way. If she did not kill, she could let others kill her. She did not have the horror of being between life and death. She could watch others struggle. The largest coliseum in the universe? Grud, who was as happy as a fool, was confused by the young lady's question after a day of crazy fun. No? It shouldn't be. Not everyone in the universe is law-abiding. Thea looked at him as if he could not think of an answer. Chapter 892. The gorilla frowned in a very human-like manner. After a long time, it thumped its palms and said, "Miss Styx. I heard that she controls 7 sectors and does a lot of slave trading. She also runs this gladiator arena." Miss Styx? Thea was very unhappy. Where did this Tom, Dick, and Harry come from? How dare they use such a name? Thinking about it carefully, Guardian Hollyba did have this name in his memory. She could control 7 sectors under the threat of the Green Lantern Corps, so she must be an expert. She immediately waved her hand and set off. She wanted to see how strong this Miss Styx was. She called Fiora, who had recovered from her injuries, and the 3 of them led 1,500 guards, 11 level 8 spaceships, and a level 9 flagship into the depths of the universe. Jared hugged his laptop and hid in a corner to watch Animal World. It was a super long video recorded by the Earth's government, and it was full of gorillas. Thea accidentally glanced at it and felt that it was too painful to watch, so she ignored it. Fiora looked out of the window with some melancholy. The gorgeous scenery of the universe didn't make her feel much better. She wanted to speak a few times, but she swallowed her words. "You want to revive General Zod?" Thea asked tentatively. "He's your adoptive father. Why don't you revive him? I heard that your relationship has always been very good." Fiora didn't answer and instead asked a question. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Robert was about to become a model, but fortunately, there was an example that stopped many heroes who wanted to revive their loved ones. As for the loyal female adjutant who had been secretly working for her, Fiora didn't believe her even if she didn't talk about those high and mighty things. Fate is a wonderful thing. My premonition tells me that old Robert's mission has ended. If I forcefully revive him, the consequences will definitely become something I don't want to see. Then what about my fate? Is my fate still there? It might be a little boastful, but when your fate and mine intertwined, it has already changed. Thea's words were very sincere. Then let me continue to follow you. Thank you for your help. It's my honor. The two of them were like kings and vassals in ancient times, completing their conversation with a few simple words. Fiora didn't mention the resurrection of Zod again, and Thea didn't reiterate her grand plan to restore Krypton. With kryptonite, Zod would only have meaning. Without kryptonite, Zod would only live in pain. The fleet sailed for a day and stopped at a planet called Glen in Sector 313. Gertrude woke up the young mistress. Everyone opened the cabin door and walked out slowly. He needed to keep a low profile on Earth and maintain his identity as a hero. There was no need for that in outer space. Here, gentleness, respect, and frugality were not the norm. One had to take out as much strength as one could muster. The law of the jungle was the law here. Thea tidied herself up. She was wearing a long black dress with a hollowed-out stomach, revealing the beautiful waistline of her lower abdomen. Countless golden threads flickered in the long dress. The threads were taken from the tendons of the Devourer, a giant beast that relied on absorbing the energy of the planet to survive. This creature had been extinct for a long time. It was a treasure stored by the previous leader of the Commerce Alliance. The other party had stored it for many years. Most likely he was preparing to make some kind of divine weapon. In the end, it fell into the hands of Thea and was cut into a dress. Many functions were wasted, but there were still a bunch of functions left, such as high-speed flight, strength and speed enhancement, and 4,000 degrees of fire projection. If this long dress were to be thrown on Earth, it would be like Starchaser's staff. It would be no problem to create a superhero. Of course, there was a price to pay. Several planets were destroyed, and the constant curse of intelligent life was transferred to the owner of the long dress along with the Devourer. However, Thea didn't care. The curse was easily dissolved. Wearing the dress was a symbol of strength. She wore a necklace around her swan-like neck. 12 jade beads of the same size were strung together. Those were the star cores left behind after the polishing of 12 stars. She also had a long cloak, which was a specialty of hell. It was woven with the feathers of fallen angels. Because of Lucifer's example, many angels fell into hell in order to obtain power. At first glance, fallen angels sounded awesome, but in fact that was not the case. Lucifer was awesome because he was the son of God. Even if he became a slime, he would still be awesome. It had nothing to do with fallen angels. Ordinary angels fell in all kinds of ways. Lucifer was a god in the world he created all day long. His poor relatives who came from heaven to seek refuge were all miserable. Fortunately, the demons gave face to the boss of hell and didn't kill them all. But the fallen angels who couldn't continue their lives could only rely on selling feathers to survive. That was why there was this cloak with high magic resistance. Thea chose a few of the remaining dragon tooth earrings, devil's heart, and all kinds of top jewelry. As a very famous planet in the universe, Planet Glen had 11 8th-level warships and a 9th-level flagship. A fleet of this size was not common. Many people wandered around the tarmac, waiting for further news so that they could inform their behind-the-scenes bosses. 1,500 soldiers stood in 2 rows, and Sia led Fire Gruder out of the tent. Her cold temperament, graceful and luxurious clothes, light makeup and dark lip gloss made her look like a queen descending to the ground. Majestic, solemn, and inviolable. Beauty and death coexisted, and her every frown and smile seemed to contain murderous intent. Many spies seemed to be ready to take a closer look at this strong dragon. But when they looked at Thea, they didn't see the real person. They just looked at the figure and felt a sharp pain. There doesn't seem to be any powerful people here? The female adjutant automatically looked around. There was no red sun, not even a star. The planet seemed to be illuminated by a kind of purple algae material. It was like a huge plant that went straight into the sky, providing light through its own internal circulation. The surface of the planet was full of countless races. All of them were fierce and wanted to carve a few words on their forehead like, "I'm not to be trifled with." Barbaric killing, hatred, and all kinds of emotions could be seen everywhere here. Rooter doesn't like it here. The gorilla was pulled from his happy nest here. He didn't want to, but in order to stay close to Thea and not be abandoned, he endured it and came. "Just control one and see if we're in the right place," Thea said indifferently. Control who? The gorilla was a good citizen for a long time and didn't react for a while. "Anything. Pick one that you like." Rooter was overjoyed. He couldn't control people with his mind on Earth, and he couldn't use it on a few familiar planets. He almost forgot that he had this ability. Chapter 893. Her innate ability was still powerful. Even if she didn't use it for 100 years, there would be no problem. Soon, a 2-meter-tall, stout alien with a height of more than 250 kilograms was directly controlled. It only took Jared a little time to read all the alien's memories. "Boss, it's here. There is a small competition in the arena every 3 days and a big competition every 5 days. The earliest competition is in 2 days. Every time the competition starts, some funds are needed." Thea waved her hand. "You can find someone to do the specific work. You don't have to tell me. Buy me the best seat with the widest view. I want to watch from a close distance." Jared was still very reliable. Money and mind control. Knowing that Thea was going to stay here for a few more days, the group bought a large building and roped in a bunch of small forces to act as spies. In order to prevent them from joining hands to cheat him, a bunch of small forces were mixed. Some of them were controlled, some were bought. No one knew the situation of each other, so there was no way to connect them. The stands of the arena were also bought. It was the exclusive stand of an interstellar slave master. The slave master had an anti-mind control device and was not afraid of Jared. He was even prepared to fight back. However, after Fiora dismantled his battleship with her bare hands, he obediently gave up the stand and ran away. The arena was 800 meters in diameter and could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. There was a barrier set up in the stands, which could be opened or closed if one felt that his ability was better than others. In short, the design was humane. When Thea entered the arena, many of the stands were already full. The noisy environment made her frown slightly. Looking around, Thea was not satisfied with her position because there was a higher and bigger stand above her. Jared hurriedly explained that it was the private land of the planet's owner, Miss Styx. It was usually not open to the public. Send someone to keep an eye on it. When that guy comes, if I'm still on this planet at that time, inform me. Thea did not know how long she would have to watch it. Maybe she would break through after watching it for a while. Maybe she would have to watch it for 10 days or half a month. How dare an alien sit on her head? When the time comes, she must have a good talk about it. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, she began to focus on the fight at hand. The host of the gladiator arena was a faceless fellow. That's right, he did not have any facial features such as eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. His entire face was just skin, and there was a crack from his chin to his throat. That was where the voice came from. This host didn't even need to put on makeup in a horror movie world. If she was thrown into an amusement park, she could scare a few children and old men to death. The faceless host began to blabber on and on about the opening remarks to liven up the atmosphere. Thea was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. She closed her eyes and waited for the competition to begin. From time to time, fireworks would be shot out from the arena. The audience had already started to cheer for their respective targets. Of course, they were not cheering for nothing. The daily expenses of such a huge arena were terrifying. The money they earned from selling tickets was not enough at all. Betting on the outcome of the battle was the main source of income. Advanced weapons, slaves, minerals, and planets could all be traded in this gamble. Lacerator. Bones. Bones. The emotions of the audience reached a peak. The host introduced the results of both sides and then waved his hand to signal the start of the match. The two gates at the bottom of the gladiator arena slowly rose. A burly man with 3 eyes and brown skin walked out from one side. Looking at the long tusks at the side of his mouth, Thea felt that this guy was a bit like an orc in the game. The guy who looked like an orc held 2 machetes in his hands and roared at the crowd around him. The audience could not understand what he was shouting. It was probably not something good. However, seeing that he was making money for them, a bunch of people still gave him their blessings. On the other hand, the guy who came out from the other side was a little more skillful. 3 robots dragged a chain and pulled out a green plant. The plant looked like a cabbage that had been magnified 100 times. It could only move with a few roots. Even if it was pulled by the robots, its speed was still very slow. It had a messy sunflower head with 3 circles of fine teeth inside. Some mucus leaked from its big mouth from time to time, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. That big guy is the lacerator. This plant is called Bones. It means that it only eats meat and not bones, a small leader reported to Jared, who then reported to Her Majesty the Queen. Just take a look. Her interest was not great. This level of strength was indeed powerful to deal with Vigilante, but in her opinion there was no highlight. Only the orc's desperate fight might be worth watching. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but in her eyes the orc was bound to lose. He was already scarred. In the face of a strong enemy who was enough to crush him, he had no chance of winning at all. "Did you arrange it?" she asked as if nothing had happened. Jared scratched his big head and admitted it. Although Thea had just arrived, the organizers of the gladiator arena were not good people. It was the rule here to regularly deal with a batch of defective products. Now, this account was an extra sum of black money into their personal pockets. They really had no reason to stop it. Jared wanted his boss to realize it earlier and go home earlier. The person in charge of the gladiator arena had extra income, so the two sides hit it off. Thea was not a saint. This orc who was tens of thousands of light years away was killed by her own men. She didn't care. She just wanted to see if the orc could give her some inspiration on the edge of life and death. The orc had been through hundreds of battles. Of course, he could see the strength of his opponent, but he had no way out. He could only fight hard. The 2 swords slashed wildly and the juice of the giant man-eating plant splashed, but that was it. This thing's self-healing ability was amazing. After a cut, it grew back by itself in 2 seconds. There was no flame weapon to suppress its high-speed growth. It was simply a joke. The orc's courage and belief were exerted to the extreme, but he still couldn't save the game. In a desperate blow, except for cutting off a root of the giant plant, he had no other achievements. The price he paid was that half of his body was bitten off and he died on the spot. The strength gap is too great. Next time arrange a little less but not so much. After telling Jared, Thea turned back to rest. In the next month she watched a total of 9 small matches and 5 big matches. The so-called small matches were one-on-one fights, while the big matches were group fights. Regardless of the size, there could only be one survivor. The person in charge of the gladiator arena, the faceless host, the captain of the guards, and several managers were making a lot of money. With such a high death rate, the audience's mood was also very high. The public accounts of the gladiator arena were also making a lot of money. They could exceed the performance of every match. The few people in charge were very happy. They could complete the orders of their superiors and make money at the same time. Why not? Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The harmonious and stable gladiator arena finally attracted the attention of the boss. The warriors on their side were depleted too quickly. The leader, who called herself Miss Styx, had already informed her subordinates that she would come for an inspection. Chapter 894. Compared to the slave-like ruling structure under Miss Styx, the faceless host preferred the atmosphere of the Commerce Alliance. In his view, Jared was like a god who could do anything. He could read minds and control thoughts as he wished. He could create an army with just a thought. Jared, who was already so strong that he had no friends, still had his boss. Although the faceless host did not have eyes, his racial talent gave him another kind of vision. In his view, the energy contained in Thea's body exceeded his definition of the concept of energy. In summary, he could only describe her as very powerful. He was preparing to join the Commerce Alliance, but he was limited by his own abilities. He could not determine who was stronger between this person and Miss Styx, but he knew that they were both stronger than him. After receiving the news that Miss Styx was about to arrive, he hurriedly informed Jared. Miss Styx was in seclusion, sleeping. Jared found the female adjutant. The female adjutant asked for the direction and looked outside the planet. It was also a level 9 civilization battleship. Although the facilities were completely different, the functions were similar. The female adjutant quickly determined that this was the flagship. If Miss Styx did not like to play tricks, then she must be inside. An extraordinary-looking alien automatically entered his field of vision. He was only about 1.7 meters tall, had indigo skin, a large face, and a pair of eyes without any white. They were as black as the night sky, with a faint yellow light in them. There was also a pair of eyes at the position of her eyebrows. They were also black with little yellow light, but they were several times smaller than the main eyes. They seemed to be open but not open. The woman was wearing a purple robe with gold embroidery. When she felt Fiora's gaze, she tilted her head and glanced over. However, she didn't have supervision and didn't notice anything unusual on her spaceship. Your senses are very sharp, but your body's reaction is not like a warrior's. I will go and learn from this strong person who can control 7 sectors under the suppression of the Green Lantern Corps. Jared only responded with an "oh." Fiora rose into the air and flew toward the enemy's flagship. The female adjutant did not go against the battleship. Earth's nuclear bomb could knock out Superman, but that was only a level 3 civilization, not a level 4 one. She was not Thea and could not take the main cannon of a level 9 civilization battleship head-on. Staying high in the sky, Lady Styx waited for Lady Styx to walk out of the battleship. Only then did she break through the air and rush in front of her. In Fiora's eyes, Miss Styx's movements were slightly slow, but in the eyes of ordinary people, she was also considered to be the kind of person who was very fast. She quickly set up a purple barrier on the surface of her body. She glanced at her surroundings and her subordinates. There were no ambushes or betrayals. Her originally nervous heartstrings relaxed by half. He focused on the newcomer. Was it a woman? So fast. Who are you? Miss Styx didn't want to fight in a muddle-headed way. She liked to watch others fight, but she wasn't interested in it. At the same time, Fiora was also evaluating his opponent in several aspects. His opponent's speed was definitely inferior to his, and his strength was likely even worse. However, the universe was vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. His opponent had dominated 7 sectors, so it was normal for him to have some strange abilities. In fact, this ability was definitely incomparably powerful, so powerful that even the Green Lantern Corps had to be wary of it. Your name is not good. Some people don't like to hear it. The female adjutant answered honestly. Madame Styx's face was covered in paste. The name my parents gave me when I was born was Styx. Who do you think you are? What does this have to do with you? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Even though she didn't like to fight personally, she was still unhappy. Fiora didn't speak much, but he revealed quite a lot of information. This person who was flying over at high speed was under someone's orders. Was there someone behind her? Just a pawn passing on a message. You'll regret insulting Miss Styx. She raised her hand, and a huge rock weighing over 100 kilograms flew from the side, smashing towards Fiora at high speed as though there was no resistance. Metahumans? Fiora continued to analyze. Under Death Knell's command, the Earth Lady could also control some rocks, but compared to this Miss Styx, she was simply too weak. Fiora didn't take it head-on. He flew at high speed, circled behind Miss Styx, and punched with all his might at lightning speed. The speed of this punch was so fast that it caused the air to be compressed to the sides automatically. Many of Miss Styx's subordinates didn't even understand what was going on before they were pushed dozens of meters away by the wind resistance. The powerful force hit the purple barrier, and like a bell in a temple, the echo spread into the air, buzzing non-stop. Both of them were shocked. Fiora wasn't Superman who would casually fight 20 rounds with any enemy. The female adjutant would use her full strength in every battle, but she didn't expect that her full-strength attack wouldn't be able to shatter the opponent's barrier. She was shocked, but Miss Styx was even more shocked. As a mutant among the long-lived species, she had already forgotten how many years it had been since she faced her opponent head-on. Fiora's attack made her recall an emotion she hadn't felt for a long time, fear. Even though she wasn't as familiar as Thea, she had worn the yellow lamp for many years and had fused with the Parallax monster. Fiora had her own understanding of fear, and she immediately realized that the opponent was lacking in battle experience and had the weakness of fear. You're still quite sturdy? Look at this. Her eyes were scarlet red, and a heat comparable to the core of the sun was shot out. The heat ray hit Miss Styx's barrier, and under the high temperature, the barrier even had a hint of bending. Don't look down on me. She seemed to have seen the trace of contempt at the corner of Fiora's mouth. The pride of dominating 7 sectors made Miss Styx unable to back down. Strength was the cornerstone of her rule, and she had to defeat the enemy, especially when considering that the opponent was only a vanguard. Miss Styx's eyes glowed with yellow light, and her spiritual power surged. The surrounding air became dense, and 2 purple-skinned stone golems walked out from the ground shakily. Fiora followed Thea every day. Even though she didn't know how to do it, her knowledge wasn't low. These 2 stone golems looked incomparably stupid, and their appearance was even worse. However, they had their own weak consciousness and didn't need the control of their master, which was very impressive. Could it be that this Miss Styx could bestow the stone golems a soul? Fiora retracted her heat ray and dodged the boulders flying from the ground. The 2 stone golems could attack autonomously, and with Miss Styx, the 3 of them were like 3 turrets and all kinds of boulders whizzed towards her. She made a nimble turn in the air, and like a flash of lightning, she punched the stone golem upside down. Stone golems, metal golems, and treants were never known for their fast reactions. The muddle-headed stone golems had no time to react at all. In the face of Fiora's punch that could break a mountain peak, they could only stupidly take it head-on. Boom. The stone golem was smashed into rubble. Previously, the stone golem was covered with a purple light, which blocked the supervision of the Kryptonians. Now that it had turned into stone, Fiora naturally wanted to take a good look at the mystery behind it. Chapter 895. There were no signs of life, no energy reaction, just like the stones that could be seen everywhere. What kind of ability is this? It's not bad. In the blink of an eye, she had smashed another stone man, but her tone was uncomfortable, as if she was praising a junior. Not to mention that the 2 were fighting, even if she asked sincerely, Lady Styx wouldn't tell her. Realizing that the 2 stone men couldn't defeat the enemy, Lady Styx finally used her trump card. The pair of extremely small eyes opened at the same time, and in addition to the 2 large eyes, the 4 eyes mixed with her own spiritual power formed a unique purple mist. The purple mist gave people a heavy feeling like a mountain range, and even with supervision, they could only see that something was rapidly forming in the mist. First it was the arms, then the torso, legs and head. 2 crystal-clear humanoid creatures with diamond-like bodies walked out. Compared to the previous stone men, their faces were much more detailed, and their facial features could be roughly distinguished. In contrast, their speed, strength, and defense began to multiply. One of the diamond men raised its left hand, and a sharp spike suddenly emerged from the ground. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and Fiora twisted her waist to the side, almost unable to avoid it. Even this thing knows how to use its ability? Amazing. The female adjutant couldn't help but be impressed. Fiora could see that this diamond man and the previous stone men had appeared out of thin air. She had smashed them to pieces, but the remains of the stone men still remained on the ground, not disappearing, nor turning into smoke or anything else. Turning the void into reality. This Lady Styx could be said to be valiant. Perhaps her ability was singular, but she was continuously strong. She could exist forever after being summoned, and she didn't have overwhelming strength, so she couldn't instantly kill the diamond men. Perhaps this was the main reason why the Green Lantern Corps didn't want to provoke her? Fiora was also once a villain, and when she put herself in her shoes, she felt that this was most likely the case. In essence, it was similar to what she had guessed. The guards in Lady Styx's nest were all diamond men. But today she was passing by the arena from another planet, and was stopped here by Fiora before she could even go home. However, creating diamond men required a lot of spiritual power, and it required Lady Styx's pair of mutated eyes, which was also a heavy burden for her. Fiora took a deep breath. After compressing his lungs, he exhaled a large amount of cold air. The freezing air spread rapidly. The ground, sky and rocks were all dyed white. It was like a snow dragon that crazily swept towards the diamond man. The diamond man, who bore the brunt of the attack, was frozen solid. However, this thing did not completely obey the laws of physics. The diamond man's head in the ice moved slightly, proving that he was not dead. Fiora's competitive spirit was ignited. He took another breath and blew it out. Another diamond man raised a barrier with both hands, trying to block the cold air. Lady Styx also endured the headache and slapped the ground with both hands. A magma heat flow with a diameter of several meters shot out from the Earth's core at high speed. Fiora was not afraid. While maintaining the frost breath, he extended his hand to block the lava flow. The strength of the Kryptonian was evident. Miss Styx had no good way to deal with her. She could only counter her moves as she fought, trying to figure out her opponent's flaws. Power? She was so strong that she had no friends. At least, Miss Styx had never seen anyone stronger than her. Speed? It was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch up with the naked eye. And this was under the premise that Lady Styx herself was the standard. Endurance? The other party had been fighting for a long time, and there was no sign of exhaustion. As for the remaining heat ray and frost breath, they were all unsolvable abilities. Damn. Where did this strong enemy come from? Lady Styx was puzzled. Shouldn't an enemy of this level be the leader of a certain force in the universe? Both parties exchanged a few more moves. Fiora attacked several times, but Lady Styx's defensive means were outstanding. Flash, displacement, mirror image. If he could not outrun her, he could still rely on the purple shield to resist. In short, the other party fully demonstrated the characteristics of a long-lived species that cherished life. She might not have many offensive means, but she had a lot of life-saving skills. Fiora followed her and fought from the ground to the sky, then to outer space and finally back to the ground. However, he still could not take her down. Lady Styx wanted to run, but she was too slow in space. On the ground, she could absorb a part of the Earth's power to replenish herself, but it was impossible in space. Fiora was flying, and she was not confident that she could escape. Just as she was about to use some words to communicate with the other party, a woman in black walked out from beside Fiora. She was cold and dignified. Just one look was enough to make one feel immense pressure. The other party was also looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she was looking at goods. This made Lady Styx, who dominated 7 sectors, feel both embarrassed and angry. But when she saw Fiora lowering her head slightly and taking half a step back, her heart sank. Thea did not make much progress in studying the two-dimensional world. She fell asleep while watching, but the scale of their battle was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard not to sense it. Knowing that the master of this planet had returned, she came out to take a look. It had to be said that Lady Styx was very strong. She had no problem taking on a little blue guardian alone. With the enhancement of fear, Fiora had already surpassed the standard of the original spacetime. He was not too far away from the super Kryptonians like Kier. Even with such strong strength, he was only able to fight to a draw. It could be seen that the universe was full of hidden talents. "You are that Lady Styx? What a great name, Thea said in a clear voice. "How can I say no? You have got the wrong person." Lady Styx had raised her level of alertness to the highest level. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know that this woman was definitely stronger than the previous one. With her high concentration, the 2 small eyes on her eyebrows struggled to open again. Her mental strength surged, and the surrounding sand and stones gently floated up, like a circle of silent guards. Thea looked sideways. The universe was so unfair. This Lady Styx was a mutant among the long-lived species. Ordinary Earthlings would think that they were awesome if they mutated, but Earthlings had short lifespans and a huge population base. What about the long-lived species? Could there be 1,000 of them in the universe? Other than the little blue guardian, Thea had seen another long-lived species with special abilities before. That was the red light leader Attikitis. He had a kind of divination similar to the ancient witch doctor. She did not expect to see another one today. Fiora whispered a few words in her ear. Thea looked at the stone and diamond men. Creating them out of thin air and have their own behavior patterns? Fiora nodded. Only then did Thea take a closer look. She had not taken the stone golems seriously before, as there were too many similar tricks. Summoning the stone men was similar to the 5 tigers breaking the gate blade in the Wuxia dimension. It sounded like an exclusive skill of a minor character. Chapter 896. Thea didn't expect that although this thing was summoned, it would never disappear. This ability suddenly became valuable. Just like how they used magic, the lamp ring, and even the power of the soul, psionic power, and the oasis created by Raoul, the creation turned into air after the initial energy was exhausted. She had never heard of something that could exist forever. But Miss Styx's creation could exist forever. Thea's vision was far better than Fiora's. She could see that whether it was the stone or diamond people, they didn't have much soul information. At most, they were like the ordinary insects of the sharp insect tribe, with a little muddle-headed consciousness. But this was also very precious. You're a talent. Thea was prepared to kill this person who called herself Styx in seconds, but now she changed her mind. Before Miss Styx could speak, she saw a black light. The purple shield that she relied on to run rampant in the universe was directly penetrated. The power of the soul that she usually used freely seemed to be cut off in an instant because a white jade-like palm was strangling her neck. Unlike the super Kryptonian, Higher knew many of her moves and was stronger than Miss Styx, so he took a little longer. But this Miss Styx was too biased. Her ability was powerful, but her speed was her biggest weakness. Naturally, she was crushed by Thea in all aspects. I'll change my name, let me go. With her ability cut off, the long-lived species was no different from ordinary people. They were all mortals and would still die if they were stabbed in the vitals. At this time, Miss Styx hated the parents who named her. They were too deceitful. Because of a name, she provoked such a strong enemy. Thea thought for a while. I'm the goddess of death. Your name is a little offensive, but I'll be magnanimous and forgive you. If you forgive me, then let me go. Miss Styx gave her a bitter smile that she thought was very humble. Just as Miss Styx was pondering, this person in front of her couldn't be the temperamental type who said yes but backstabbed, right? It turned out that the young lady was still very kind. She released her jade-like hands and Lady Styx fell to the ground, paralyzed. Being choked was not a pleasant feeling. Panting heavily, she finally managed to escape from the gates of hell and back. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She had already tossed the matter of the gladiator arena's audit to the back of her mind. Run immediately. Step back? He didn't move. When he exerted more strength, he realized that not only were his legs unable to move, even his body was no longer under his control. Thea's hand left her, and her spirit power automatically recovered. At this time, Miss Styx felt a strange spirit power controlling her body. This ability was not rare. This was a powerful mind controller. Tracing back to the source, she soon saw a silly ape-like creature. It even waved at her charmingly naive. Many aliens had the ability to control minds, but even if she knew, she didn't have a good way to crack it. In the past, she relied on her strong spiritual power to break through. Now that Grud's spiritual power was not inferior to hers, it was very awkward. Spirit power had a lot of uses and it could be seen from the way they used it. Styx had a high degree of spiritual power development. She could create things out of thin air, turn virtual into reality, use shields, fly, trigger fire, and teleport. Her spiritual power was mostly used for external release, and Grud, who was stupid, didn't study his ability at all. In Thea's opinion, Grud's spiritual power had regressed by at least 30% compared to the original time and space. Although it lacked changes, it was relatively more focused. Grud was definitely not Miss Styx's opponent, and he would die miserably. However, Grud got a bargain. Miss Styx had just been released by Thea, and her spiritual power had not been mobilized yet. She was caught off guard. I won't kill you, but you can stay with me for a few days. Is that okay? Thea asked calmly. Her whole body was stiff, and Miss Styx could only give a signal with her eyes to show her obedience. Thea looked carefully for a long time, but she didn't see anything. The whites of Miss Styx's eyes were black, and she couldn't see anything. However, in order to maintain the image of a goddess, she nodded and signaled Grid to let her go. "I will keep an eye on you," Fiora whispered in her ear. Miss Styx rubbed her neck and moved her body. She was very unhappy. "How dare you threaten me in my house? Where is the justice? Where is the justice?" But she really didn't dare to provoke them. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the universal law. It was not unusual to be a ruler in the morning and a slave at night. After a little hesitation, she felt that her life was not in danger and she was relieved. She wanted to see what these guys were doing here. Grid stood there and waited for orders, but he saw that Thea had been studying the Diamond Man. He wanted to call her a bumpkin, but when he thought of Grid's mind reading, he quickly stopped and counted sheep in his mind. "Hey, come here. Tell me, how did you summon this Diamond Man?" Thea didn't treat her as an outsider. Miss Styx wanted to tell her that her name was not Hey, but her name was too hateful. She didn't dare to say her real name. Hey was just Hey. Since she was under someone else's roof, she answered very straightforwardly. From the theory to the process, she blabbered on and on. In order to show that she was obedient, she summoned another one out of thin air. After all, one of them was frozen by Fiora and the other one was half crippled. There wasn't much reference value. Thea frowned slightly. She asked several times, but Miss Styx summoned the Stone Man out of instinct. She knew it, but she didn't know why. In essence, she was an Earth ability user, which was basically the same as the Stone Woman. At most, her ability was 100 times stronger. "Can you give it life?" Thea casually made a Stone Man, but her attainment was high enough. The Stone Man had eyes and a nose, and it was lifelike, like a work of art. It was unlike Miss Styx's Stone Men, which were piled up with big stones. Miss Styx naturally saw how easy it was. Thea's Stone Man was more beautiful than her Diamond Man, and this was just a casual wave of the other party. She carefully felt it with her own spiritual power. "No, this doesn't resonate with me at all." At the same time, she carefully looked at Thea's expression. This girl wouldn't be angry, right? "Well, see if you can create a life in here?" Thea took out her two-dimensional world. She didn't know magic or divine power, but as a long-lived species, Miss Styx's vision was really sharp. She only saw the two-dimensional world for the first time, and she saw the extraordinary thing in it. "This is a world that is being nurtured?" Thea nodded and expressed her appreciation for her vision. Miss Styx stared at her. Who was this woman? Was she going to reach the level of creation? Chapter 897. Thea coughed and pointed at the two-dimensional world drawn on the dragon's skin. Miss Styx hurriedly calmed herself down. Being able to participate in the creation of the world was also an immeasurable wealth for her. She opened her 4 eyes to the maximum and mobilized all her spiritual power, trying to communicate with the soil in the two-dimensional world. At the same time, she was also observing this world. There was land or river and most importantly light and time. She didn't know that Rao had died in the two-dimensional world by accident. She couldn't figure out how Sia had done it. She could actually seal a small part of the time in the two-dimensional world. This was not something that could be described as magical. Moreover, with the accumulation of a large amount of energy, the two-dimensional world actually had a sun. Although the sky and earth in this world were round and the sun rose in the east and set in the west, which was very different from the revolution of the universe, it was not a big problem. It could be perfected in the future. Miss Styx's face turned red as she tried to connect with the soil in the two-dimensional world. Thea also looked at her nervously. "No, I have too much energy. That world is rejecting me." After a full 10 minutes, she put down the dragon's skin and said with a little fear, "Oh, it's okay. Try again." Thea said and patted her back. Miss Styx only felt that 90% of her spiritual power, which was like seawater, was cut off. Now it was only the level of a ditch. Was she that weak? How could her ability be sealed so easily? Miss Styx wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only try to connect with the two-dimensional world again. This time it took a little longer. At first, Grid stood majestically, then sat down, and finally he just lay down. It still doesn't seem to work. My ability is still lacking. If I can take another step, maybe I can? Miss Styx found that Thea's face was solemn as she stared at her coldly as if there was a layer of frost hanging on her face. She hesitated for a long time and barely finished her sentence. After that, she anxiously waited for the result like a prisoner waiting for approval. Thea's bright and clear eyes swept across her neck. Miss Styx was shocked and sweated profusely. She deeply understood how difficult it was to create life. Creating a new life and a new world out of nothing. Not to mention Miss Styx, even the son of God Lucifer, who had 50% of God's ability, felt that it was extremely difficult. He had to join hands with Michael to create a new world. It was really difficult to achieve success in one go. Of course, she was not an unreasonable person, but she was different from the female adjutant, Jared, Kerrigan, and the others. She had lived for too long and had too many tricks up her sleeve. There was no harm in giving her a warning. Ms. Mingy's spirit power is sufficient in quantity but not in quality. Perhaps when the eyes on her eyebrows are fully developed, it will be the standard of her spirit power. Thea is very smart. Of course, she understands the meaning of her words. However, it wasn't right for the other party to play tricks on her and try to bargain for the secret to the rapid growth of mental power. I'm giving you benefits so you can't refuse. But if I don't give it to you, you don't have the right to take it. With different horizons and perspectives, she could easily write 3 copies of the secret to increasing her mental strength, but now was not the time. I'll keep this painting with you for now. I'm going to stay on this planet for a while. You should find a place to stay as well. She gave the same instructions as her master before taking a step forward and disappearing into thin air. Fiora and Grid didn't even look at him as they turned around and went back. Ms. Mingy wanted to run, but 90% of her strength was sealed. How could she travel the universe with such strength? She wouldn't be able to fly more than 1 light year before her subordinates would kill her and take her head to other places for rewards. She quietly returned to her base camp and gathered her subordinates. She wanted to ask why this immortal came to her territory. Her subordinates all said that this group of people was here to watch the gladiator fight. Really? No personal grudges? Ms. Mingy didn't believe it. She knew very well what her subordinates were like. Weren't they unscrupulously provoking the enemy? No, absolutely not. Her subordinates swore to the heavens. Maybe they had done a lot of shameful things, but it had absolutely nothing to do with that immortal. Hearing that it was not a grudge, Ms. Mingy breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she heard that the other party came from Sector 2814 to Sector 313, almost crossing half of the universe to watch the gladiator fight, she held back a sentence in her heart and didn't know if she should say it. Since the other party had a purpose, it was easy to deal with. She was afraid that the other party had no purpose. Don't you like to watch gladiator fights? I'll let you watch with all your might. Watch until you're sick of it. Ms. Mingy was afraid that the other party would see through her. Her first order was to order her subordinates, especially those who were unruly and usually disobedient, to capture the gladiators. In addition, she transferred the warriors from the other gladiator arenas from the planets under her control. She didn't play the trick of having a small competition every 3 days or a big competition every 5 days. There were big battles every day, life and death battles. When the gates were opened, more than 100 people rushed out and slashed crazily. She would rather not do the gladiator business in the future. She wanted to fool this immortal sister Thea into leaving first. The gladiator arena was filled with bloody battles every day. Several carts of dismembered corpses could be pulled out every day. The crazy consumption of the gladiators drove the enthusiasm of the audience to the sky. It was really a sea of people. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, gongs and drums rang in the sky, and firecrackers were set off. Thea expressed her gratitude and removed the seal in Ms. Mingy's body. Her excuse was that she left in a hurry and forgot. In order to let her understand the situation, Thea even called Kerrigan over. The strange insectoids occupied 2 sectors. It seemed like there were fewer of them, but that was not the case. The strange insectoids occupied 2 sectors exclusively. Not even a blade of grass was left on the planet. Although Ms. Mingy was said to control 7 sectors, she was actually more like an alliance leader. During holidays, the subordinate planets would offer offerings. During normal days, she would provide protection. When her subordinates were mobilized, they were not as powerful as the insectoids. The 2 of them naturally did not know each other, but they had heard of each other. After a few probing, Ms. Mingy found out that the strange insectoids were Thea's subordinates. She was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and influence. Ms. Mingy became more honest. When she had nothing to do, she would hug the dragon skin and study the 2-dimensional world. She did not watch the gladiator fights at the beginning. The warriors were depleted too quickly. They were all her money. Later on, she simply gave up and threw away her money. Why couldn't she listen to a sound? She also watched with Thea and the others. With such a high death rate, Thea was indeed very knowledgeable. What was the source of many people's counterattacks before they died? It was the love of life, or rather, the love of one's own life. Observing these people, her death realm became more and more stable. Although the effect was slow, it was much less troublesome than killing by herself. Anyway, she was not in a hurry for 10 days to half a month. She drank the local fruit juice of a nearby planet and enjoyed the massage of a few aliens who looked like little bunnies. Grid was very flattering and fanning her. Watching a bunch of people fight to the death below, her own realm could be improved. She was very satisfied. Chapter 898. The gladiator fights went on as usual. Originally there was only one fight per day, but now there were 2 fights per day. Sometimes there would even be an extra fight. The robots cleaned up the battlefield very quickly. Several carts of corpses and weapons were taken away. The gate opened and the next batch of gladiators entered. Thea, who had been nonchalant, saw one of the figures, and her face twitched unnaturally. Why was this guy here? He was skinny, had a full beard, and held 2 daggers in his hands. He didn't look like someone who could be found in a crowd. Thea recognized him, or rather recognized the characteristics of his divine power. He was a member of Darkseid's elite society, the god of shadows and the master of assassination, Guangdong, who was said to be proficient in hundreds of millions of combat techniques. Her first thought was that there was a conspiracy going on, but no matter how she looked around, she did not see any of the other new gods, let alone Darkseid. What was even stranger was that Guangdong had sealed his divine power and was now fighting like an ordinary person. She watched as Guangdong easily stabbed a strong man to death and dodged a giant axe from behind. She was a little confused. What was this guy doing here? Spying? Which family's secret agent would spy in such a public place? Assassinating? Sealing his divine power for assassination? That idiot would die too quickly. After deducting several possibilities, the only answer was naturally the one. Could it be that this guy had nothing better to do, so he came out to hone his martial arts skills? Thea thought about her original intention and felt that Guangdong was probably thinking the same thing. Perhaps this guy just wanted to enjoy the thrill of killing. She wasn't the only one. Many people saw Guangdong's combat techniques. Ordinary people could only watch for fun, but experts like Fiora and Lady Styx could see more. Guangdong's martial arts were a beautiful art. Simple stabs, kicks, and uppercuts were like a dance. Every movement was full of killing intent. He alone could set off a storm of killing. He had mastered hundreds of millions of combat techniques and could integrate their essence into his own martial arts. Guangdong was indeed worthy of being called Darkseid's top assassin. However, Thea didn't think much of it. This guy had gone astray. He was too focused on techniques and neglected the essence. No matter how good he was at riding a bicycle, what was the use of all those fancy techniques? Could it be faster than a car? Of course, techniques were important, but mastering them was enough. He had nothing better to do but learn hundreds of millions of fighting techniques. Thea could only admire this assassin. She felt that it was unnecessary for Batman to learn 127 types of martial arts, but the problem was that Batman had no room to level up, so he could only practice blindly. From Thea's perspective, learning a dozen types of martial arts would be enough to deal with a battle. Learn hundreds of millions of combat techniques? There was really no need for that. The higher the level of skill, the more useless it was. What kind of fist technique did Darkseid practice? What kind of weapon is the Heavenly Father good at? Above that was the Overseer, not to mention the Endless Family. At that level, there was no need for martial arts. The young miss was very disdainful, but that didn't stop her from learning. The new god had personally come to perform. If she didn't take a good look, wouldn't she be wasting his good intentions? The massacre in Eastern Pass was still going on. It was deadly, fast, and without any hesitation. His sudden outburst caused the gladiators to surround him, but Eastern Pass wasn't afraid. His deadly dagger continued to dance, taking a life with every swing. Thea could tell that this guy was just enjoying the process. He didn't need to train, and was just using the excuse of honing his martial arts to kill these ordinary people. He's causing trouble in your territory. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson, madam? Thea turned to Madam Styx and asked. The four-eyed alien was a little confused. She couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind Thea's words. Wasn't this just a gladiator with great martial arts? You want me to go and kill him? His strength isn't inferior to yours. Considering that he's focused on killing, his combat strength should be higher than yours. After Thea finished speaking, she reached out and tapped Madam Styx's forehead. That was where her brain was located, and she transmitted a message. This is a way to improve your spiritual power. After your spiritual power skyrockets, your two small eyes will become normal size, and your strength will be at least 30% higher than it is now. Madam Styx read it carefully. At first she was overjoyed. This method was completely suitable for her, and it was very feasible. Her strength would be greatly improved, which was a good thing. But she didn't understand why Thea would give her this. She didn't submit, nor was she an ally. Before they were enemies. Now she was forced to stand together. A free martial arts? She looked at Thea's smiling face. How could there be such a good person in this universe? She read the message again from beginning to end. Finally she saw the key point, the enlightenment between life and death. Madame Styx was a little speechless. She looked at Eastern Pass in the arena and then looked at Thea and the others. Of course you can also challenge us. The princess showed that she was easy to talk to. Madame Styx pursed her lips. She couldn't even beat Fiora. She hadn't fought Kerrigan before, but the gap between them wasn't big. 1 against 4 she was doomed. After staying with Thea and the others for a few days, she roughly figured out the purpose of this group of people. They were here to watch the life and death battle. Now they were forcing her to fight. As a long-lived species who cherished her life, she didn't like to risk her life. She was very hesitant. In the end, the belief of becoming stronger prevailed. Whether she could get rid of this group of demonesses or not, it was always right to become stronger. Moreover, she really didn't see how strong Guangdong was. He was just an alien with decent skills, nothing more. She immediately nodded and walked down the tunnel from the stands. Although she didn't think Guangdong was very powerful, she still brought out the diamond men that she had summoned in the past few days. There were a total of 6 of them. She was afraid that there wouldn't be time on the battlefield, so she summoned 2 more urgently. There were a total of 8 of them. At this time, Guangdong had already killed all the gladiators. He held 2 daggers in front of his chest as if he was praying. Time passed by slowly. He slowly opened his eyes. Why hadn't the cleaners of the arena come out yet? The battle was already over. The audience began to whisper. They didn't know what this abnormality meant, but when the gate opened they immediately knew the answer. Oh my god. Madame Styx is going to fight personally. That's Madame Styx? What? What's the meaning of this? The audience fell into a heated discussion. Among them were the old residents of the original planet, and there were also new audience members who had recently come because of her fame. They whispered to each other and the news spread quickly. In less than a minute, all the audience knew that Madame Styx, who dominated 7 sectors and hundreds of planets, was going to participate in the battle personally. This was like the chairman of a company personally working as a salesperson in a department store. It was a very unbelievable thing. Chapter 899. The faceless host was also stunned. He did not know why his former boss had come down personally. He hurriedly looked at his new boss, Jared. After receiving the order to proceed as usual, he still did not speak clearly. The god of shadows, Guangdong, was stunned. He naturally knew about Lady Styx. Such a powerful alien was already a threat to him. If he still had his divine power and was in perfect condition, he would only be a threat. After all, he was Darkseid's general and had fought thousands of battles. He had killed even more powerful aliens. The problem was that he had sealed his divine power. He could not even use 10% of his strength now. How could he defeat Lady Styx? His seal was also very complicated and could not be undone in a short time. He did not care about hiding his identity anymore. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he raised his dagger and stabbed himself 7 or 8 times. As he stabbed himself, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He was fighting in his true form. If his divine body was damaged, he would have to use his divine power to repair it. Furthermore, breaking the seal so violently would consume a portion of his divine power. It was a huge loss. However, he was still calm in this life and death situation. He calculated that he would need about 30 seconds to undo the seal. At the same time, he stared at Lady Styx fiercely, hoping that she would not use her ultimate move, Long live Darkseid. Long live Darkseid. He muttered in his heart that even he did not believe. Just as he was nervous for a few seconds, he felt a strong surge of energy from within his body. That was his divine power. Did his boss really hear his call? Guangdong didn't have time to think about it, because Lady Styx was controlling the 8 diamond men to shoot out spikes that covered half of the arena. The dazzling white light almost blinded the eyes of the audience. Even though Guangdong had a divine body, the strong light still made him look sideways. Without the support of divine power, he could only curl his body into a ball and reduce the area of attack when faced with such a large area of effect. However, it was different now. The divine power that he could control allowed him to dodge the spikes in an instant. He also used his divine power to escape into the shadows. After so many years of dancing on the edge of a knife and fighting between life and death, he had a very bad feeling. He turned into a cloud of black gas and hid in the shadows of the arena. He started to look around. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Following the guidance in his heart, he immediately saw the young miss waving at him with a glass of juice in her hand. Why was she here? Guangdong was shocked. As the person who had defeated Darkseid's clone, everyone on Planet Revelation knew who Sia was. Furthermore, Desard had exaggerated her combat power to cover up his failure to fight Darkseid's clone by running away from the battle. As the #1 assassin in the multiverse, Guangdong did not believe it at first. Mage-type gods were naturally countered by assassin gods. In his opinion, it was because the Wasteland Wolf was greedy for life and Desad was afraid of death. He had always held this view until a second ago. Seeing Thea waving at him, Guangdong knew that the seal on his body had been undone. Even though they were several hundred meters apart, he didn't notice anything strange before the seal was undone. The first possibility was that the other party had the strength to crush him. The seals that he thought were very strong and powerful were easily broken by her. The other possibility was that the other party had already done something to his body, and he, as an assassin, was unaware of it. Guangdong panicked. His first reaction was to run. The honor of a warrior and the rules of the arena had nothing to do with him. However, just as he was about to turn around, he felt a powerful will looking at him. If he was in his normal state, he wouldn't have died. Not to mention Thea, even Darkseid wouldn't be able to make Guangdong wet his pants with just a look. The key was that Thea had not only undone the seal for him, but she had also added something to it. If he turned around and left, the divine power in his body might explode. He didn't know if he would die, but he would definitely be severely injured. Use your full strength to fight this Lady Styx. You can leave after the fight. Thea's clear voice sounded in his mind. Guangdong had no room for negotiation. He could only trust that she would keep her promise. Damn it. He wanted to slap himself. How could he seal his cultivation to fight in the arena? He was so unlucky that she had even done something to him. He would rather go home and sleep next time than play such games. He had investigated Thea and Diana beforehand and knew that they were also in this universe. However, the two goddesses were mainly in Sector 2814, and this was Sector 313. They were more than half the universe apart. Furthermore, they were gods of the righteous faction. Guangdong didn't think that they would come to such an evil place like the arena. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did he encounter them, but he was also caught red-handed. Guangdong cursed inwardly and could only focus on what was in front of him. There was a flaw. Being good at fighting was like an instinct. He quickly found a blind spot of Lady Styx's. He waved his divine power and appeared in front of her again. This time he had changed into a dark red soft armor and was holding two glowing daggers. He stabbed them into Lady Styx's eyes as fast as lightning. Styx didn't understand the characteristics of a new god. She used a mirror image spell to try and fool him. Guangdong didn't move at all. The daggers seemed to have a tracking function and stabbed straight down. There was great fear between life and death. This saying was absolutely true. Seeing that she was about to be killed, Lady Styx's spiritual power exploded to the extreme. At the critical moment, she swapped places with the Diamond Man. The two daggers seemed light and didn't weigh more than 1 kilogram. However, they were like sledgehammers and smashed the Diamond Man into pieces. I was scared to death. Lady Styx panted with lingering fear. She didn't notice that her spiritual power had increased by a lot. Her two small eyes seemed to have become bigger. Be careful. The opponent's daggers have a strong armor-piercing property. Don't use a shield to block them. Thea's reminder was like a police officer at a crime scene. It came late. Lady Styx wanted to ask why she didn't remind her, but in the end she didn't dare. Even if she didn't plan to let the opponent get close to her. The 4 Diamond Men's arms began to change. Some turned into knives and some into chains. They all rushed toward Guangdong. The remaining 3 protected Styx from a distance and did some long-range support. Boom, the earth shook violently. She pulled out 2 streams of magma. This time she didn't hurriedly cast them. Instead, she added them to herself. Lady Styx added another layer of magma shield on top of her purple spiritual power shield. Only then did she feel more at ease. In less than 2 seconds, she couldn't wait to praise herself for being quick-witted. Guangdong was like a black beam of light, creating a gap between the 4 Diamond Men. He circled behind Lady Styx and stabbed at her neck. Chapter 900. This move was so fast and sudden that Miss Styx did not even have time to react. Fortunately, the shield was automatically activated. The magma shield seemed to be offended as it shrank violently and then exploded. With a loud bang, Guangdong seemed to have stabbed a bag of explosives. The huge impact made him somersault twice in the air. At this time, Miss Styx had just reacted and quickly ordered her subordinates to chase after him. The Diamond Men lacked autonomy after all. By the time they reacted, Guangdong had already retreated into the shadows. Both sides fought back and forth for a few rounds. Guangdong finally saw that these diamond men were extraordinary. These things had the ability to move freely and never disappear once summoned. There was always a gain and a loss in everything. He thought that it was easy to summon these things and had been fighting guerrilla warfare with the diamond men. Now that he saw that it was not easy to take down Miss Styx, he immediately changed his mind. First, cut off her wings and then fight the Esper. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. He threw out 3 throwing knives. The 3 long-range diamond men did not notice and tried to resist with the weapons in their hands. They did not expect to be controlled by the shadow cage. Guangdong quickly fought with the remaining 4 diamond men. He twisted his waist and raised his leg to step on a diamond man's thigh. The dagger in his hand shot out a black light like a big knife and directly cut off the diamond man's head. He saw the pity in Miss Styx's eyes from the corner of his eye and knew that he had guessed correctly. As expected, she has too little combat experience. She found out the flaw so easily. Thea sighed. Even if there was a gap in combat strength, it was not that big of a gap. Now that their combat strength was slightly inferior, and their combat experience was much more superior, it was only a matter of time before Miss Styx lost. This guy has probably not fought for many years. Give me some time, I can also defeat her. Fiora felt that it was a bit unfair that they had tied last time. The reason why Guangdong could have an overwhelming advantage in the arena was that he was holding 2 divine daggers, and Miss Styx did not dare to take them head-on. They could see the truth, but the audience around the arena did not have such eyesight. All they saw was Miss Styx waving her hand and summoning a pile of stone golems and flaming boulders. Guangdong was forced to dodge the attacks. From the bottom of their hearts, they still hoped that Miss Styx would win. After all, they knew who she was. If a gladiator appeared out of nowhere and killed their idol for decades or even hundreds of years, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Unfortunately, their wish became more and more elusive. When Guangdong killed the 3rd diamond man, many people had already realized that Lady Styx was no match for him. What a disappointment. Thea stood up gloomily. As she stood up, it was as if the entire planet had become shorter. All the spectators in the arena felt as if a huge mountain had appeared in front of them. Before they could figure out what had happened, they all fainted. The 2 of them separated from each other. Lady Styx was ashamed. If they had exchanged a few more blows, she would have died without a doubt. No matter what Thea's intentions were, at least she had saved her life. On the other side, Guangdong was only left with fear. At that moment he felt the planet tremble. He was almost as powerful as Darkseid, wasn't he? Anyway, this was what the Apocalypse Star felt when Darkseid was angry. He realized that Thea did not even look at him. She turned around and left. He was on his guard. After a long time he realized, no one cares about me? Then I'll run. He activated the sonic tunnel and ran into it. This was a small episode, at least for Thea, but for Lady Styx, it was not good news. Her powerlessness spread everywhere. In just 3 days, more than 50 planets raised their flags, and even more planets were preparing to choose a new leader. I am willing to be your subordinate and serve you from now on. The gods inside did not leave, and they would not let her leave. Outside, the flames of war were raging. Lady Styx had no choice but to surrender. This subordinate was actually very useful to Thea. The first life in the 2-dimensional world depended on her. The life summoned by the earth element was no ordinary life, but it was still very precious. Thea could not find anyone to share her experience with. She could only try all kinds of methods. Her clear gaze swept across Lady Styx's face. After what seemed like a long time, she slowly nodded. I agree. Later, Fiora, Kerrigan, and Styx attacked from 3 fronts, and the rebellion was quickly quelled. The remaining planets that were preparing to choose a new leader also bowed their heads and admitted defeat in front of the sharp teeth and claws of the razor-sharp insectoids. A rather laughable rebellion had brought countless warriors to the arena. These were the elites of the rebels. Their fate of waiting for death had taken a turn for the better. This was because Lady Styx's new boss had promised that as long as they won a match, they would be able to live. After that, they would be able to go wherever they wanted. With hope, the group of prisoners immediately revived with full health. They fought until the arena was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. There was still no progress in the 2-dimensional world. Even though Thea had developed a new spiritual power training method for her, and Styx knew that she was not strong enough to train hard, the results were still not great. However, on the other hand, as the people in the arena fought with their lives on the line, the lazy lady finally figured out the last step. On this day, the arena that had been bustling for more than a month finally closed its doors. Many spectators were still immersed in the wanton fighting. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, ready to find the organizer of the arena to ask for an explanation. Do you want to die? Come back quickly. Before they reached the door, they were pulled back by acquaintances. Acquaintances pouted, winked, waved their hands and shook their heads. What was wrong with them? They looked inside. Good Lord, there were corpses outside the door and more arena guards were patrolling. Acquaintances asked each other what was going on. Some people were completely following the crowd. Seeing others standing here, they ran out to watch the fun. Some people who understood the situation pointed to the sky. A group of people squinted their eyes and looked for a long time. There seemed to be a black sun in the sky. Many people had never seen a star and did not know what it meant. They whispered to the people around them again. That lady seems to be about to break through. They also did not know what Thea was called. They almost referred to her as a mysterious person. I heard that she is not an intelligent life at all. Her body is a planet. Do you know the old hunter on 32nd Street? He used a detector to observe from a distance. That person's energy was so high that it directly blew up the detector. A group of people made all kinds of oh and tisk-tisk sounds. They all remembered this in their hearts and were ready to go back to other planets to brag. Although their combat power was not high, they had actually seen a big shot. Unaware of the countless discussions below, Thea's state was completely perfect. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. She stayed in space and felt that she was ready. She said a few words to Fiora and disappeared into the starry sky with a leap. Chapter 901. Universe Sector 666. This was the scene of the Mechanical Hunters massacre, and also the place where the Black Lantern Corps rose. She had returned to this area. The descent of the God of Death would cause too much destruction. She did not know how long it would take. Even if the time was short, she would still destroy a few planets. This was the most suitable place. Her body was completely relaxed. She gradually emptied her mind and felt the various definitions of death. She searched for the part that was most suitable for her and walked on with determination. The immense power of death began to gather. At first, it was like stars, then it gathered into a stream and finally, it became a boundless giant river. The giant river hovered in the void, surging and roaring like an unruly black dragon. Thea had to rely on her own understanding and her own thoughts to tame it. When Thea was making her final push, the other forces in the realm of God received a warning at the same time. There were professional divinations, all kinds of omens, all kinds of astronomical phenomena. But without exception they were all sending a message. The God of Death was about to appear. As for whether it would be a bloody storm or a peaceful one, no one could guarantee. In front of the Father's room on the new star of creation, the Father, this burly old man, held a scepter in his hand. His eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. There was a bloody light in the sky, and waves of black gas surged within. Even if it was not the gods of the Shadow of Souls, the Father could see that countless dead people filled the entire multiverse. They were cheering and celebrating, preparing to welcome their destined ruler. As the world's top combat power and the embodiment of justice, he could feel that the entire multiverse was jumping for joy to further perfect itself. Your Majesty, you called for me? Sitting on the Morbius chair every day, Mitron, who had average strength but was more arrogant than anyone else, floated beside him and asked softly. The Father pointed at the astronomical phenomenon in the distance and asked, "What does this mean? Will the God of Knowledge give me an answer?" War, slaughter, a champion is about to ascend to the throne, and the God of Death is born. As for more, I'm sorry, but I have all the knowledge in my grasp. The multiverse has never given birth to a God of Death, and there are no records of things that have never happened. I don't know. Magic divination is not my specialty. Perhaps you should ask Goddess Thea? Mitron felt that his heavenly father might be dissatisfied with his frequent visits to the Apocalypse planet, so he replied respectfully. However, he did not expect the heavenly father to look at him strangely, leaving him confused. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Why do you have such an expression? The heavenly father had some guesses, but he did not tell anyone else. As the boss, there was no need to explain things to his subordinates. Maintaining his own sense of mystery was the right thing to do. He had some guesses and so did his old friend Darkseid. This was different from the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father could only rely on his eyes to judge, and his estimate of the Heavenly Father's true strength was still a little off. This was especially so as the two sides grew closer and closer, and this estimate of the Heavenly Father's was even more off. But Darkseid was different. He had fought Thea before and he knew her level very well. His heart was filled with disbelief. The God of Death was so easy to obtain? Then all his years of painstaking planning had been for naught in the end? He was extremely unhappy and he kicked 20 apocalypse demons to death along the way. Only then did he angrily go back to think about his future plans. What's wrong with His Majesty? Desolate Wolf asked the great warlock beside him in a low voice. They had wanted to report on their work, but when they saw Darkseid's murderous look, they immediately backed off. The great warlock was also confused. The apocalypse planet could see anomalies in the sky, but the apocalypse planet could also see them. However, the apocalypse planet's normal state was earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, and it could kill hundreds of people with a single bang. They really did not feel anything different today. The two of them discussed for a long time, but they had no idea. Seeing that Darkseid had closed the door, they decided to come again next time. In hell, Lucifer did not come out. The remaining demons, such as the 3 palace demons, were all looking for their own entertainment. They did not care about the god of death. In heaven, Michael had also disappeared for a long time. The archangels could only maintain a limited amount of attention. Thea did not stop old Robert from going to heaven. Both sides were still in a harmonious state. Dream World and Nightmare World were the territories of the Endless family's third brother, the sleeping demon. As the second sister, Thea, had not returned, let alone the third brother. This was still an absurd and bizarre land of dreams. Most of the old gods in heaven were in a deep slumber. They did not know or care about anything that happened in the outside world. In hell, whether it was Hades, Osiris, Izanami, or the alien gods of death, they all had a subtle feeling that there was a boss above them. They wanted to work together to resist, but unfortunately they had been fighting each other for countless years. Trust? That was impossible. In the multiverse, some powerful beings also felt this suffocating pressure. Diana stood alone in her office, her gaze piercing through space as she silently sent her blessings. Madame Xanadu wanted to bring Old Ma in for a divination, but after drawing 2 cards, Old Ma walked out happily like a fool. The ghosts and strangers did not care about this. As for the ordinary people, they did not know that Thea was about to reach a higher level. Huff huff. The young mistress changed into the white lantern attire and took out the holy sword. The black fog that was confronting her turned into an irregular monster. It was as big as the moon. Its head, waist, and tail each had a head. 2 of them looked like human faces, while the other was blurry like some kind of beast. This monster was the source of death. However, it had been polluted long ago. The numerous distracting thoughts turned it into an object that was between life and non-life. Thea originally wanted to control it, but she realized that it was impossible. She had to purify the impurities. In the multiverse, no one would dare to say that they were the best when it came to purifying death aura. With the white lantern and the holy sword, Thea even felt that if the Black Death Emperor did not run away, she could purify him. This source was far inferior to the Black Death Emperor. It had no realm, no consciousness, few instincts, and all kinds of chaos. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, she had the white lantern in hand. She wanted to see how many impurities there were in this source that she could purify. Boom. Boom. All kinds of explosions rang out. The smoke monster was beaten back, but it still looked like it would not stop until it was dead. Thea could only slash left and right with her sword. After fighting for 3 days, she cut the smoke monster from the size of the moon to the size of a football. Only then did she call it a day. A normal source was the size of a fist, colorless and transparent. However, the one in front of her was emitting a black light. There was a faint resentment in it, which was formed by the accumulation of numerous resentments. Chapter 902. She used the white lamp to purify it twice more, but the black gas that was deeply embedded in the core could no longer be purified. Come on, she cheered herself on. The perfect source was waiting for her to absorb? How could there be such a good thing? Thea was quite confident in herself. Even wearing a light ring could change one's personality. As if it understood her wish, the source, which had been purified by more than half, voluntarily fused with her. The black gas in the source was very reluctant, but it could only comply. The source dissolved into a thin mist and enveloped Thea from head to toe. Strong. Very strong. Only 1/3 of the source was absorbed, but Thea felt her heart palpitate. The power of this divine position was far stronger than souls and wealth. It pointed directly to the source of creation, and the power it contained was endless. She had the illusion that she could destroy the universe with a wave of her hand. Her previous estimate was quite accurate. 1 death was equivalent to 3 second-level divine positions like souls, justice, and evil. It was just a guess, but now Thea was confident that she could defeat the Heavenly Father, who was probably weaker than Darkseid. After all, he had the Omega effect, not just the power of a new god. As she fused with the source, the black gas was still trying to infect her. Thea frowned. This was obviously an impurity. She was happy to mix sand with the Black Death Emperor, but she was uncomfortable when it was her turn. The more impure others were, the better. The purer she was, the better. Thinking of her old friend, the Black Death Emperor, Thea suddenly had an idea. Since these impurities liked death so much, she could just find a replacement for it. To her, they were impurities, but in essence, the resentment left behind by the living beings was still there after being purified dozens of times. It was also an extremely pure energy. She took out the Black Death Emperor's scythe. This weapon had broken in two and was now in her hands. Diana had repaired it, and Thea had tried to communicate with it several times, but the weapon ignored her. It was extremely loyal to its previous owner. If she wanted to use it, she would have to surpass the Black Death Emperor and use it by force, or she would have to reforge it. Originally, she wanted to stay and observe, but today the resentment in the Yuanzhong forced her to make the second choice. Before she made her move, she communicated with it one last time. The weapon turned a deaf ear to her call. Realizing that she wanted to be reforged, the sickle seemed to want to die early and reincarnate early, so it was exceptionally cooperative. "All right. I respect you." Thea didn't think that it was impressive for her to go out with a scythe. Both sides just clapped. The scythe automatically disintegrated into the purest form of death. The trace of resentment in the source hesitated. It wanted to follow the source, but it felt that the death formed by the scythe was more to its liking. Thea pushed from the back, and the scythe was in front of her to lure the resentment into the scythe. This was a fantasy weapon that was of a higher level than divine weapons. There was no need to forge or refine it. As long as there was a thought in one's mind, it would automatically take shape. Thea was good at many weapons, but in the end she chose to use a sword. Although it was a little tacky, it was indeed cool. The sword was 60 centimeters long, and the blade was extremely narrow. The two edges were sharpened, and there was a large gap in the middle. The trace of resentment was contained in the middle, and there were faint cries coming out, as if there were countless vengeful spirits roaring non-stop. Black gas filled the air. Even Thea was shocked by the killing intent. She didn't pay too much attention to it because the resentment had left, and the fusion had reached the final stage. Death. All kinds of death. Countless scenes of death appeared in front of her. People were stabbed to death by swords, smashed to death by sticks, poisoned to death, shot to ashes by energy guns. She seemed to have experienced the deaths of all living beings in an instant. The last one was so painful that she directly cried out. It was said that childbirth was 12 levels of pain, but now it felt like 80. Her voice spread across the multiverse, as if expressing the pain of the entire universe. One must bear the weight to wear the crown. She was prepared for this, but she didn't expect that it would hurt to this extent. This was because she had a good foundation. She was already ranked third among the new gods, so she could barely bear the pain. If it was an ordinary person who wanted to use death to ascend to godhood, what awaited them would definitely be death. Sweat wet her forehead, and even more cold sweat flowed down her body. At this time, she realized that she had unknowingly landed on the surface of the planet. It seemed like only a moment of pain, but when she regained consciousness, half an hour had passed in the outside world. Phew, she gently exhaled and used her heart to feel her new power. She seemed to be able to flatten mountains with a wave of her hand, and even rivers had to flow backward where she focused her gaze. As long as she wanted to, she could destroy planets and galaxies with a single thought. The goddess of death. Thea looked up to the sky and laughed. Her heart was at its best and she wanted to go on a killing spree. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why would I think that? Death was the friend of life. Thea didn't think that she had deviated from her path, so there must be some external emotions affecting her. I need to calm down. She took out Anka's amulet. Her ranking had reached 49th, and she suddenly fell from her invincible mentality. It turned out that there was still a long way to go. The goddess of death was just a step, not the end. She eliminated all kinds of distracting thoughts and focused on her heart. It took her a whole day to realize the problem. Death was not sentimental. She had fused with the divine seed of death, so she had to seek justice for the dead. There was no need for redress, no need for justice, only death, the death of the living. Only by slaughtering would the goddess of death finally acknowledge her and accept her. Thea stood up, and a shiny black robe automatically put on her body. The robe was embroidered with dark green patterns and it stretched from the neck to the hem. The robe was bunched at the waist, making her slim waist look slender and graceful. The hem covered her feet, and only her delicate collarbone was exposed. A long cloak was tied around her shoulders. You didn't even give me a pair of shoes." Looking at her bare feet, she was a little speechless. The higher the level, the more restrictive the clothes were. For example, Second Sister of Death's Gothic clothes could not be changed, and the Goddess of Death also had work clothes. Fortunately, the clothes were beautiful. Compared to Darkside's oversized clothes, she was already beautiful. A light breeze blew through her hair, and she realized that her blonde hair had turned black. She reached out and picked up a long sword. She crossed her hands and two swords appeared. The blades were thin, but she was confident that they could cut through even a planet. Sword of the Night. She had used the name of the Goddess of Death from Marvel. It didn't matter what the name was as long as she could kill. She had already chosen her target, Apocalypse. There were many lives there and there were many conflicts. As for Darkseid, she wasn't afraid. Even if she couldn't beat him, she could still run. Chapter 903. Batman was just an ordinary person, yet he dared to go solo in Apocalypse Planet with the Hellbat armor. No matter how she looked at it, she was still stronger than Batman. Thea did not have a breakthrough in courage. She felt that she was just too rational, afraid of death. It would be a miracle if she could understand courage when she took everything into account. Take Hal Jordan for example. He did not care about anything and used his body to ram into the Black Death King. Even though Thea thought that he was extremely stupid, it was indeed a display of courage. This massacre was a good opportunity. She wanted to see how far she could go. Apocalypse Planet. This planet looked like it would explode at any moment. The air was filled with evil. All kinds of evil could be seen everywhere. Evil led to endless natural disasters, which in turn intensified the evil. They fought and killed each other just to snatch those few resources so that they could live for one more day. "What are you doing?" A group of patrolling guards walked past. They were attracted by the teleportation waves. When they walked over, they saw Thea looking around. The guard who seemed to be the leader yelled at her. Unlike the chaos in hell, this place was filled with evil. Everywhere one looked was evil. The weak did not have the right to live, and the strong enjoyed everything. This was the order of Apocalypse Planet, the axiom of Apocalypse Planet. A bunch of ants. Her movements were as fast as lightning. The long sword in her left hand spun and flew out. It broke through the air and swept past the necks of the guards. Several pillars of blood spurted out. When the long sword flew back to her hand, the 9 guards were all beheaded. Their corpses fell neatly on the ground. Thea did not stop. The hands of the ordinary people here were also stained with blood. It was not uncommon for them to kill an entire family just for some resources. In order to vent the resentment in her sword and to reconcile herself with death, she did not use any magic. She only relied on her weapon and began her journey of slaughter. She set her sights on Darkseid's palace. She walked straight over. All the patrolling guards, soldiers, and sinners she saw along the way were killed by her sword. "Who are you?" A roar came from beside her. The other party was very cunning. He attacked while shouting. There was a loud sound. Thea did not care what it was. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed at the enemy. She froze for a moment, only to see a hammer in a fair hand. She recognized the original owner of the hammer. It was a lion's head. Wasn't this the eldest son of Darkseid, Kalibak? The other party still had a serrated sword in his hand and was trying to control the hammer to fly away. What was the meaning of this? Do you stupid gods like to throw a hammer at the goddess of death? At a distance of more than 10 meters, Kalibak was still in his old style. His hair was exuberant, and his hair and beard were connected together. From afar he looked like a lion's head. His robust muscles were exposed from his leather vest. After exerting strength several times, his muscles had swelled to the extreme. His hammer did not leave Thea's palm. Get back here. Kalibak, the violent man who wanted to inherit Darkseid's throne, gritted his teeth and tried to retrieve his hammer. However, he was helpless. The weapon that had been used for hundreds of millions of years was firmly grasped. In his opinion, Thea's slender wrist was not even as thick as his finger. How was she able to grab the hammer? This is impossible. Since the person next door can do it, I can do it too. Thea said something that Kalibak could not understand. It was just a divine equipment. Even in the face of death, one had to bow their heads. His right hand exerted strength, and with a cracking sound, the hammer's surface was covered with fine cracks. Thea looked at Kalibak with a mocking expression. She clenched her hand and exerted strength. The divine equipment could feel its owner's strong will to resist, but it was like a weak woman who could not resist the corrosion of death. It only lasted for 2 seconds before the divine equipment's core was shattered. Such violent destruction of the divine equipment caused an unstoppable divine storm to sweep through everything within a radius of several hundred meters. There was a loud explosion, but Thea was prepared for it. A barrier blocked the aftershock and she did not move at all. On the other hand, Kalibak was not prepared at all. His divine equipment was destroyed and his mind was affected. The raging wind blew him more than 10 meters away, but this was nothing. He felt sorry for his divine equipment, but he was even more afraid of this seemingly powerful woman. Powerful just like his father, Darkseid. Even just standing there made him feel an enormous burden on his heart, as if he was looking at a natural enemy. "I'm going to kill you," Kalibak kept encouraging himself. He was Darkseid's son, and he would inherit the throne in the future. He would conquer the new planet in the future. Suppressing his fear, he swung his serrated sword and slashed down. Thea looked at him calmly and gently blew off the dust on her black fingernail. "Your hammer has too many impurities. Melt it down and make a new one. No need to thank me." He nimbly dodged the attack. Kalibak was fierce, but he did not have a brain. From Jakan to Darkseid and then to Kalibak, each generation was worse than the last. Kalibak landed on the ground and brandished his great sword as though he had gone mad. Slashing left and right, the violent winds accompanied by his immense strength destroyed the surrounding buildings. Many of the Apocalypse planet's commoners dodged, but even more took advantage of the chaos to rob and kill. Kalibak was not weak and he was strong. He could create hurricanes just by relying on physical attacks. However, in Thea's eyes, this fellow was full of openings. Idiot. Instead of retreating, Sia advanced. She easily found an opening and circled to Kalibak's back in the nick of time. She clenched her left hand and slashed behind him. This was a fantasy weapon made from the Black Death Scythe, and even a new god would not be able to block it. Sia's sword pierced a hole in Kalibak's body from the back, and the pitch-black sword tip pierced out from the front. Hee. Kalibak felt that his inexhaustible strength was suddenly cut off. He reached out to touch his wound and plug the hole that caused him to be so powerless. Thea pulled out her sword, turned around, and stabbed the back of his neck with the sword in her right hand. After that, she didn't even look back, leaving behind Kalibak, who had fallen to the ground like a lion. She slowly walked forward, occasionally revealing her snow-white feet from the hem of her gown. Although the ground was in a mess, it still didn't affect her pure and refined appearance. Her feet were spotless, and wherever she walked, a thick fog would appear. That was an extremely pure aura of death. She whistled as if nothing had happened, and her footsteps were steady as she walked forward. The god of death was different from others. Zeus's divine power could not be converted, and it could only grow through killing. The closer she got to the central area, the stronger the resistance. However, that was referring to the ordinary soldiers. In her eyes, there was not much difference between the ordinary soldiers and the elite soldiers. 2 long swords flew out of her hands, like 2 sawtooth flywheels, cutting all the soldiers in her path in half. Chapter 904. A large number of Apocalypse demons flew out of their nests, and a large number of ground troops ran over from all directions, surrounding her. There were ferocious giants and strange species, but compared to the neat military formation on the new planet, the troops here were like a group of mobs. Some used chain hammers, some used axes, and of course there were even more who used laser weapons and lightsabers. The fluctuations that represented death affected the Apocalypse planet's soldiers. Their muddled minds did not know what they were afraid of, and they subconsciously retreated. At this moment someone shouted, "Kill!" All the soldiers realized their situation. If they did not move forward, they would definitely be executed. If they rushed forward, what if they did not die? One by one they gathered their courage and rushed forward. However, only death awaited them. Thea could kill a few thousand of these soldiers with a single spell, but in order to be more compatible with death, she chose to use her weapon to kill them. The gladiator fights she watched a few days ago were very helpful, and her fighting experience had increased by a large amount. This was the perfect time to test it out. Flesh and blood splattered, and broken limbs and corpses paved a path of blood. Many soldiers rushed forward like a tide, but they were turned into corpses at an even faster speed. The efficiency was a bit low. Thea was a very lazy person, and it was very satisfying to slash like this, but it was a bit monotonous. With a whoosh, a black semicircular slash flew out from her sword, leaving behind 7 heads and 4 unlucky soldiers who were cut in half at the waist. Realizing that this kind of long-range attack was also a type of killing, Thea was very happy. She finally did not have to stupidly swing her sword. Sawtooth flying blade, crescent slash, and many other long-range attacks increased her killing speed by 30%. The death that had been entrenched around her began to wreak havoc irregularly. The two swords danced as if they were composing a symphony of death. The sharp and unparalleled long-range slashes drew heavy notes on the score. As long as one was cut by the sword, it was death. The soldiers did not understand the mysteries of death, and their last thoughts were, why did they die just from a cut on their arm? Clang. Thea's sword was actually blocked. She looked over. Oh, it was a familiar face. It was the #1 assassin in the universe, Guangdong. Today the shadow god was fully armed. He had a round helmet, a scarlet soft armor, and 2 cold daggers in his hands. Thea also saw many small things on him, such as darts, throwing knives, poison bottles, and so on. I spared your life that day. Isn't it good to live? The universe's #1 assassin, Guangdong? Proficient in hundreds of millions of combat techniques? In my eyes, you are no different from those small fries. You have chosen the wrong path. The young miss was very puzzled. Where did the other party get the courage to appear in front of her? 3 days ago he was already no match for her, let alone now. In fact, Guangdong was also cursing in his heart. There was no end to his bad luck. In order to get rid of the young Miss Trick, he had sought the help of the great warlock and his kind grandmother. The friendship of the Apocalypse Star was as cheap as paper. He had paid a huge price to get the two of them to help, and it had taken him 3 days to get rid of all the trouble. Guangdong did not dare to go to the arena again, so he could only stay at home and practice martial arts. However, before he could practice 2 moves, he heard a commotion outside. He did not know what was going on, so he went out to take a look and saw the young miss killing small fries. He looked around. This is the Apocalypse Star, not the arena, right? Why did this guy come all the way to the Apocalypse Star? The universe's #1 assassin was so shocked that he almost vomited. He wanted to hide, but his house happened to be in the direct line between the Darkside Palace and Thea's teleportation point. A bunch of small fries had even seen him. If the #1 assassin did not want to betray him, he could only brace himself and fight. No matter how strong the other party was, he was still a magician. His chances of winning were slim, so he might be able to escape. Guangdong raised his hand and released a black fog. He was trying to lure the other party into his area of expertise. Thea waved her left hand and threw her sword. Guangdong's concealment skills were heaven-defying. He moved his left foot slightly and hid in the shadows. At the same time he threw out 9 flying daggers, sealing off all escape routes for Thea. The flying daggers were wrapped in shadow power. Thea had seen him use this move against Lady Styx's Diamond Men. If the other party did not notice, there was a possibility that she would be trapped in the shadow cage. Guangdong's move was obviously to stall for time. Child's play. Thea's speed was beyond imagination. Her long sword flew out from her hand, and the tip of the sword flicked lightly. The 3 small fries who started later hit the 3 flying daggers in front of them and were trapped in a cage. She clenched her left hand, and the sword returned to her hand. She swung her sword to the side. This sword was filled with black fog and it tore through space. It was the divine power of death. Guangdong, who was hiding in the shadow world, hurriedly ran out. He did not stop and was about to charge into the shadow of another small free. You're neglecting the essentials. Thea had already calculated his escape route. As soon as Guangdong appeared, a black sword stopped at his throat. He hurriedly raised his dagger to resist, but he did not expect this to be a feint. Thea's right hand did not stop, and her left hand slashed down along his neck. Guangdong only saw a black light, and before he could even make a sound, he was decapitated. No matter how well he honed his combat skills, without the support of matching attributes, he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. Thea's martial arts skills were not even a fraction of his, but she could easily kill him with a simple slash just by relying on her attributes. What was the use of learning so much? Thea was puzzled. If she had the time, it would be better to study her godhood. She shook off the blood on her sword and killed 2 new gods. The god of death was more and more satisfied with her. Thea experienced the passion of blood and fire outside, creating a killing feast with the characteristics of the Apocalypse Star. Her 2 old friends, the Great Wasteland Wolf and the Great Warlock Dessard, looked at each other when they saw the image transmitted back. That's her. Am I seeing things? The Great Warlock had seen Thea twice before, but they had never fought in a real battle. They had been very far back then, and the young mistress had also changed her armor, so he was not very sure. The Great Wasteland Wolf was much more familiar. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully for a long time. He was very sure that this was the new goddess of wealth. What was she doing here? As the left and right hands of Darkside, The two gods had lived for hundreds of millions of years and had seen all kinds of strange things. However, this was the first time they had seen someone single-handedly charge into the apocalypse star. There's a conspiracy and ambush. This was the first thought that came to their minds. In their opinion, Thea had swaggered into the apocalypse star. At this moment, the Heavenly Father and his subordinates must be hiding somewhere, waiting for them to take the initiative to attack. Chapter 905. The two leaders of the apocalypse star thought to themselves that they could not go out. They had to leave a large force behind just in case. After exchanging a few glances, they understood each other's thoughts. Doing nothing was better than doing something wrong. She's gotten stronger again. The Great Plains wolf watched as the apocalypse army attacked in waves and turned into corpses that exuded an artistic aura. His heart thumped. The great warlock was not prepared to go out and fight either. He knew that Thea was a spell-type god. As for why she was killing people with a sword instead of magic, he understood that it was a bait. There was no way he could defeat her. Especially when he saw Guangdong being beheaded in 3 moves, he did not mention anything about fighting. As for calling their boss, Darkseid, the two of them had no intention of doing so. Their boss had slammed the door angrily and gone to sleep. If they woke him up now, what should they say? They should tell their boss that there's an enemy outside, and that they can't defeat her. It's better that you go. Their boss would definitely think, you can't even defeat a single enemy, so why do you need me, your boss? Why don't you just go and die? Darkseid was known for his bad temper in the multiverse. Thea's 2 old friends chose to sit back and watch. Or rather, they called for the rear command. However, after watching for 5 minutes, they could not hold on any longer. It was because Sia was too ruthless. Many of his subordinates reported that Kalibak was still alive, and Guangdong had died in battle. Even if the new god didn't die completely, he wouldn't be able to stand up again without 1,000 or 800 years of rest. The kind grandmother was vicious. She led her 3 furies to ambush them from the shadows. However, in less than 20 moves, 2 of her subordinates were killed, while the other was heavily injured. If she had not run fast enough, she would have been killed as well. While they were in a state of panic, Sia was also a little worried. Her killing intent was vented, and the Death Divine Seat was becoming more and more compatible with her. Her cautious personality gained the upper hand once more. What about Darkseid? Why was he not out yet? Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing like a river. Was he not going to do anything about it? Was he sick or was he not home at all? Thea felt that if someone was massacring so wantonly in her territory, she would definitely jump out. Darkseid was not that well-mannered. She couldn't help but slow down. Instead of taking big steps forward, she took half a step and half a step. She only stopped when the Wasteland Wolf, Desard, and several new gods from the Dark Elite Society appeared. Then, as if she was visiting a neighbor, she casually asked, "Where is Darkseid?" The Great Plains Wolf really wanted to say, "Boss isn't home. If you have something to do, please come back next time." However, the new gods around him thought that since he was Darkseid's uncle, he should be the one to speak. The new gods took a step back. *CK. The Wasteland Wolf almost cursed out loud. These fellows were too evil. When fighting for power, they didn't care about their own safety, but at the crucial moment they made him take the blame. He definitely couldn't shrink back, so he could only straighten his neck and say, "If you want to see Her Majesty, you have to get past us first." The way he saw it, Thea should have retreated. They had 6 new gods from the Dark Elite Society on their side. Among them, Mantis was the strongest. In the war 1,000 years ago, Mantis was a god who could withstand 3 blows from the Heavenly Father. Even Darkseid had high hopes for him. With Mantis's strength, the Great Warlock, the Kindly Grandmother, the Asylum, and Wyman Wandaba's help, there were few people in the universe that they couldn't defeat. Unexpectedly, Sia revealed a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Oh, you're very motivated. Show me the strength of the Dark Elite Society." She shook off the blood on her sword and charged forward without another word. "You're courting death, new god." Mantis was wearing emerald green armor. His voice sounded a little old, but his movements were very agile. He opened his right hand and 5 steel-like fingers grabbed her sword. Clank. With a crisp sound, the invincible weapon was stopped. This wasn't because his claws were hard, but because Thea's attack power had been reduced by more than half. The divine power attached to her sword had been sucked away. "Haha, do you see that? I can absorb any spell or energy. You're doomed." Praying Mantis yelled arrogantly. The surrounding new gods were also delighted. Sia's murderous aura had been too strong. Fool. Thea didn't know what to say about this guy. If he wanted to kill himself, he could have slit his own throat. Why did he have to absorb my divine power? Instead of retreating, she advanced. Her two swords danced as she pulled all 6 new gods into her attack range. Mantis was in the middle, taking most of her attacks. The Wasteland Wolf occasionally parried a few blows or swung his axe. The kindly grandmother was in charge of sneak attacks with a spear. Wyman Wandaba was the weakest of the 3 and could only attack with an energy gun. The Asylum was a rare spiritual force user. He had been trying to control Thea's mind. The Great Warlock was the strongest and was in charge of controlling her from a distance. The 6 new gods didn't work well together, but they all played to their strengths. In their eyes, only Darkseid could defeat them. "You're so annoying." Thea didn't restrict herself to martial arts. She combined her 2 swords and used her left hand to cast Shadow Flame at the Asylum. This guy looked a little like a Dementor and wore a tattered black cape. His mind harassment was the hardest to defend against. Her position as the god of death allowed her magic to reach a level that the ancient archmages could never imagine. The flames that should have been dark red had turned pure black, and some human figures could be seen burning in them as nutrients. Those were the souls of the soldiers that Sia had killed before. Wyman Wandaba activated his energy shield without hesitation and dodged to the side. The Great Warlock also flashed away. The Asylum's ability was very similar to the Martian Manhunter's. He also chose to use phase shift in an attempt to avoid damage. However, he underestimated the effect of the combination of souls and death. Countless souls entered the subspace, and under his horrified gaze, he was forcefully pulled out. With this slight delay, the flames of death were already in front of him. "Idiot!" Mantis quickly attacked and jumped out of the battle. Relying on his ability to absorb all kinds of spells, he fearlessly stood in front of Darkseid and tried to take the hit for him. Mantis had only absorbed a small part of the death flame when he felt that something was wrong. His body seemed to have slowed down imperceptibly by half a beat. However, he didn't care and stubbornly believed that Thea's spells had the ability to slow him down. Haha. Thea let out a tinkling laugh. This guy said that others were stupid, but he was the stupidest of them all. Death wasn't magic, telekinesis, or spiritual force. There was nothing absolute in this world. There was also a limit to how much energy one could absorb. Mantis was a powerful new god. If an ordinary person did this, they would have exploded. Chapter 906. This kind of energy-absorbing physique is not bad. Take a look at this. Thea drew a few mysterious runes with her left hand. Suddenly, a giant river gushed out from the core of the Apocalypse star that was covered in lava. The giant river flowed through her path of slaughter. Countless corpses were swept into the river, becoming nutrients for the river. At the same time, the river fed back a portion of its essence, causing countless souls to roar in anger. The Wasteland Wolf was the closest. The river rushed towards him. His axe was also a divine artifact. He waved his hand and wanted to cut the river, but he didn't expect a soul to flash out from the ripples of the river. The other party was skilled in dual-wielding daggers. One dagger blocked the axe, and the other dagger fiercely stabbed towards the left eye of the Great Plains Wolf. Guangdong. The Wasteland Wolf was not shocked because his attack was blocked. After all, he had a huge battle with Superman on Earth, which caused him to lose more than half of his divine power. Now he had less than 40% of his peak strength. Any person with a name would be able to exchange a few blows with him. He was shocked because Guangdong's soul was pulled out. With his soul here, his corpse would be useless even if he was left here for 10,000 years. He was completely dead. Guangdong was completely dead. The former #1 assassin of the universe still had his memories, but his soul was completely under Thea's control. The Wasteland Wolf automatically became his former comrade. The 2 daggers stabbed and hacked, one after another, causing the Wasteland Wolf to be battered and exhausted. If one was an exception, 3 definitely wasn't. Although the 2 Furies were fake gods trained by her kind grandmother, they were quite good at fighting. Sia didn't reject any of them. She turned them all into souls and pulled them up to continue fighting. The only regret was that Kalibak did not die. At that time she had just obtained the god of death. Her control of her own power was slightly off. That sword did not kill him completely. When Thea realized that something was wrong, she did not turn back to kill him out of consideration for her demeanor. This allowed the lion head to keep his life. "I'll return your body to you." She waved her hand and Guangdong's corpse stood up again. His head and neck were connected together again. His soul was also sent back by her with a wave of her hand. Her control of shadows had reached perfection. With a body and a realm, the source that had disappeared due to his death flew back. Guangdong became the shadow god again, but his faction changed from the Apocalypse star to the death goddess. "I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this." It's not personal, old chap. Guangdong's face was ashen without a trace of anger. As he spoke, he raised his 2 daggers and waved them at the Great Plains wolf. Thea did the same, and Lachina and Bernard from the Goddess of Vengeance were also resurrected by her. The 2 of them did not have divine positions when they were alive, so they could only be considered as false gods. After they died, their combat power decreased by a lot, but they were still much stronger than the average person. One of them held a lightning whip, and the other held a spear. Together they attacked the kind grandmother. As for ordinary soldiers, they did not have such treatment. They could only participate in the battle as souls. From the Sea of Souls and Darkside, to the River of Life in the Black Death Emperor, and now to the River of Death, she found that she liked water-type spells more and more. In contrast, everyone on the Revelation Star hated water more and more. They could only use their precious god power to exterminate them. If there were only a few of them, it would be easy to handle. If there were too many of them, it would be a headache for anyone. Come and suck it, don't hold back. Thea gestured to Mantis. Don't you like to absorb all kinds of magic and energy? I'll let you suck it. She even provided a door-to-door service. The giant river flowed around Mantis. Mantis was not a fool, and he had already realized the problem. The absorbed god power did not turn into his own power as usual. Instead, it was stored in his body and corroded part of his god power. You finally realized? Too late. Thea saw his expression and knew that this guy probably had a way to cut off his god power and get rid of the garbage in his body. Without hesitation, she cut off the connection between the god power and herself. Without the control of the real goddess of death, the god power of death went berserk. Level 80 pain might be a joke, but without control, the pain of the god power of death could not be withstood without a certain amount of mental preparation. Ah! Mantis felt a heart-wrenching pain from the depths of his soul, as if someone was stabbing his heart with a sharp knife. 1 time, 10 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Everything happened in an instant. Mantis wished that he could faint, but his nerves were strong enough to keep him from fainting. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning. Amidst the endless pain, Mantis only felt that everything was a blur, and he had completely lost his senses. Praying Mantis's body in the outside world fell into a sluggish state. The wasteland wolf slashed at Guangdong with all its might, forcing him to retreat. When it turned around to take a look, it was shocked. Why did this person suddenly roar and then stand there without moving? Was he dead? Unfortunately, he did not know much about magic. He hurriedly signaled the 2 mages, the Great Warlock and Asylum, to check on Mantis. In addition, he did not care about sacrificing himself and commanded the army to attack Sia to buy time for them. Even though he knew that the dead on his side would be controlled by Mantis, he could not care less. If there was no other way, he could only wake Darkside up. They had lost too many men in such a short time. The Great Warlock was the god of pain. He could tell that Mantis was still alive but in pain. Asylum was very good at reading minds. After a round of examination, he came to a strange conclusion. He seems to have entered a state of self-isolation. He did not understand why Mantis would seal his consciousness. However, he was not a good person either. Without hesitation, he threw away the tattered robe and turned into pure spiritual energy, entering Mantis's body. He had been eyeing this powerful body for a long time. Mantis's strength, speed, and endurance were among the best among the new gods. He also had a physique that could absorb magic and energy. If he added his spiritual energy, it would be a perfect combination. He had not found the opportunity before, but today he could take it. Taking advantage of the weakness of one's companion, he would rush forward and take a bite out of it. This was the revolutionary friendship of the Apocalypse Star. Unfortunately, he was too calculative. As soon as he entered Mantis's body, he discovered a problem before he could even experience the power within. Black flames were burning in his body, and the pain that reached his soul made him grimace in pain. He hurriedly ran out of Mantis's body at 3 times the speed he used to enter Mantis's body. He put on the black robe and vest again. Even though he reacted quickly, 1/5 of his spiritual energy, which was the foundation of his life, was burned away. Thea did not attack them as the wasteland wolf was privately chatting with her. If you don't retreat, I will wake His Majesty up. No matter what scheme you have, you will not be able to resist that invincible power. In the eyes of outsiders, the wasteland wolf was unstoppable. He swung his axe up and down, but in reality the wasteland wolf was so cowardly that even he despised himself. Chapter 907. Thea talked to him for a long time before she realized that she had come at the right time. Darkside had been at home the whole time and wasn't sick. Instead, he had closed the door and gone to sleep. His subordinates didn't dare to disturb him. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she realized that this was the result. The Great Plains wolf looked like he would take her down with him if she forced his hand. This made Thea think twice. She had caught up to Darkseid with her powerful position as the god of death. Both of them were considered to be on the same level. However, if they were to fight, Darkseid would most likely have the upper hand. After all, she was still wary of the Omega effect. Thea's current level was roughly the same as Zeus's father's, just a little bit weaker than the blue fatty. She was already weak, and with the addition of these new gods, it would be even more troublesome. She still lacked the courage to throw caution to the wind. She sighed and glanced at the Great Plains wolf and the other gods. I'll let you go this time. If Darkseid asks, tell him that the goddess of death is passing by today. If he wants compensation, he can come to the underworld anytime. With that, Thea swept up the countless souls in the river of death. A black door was erected, and a dark green passage led to another area. Guangdong and the two goddesses of vengeance took one last look at the planet that they had lived on for countless years. They shook their heads and walked in. Thea waved at the Great Plains wolf and stepped out of the Apocalypse planet. The gods on the Apocalypse planet looked at each other. It took them a long time to recover. The goddess of death? Wasn't she the goddess of wealth on the father's side? The Great Plains wolf was Wuxia Khan's younger brother and Darkseid's uncle. He had lived for a long time. He knew what the goddess of death meant. Wuxia Khan had several goddess of death, which was why Darkseid had wet his pants when he saw his father. Thinking about how he had lived for so long, it seemed like he had wasted his life. The Great Plains wolf sighed and ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. The battlefield was relatively clean. The young mistress had taken away all the bodies and souls. Nothing was left behind. However, this didn't mean that everything would be wiped clean. It was better not to mention it and pretend that nothing had happened. Because the number of people did not match up. Guangdong was gone, two of the Furies were gone, Kalibok was severely injured, and Mantis was also severely injured. Lunatic had put on his black robes again and was sitting on the ground with an unstable aura. As long as Darkseid was not blind, he would be able to tell that something was wrong. What to do? A question surfaced in his mind. As the Revelation Star's twin walls, he could only seek common ground while reserving differences with the Great Warlock. We defeated a strong enemy. Yes, although the sacrifice was not small. But after our life and death battle, we still won. That's right, that's it. They quickly exchanged opinions in the telepathic channel and applauded their own quick-wittedness. Regardless of how we won, whether we won with swords, or if we won with words, or if we used a tiger's skin to trick the enemy, at least we didn't lose. They were the ones with the greatest authority on the Heaven Enlightenment planet, and there weren't many of them left. Those who had defected, and those who were heavily injured. Whatever the two of them said was the truth. They arranged for their subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Several heavily injured gods still needed treatment. To prevent more deaths during the treatment, the Great Plains wolf ordered his subordinates to temporarily abandon the Revelation Star style and focus on saving the wounded. Thanks to the Great Plains wolf's efforts, Darkseid, who finally woke up 3 days later, didn't immediately notice anything unusual. He walked out with his hands behind his back and felt that the road was very clean. The muddy streets seemed to have been washed clean. However, his realm was indeed very high. Even though Thea had swept away the river of death and the Great Plains wolf had cleaned up the area twice, the strange smell in the air still made Darkseid uncomfortable. It wasn't the restlessness of the Revelation Star, nor was it the evil energy. Instead, it felt a little calm. Darkseid's first reaction was that the Heavenly Father had sent a spy over to spread the Heavenly Father's theory that justice would always prevail and evil would never prevail over good. Guangdong, go investigate that residential area and see which old friend has come over. Darkseid elegantly pointed at a low building and gave his orders. He didn't know that this was where Thea had stayed the longest. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the number one assassin who should have jumped out of the shadows didn't appear at all. No matter where he was, he should have been able to hear Darkseid calling his name. High-speed teleportation in the dark plane had always been Guangdong's specialty. Guangdong had been waiting for Darkseid's call like a loyal dog for so many years. Where was he now? Darkseid, who had always been hot-tempered, was very unhappy. He roared at Guangdong again. However, the loyal dog didn't appear. Instead, the Great Plains wolf hurried over. Before the Great Plains wolf could finish his report, Darkseid exploded with anger. I haven't even done anything to her, and she actually dared to come to the Revelation Star alone. I'm so angry. Where did she go? Hell. Reorganize the army. I want to wipe out Hell. Darkseid was furious. It took Thea quite a bit of effort to enter hell. Hades, Osiris, and the other old gods who lived in hell couldn't openly object because of the rules. However, they still gathered a large number of necromancers, Dracolic and evil gods to block her way. Thea fought her way in and out of hell with her 2 swords. Only then did she officially enter hell and occupy her own shrine of death. The shrine was built entirely out of nether stone, which was extremely rare in hell. The arrowhead of the hidden arrow that killed Achilles was made out of nether stone. Now these stones were piled up to create a huge building that covered an area of more than 500 square kilometers. 12 giant pillars supported the ceiling of the shrine. The pillars were painted with images of human sovereigns and extraterrestrial emperors. According to the shrine, no matter how great their achievements were in life, they were all defeated by death in the end. The dome was painted with the various death gods who were still in hell, as well as the distribution of their forces. Before Thea could take a closer look, she heard a loud boom. In the second she stepped into the temple, the entire multiverse shuddered slightly. The world's rules were replenished. Even the spirits of existence were conveying an emotion similar to joy. The souls of the deceased before this could enter the divine territories of the old gods according to their beliefs. However, they were in the minority. Most of those without beliefs returned to nothingness and were assimilated by the world's will. A small number of them wandered into hell. Now that hell was officially online, the countless souls finally had a place to transfer and avoid being assimilated by the world's will. When Thea turned around and saw her first visitor, she was stunned. Red tights, pale face, and dark circles under his eyes. Why was this guy here? I'm dead again? Boss, it's you. This is great. Chapter 908. The dead man Boston Brand looked around for a long time. He was intimidated by the majesty of the Death Temple. He was nervous. However, when he saw Thea's dark expression behind him, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. What are you laughing at? Why are you dead again? Do you think this is an online game where the first person to log in gets a reward? Do you dare to live for a few more days? Thea scolded him. The dead man told her his story, but there was nothing much to tell. He circled the White Pigeon, Dorn Granger, every day. Then he was shot to death as a hero. Coincidentally, when he breathed his last on Earth, he entered the temple less than 1/10 of a second after Thea. According to the rules of the universe, when the underworld came online, the dead man was pulled into the underworld and brought before the young lady. Do you need me to revive you? I'm now the goddess of death. I can revive a few people every month, Thea probed. The dead man shook his head calmly. There's no need to revive me. As a living person, I can't protect Dorn. Only the dead can. This guy was destined to be like this. Thea sighed. As the first person to die in the underworld, you can travel between the 2 worlds as you wish. Go play with your white pigeon. She was not abusing her power for personal gain. After receiving the information from the underworld, there was indeed such a rule. The young lady hurriedly sent the dead man away. She was like an online game where souls were coming out. She had no time to waste. Guangdong, Lachina, and Bernard, as the elites of the Apocalypse Star, followed her orders and started guiding the souls. The soldiers from the Apocalypse Star also had bodies. These bodies were only effective in the underworld. They would turn to dust the moment they left. The miscellaneous soldiers were assigned to the 3 new gods, and the originally chaotic market slowly regained some order under the efforts of the 3. Your Majesty, we're understaffed. As Darkseid's loyal dog, he had no problem changing sides. However, Guangdong was too busy. He complained to her whenever he could. Thea could only activate the great summoning art and ask for help. The siren led hundreds of her tribesmen and set up camp in the underworld. Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Charon, and the demigod Minos were also summoned. Knowing that she had become the lord of the underworld, the 2 cold-hearted Prince Charming did not discuss much. They immediately swore allegiance to her and left the Greek pantheon. In addition, the demon lord Macanthus, who had recently been a little disobedient to her orders, knew that she had forcefully entered the underworld. He once again prostrated himself at her feet, swore an oath that he would never betray her, and personally came to the underworld to greet her. Even so, the management level was still insufficient. If not for the fact that there were many restrictions on the entry of living beings into hell, Thea would have wanted to rope in the top executives of her company. Thankfully, apart from the dead Boston Brand, she also saw a fellow Earthling. Two-faced Harvey Dante. He was killed in the gang war. Thea directly assigned him to work under Minos so that he could continue to interrogate criminals as a prosecutor. His expertise in psychology and his judgment speed was fast. Harvey Dante soon proved that he did not live up to his reputation as one of Gotham's elite. Relying on this group of new and old gods, demons and villains, Thea could finally take a breather and observe her own territory. The underworld was like an infinitely vast area. Her temple of the goddess of death was located in the center. Together with the surrounding barracks, workshops and residences, these all belonged to her. It was roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the current area of the underworld. 2/3 of the outer area was densely distributed with territories. It had to be said that the people of Earth were blessed. The old gods that belonged to the people of Earth accounted for half of the territory. However, because they were not the only ones, some territories had a plural form. There was more than one underworld like Hades. However, the Hades that Thea knew was the most powerful. They could attack and swallow each other. Just like the Hades that Thea knew, he was the emperor of the underworld of Earth 1, Earth 12, Earth 19 and Earth 27. The Hades of Earth 2 was like an old man, while the Hades of Earth 3 was like a giant monster. However, some of the Earths did not develop Greek civilization, and some were even nuked. Her Temple of Death occupied 1/3 of the territory that belonged to the Earth civilization occupied 1/3, and the remaining alien civilization occupied 1/3. After studying the rules of the underworld for a long time, she sighed. As the boss, she was more like a nominal leader. She had no authority over those territories. The entire underworld was like a plate of loose sand. She had incorporated the brothers of the god of death and the god of sleep. However, their territory originally belonged to the underworld of Greek mythology. Now that it was occupied by Hades, Thea could not take it. Due to the restrictions of the rules, she was like the chief of a large tribe in a primitive society. She had no authority over these nominal subordinates. These rules were set during the creation of the world. Unless she was stronger than God, she had to follow the rules. What a joke. If I can be stronger than him, why would I want the underworld? She stood at the entrance of the temple with her hands behind her back and looked at a group of people busying themselves. No matter what, she was now a big boss of the multiverse. She sent Guangdong, who was quick to act, to the various death territories. Your chief is short of manpower. Send people to help. The various death gods were all unwilling. The weaker ones had no choice but to come. The average ones tried their best to shirk the responsibility. Even the stronger ones did not allow Guangdong to enter. Thea had been educated by the best politicians on Earth. After studying for a day, she finally found a loophole in the existing rules. She called Guangdong over and whispered a few words to him. Then she sent the first assassin to carry out her orders. As expected, 3 days later, the Egyptian gods, whose overall strength was second only to Hades, suffered a calamity. The god of death, Anubis, cried like a dog and ran to her temple to ask for help. Your Majesty, Darkseid is too ruthless. My father has fallen. Anubis wailed. Part of it was acting, but part of it was real. Thea, who had won an Oscar for her acting skills, quickly asked for more details. She buried Guangdong, who was a top-notch concealer from the Longsword faction, in Egypt. The furious Darkseid led his army to the gates of the Egyptian death territory. Seeing that it was full of undead, he attacked without hesitation. Even though the Egyptian death gods resisted with all their might, they were still defeated by the Apocalypse demon army. This time, Darkseid fought in his true form. He directly faced Osiris, who was famous among the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, and gave him a good beating. Then he used his Omega Ray to destroy the god's corpse. Uncle Da finally vented his anger. He thought about how it was not safe for him to fight in his true form. Furthermore, he had brought his army with him. There were only a few remaining soldiers at home. Fearing that the Heavenly Father would ambush him, Uncle Da searched the underworld of Egypt. Only then did he return to the Apocalypse planet. Chapter 909. Seeing that Osiris had been killed, the current god of death, Anubis, who was in the midst of a battle with the Great Plains Wolf, did not linger in the battle. Horus's elder brother did not stop for a moment and immediately rushed to Thea's side to ask for help. Thea laid out the facts and reasoned with him. You see, Darkseid is powerful, right? Darkseid is not to be trifled with either, right? I'm new here and I'm facing a lot of difficulties. Besides, I can't defeat him. When Anubis asked her what she could do, Thea finally revealed her purpose. Unite. Only by uniting can we resist Darkseid and his evil army. For the next 10 days, Anubis acted as the frontline while Guangdong acted as the spy. They spread the news that Darkseid was a threat. Some believed it and said that they would unite around the goddess of death to resist the atrocities. Some did not believe it, but when they saw Anubis's miserable state, they had no choice but to believe it. Darkseid, the evil lord, would not let the living go. He would not even let the dead go. This was outrageous. The soldiers of the former Apocalypse Star and the two fake gods, the goddess of vengeance, went to the streets and alleys to spread the news of Darkseid's atrocities. Their stories were full of blood and tears, and everyone was in danger. At the critical moment, Thea stood up bravely and said, "No," to Darkseid in a low voice. On the 20th day of her arrival in Hell, the alliance against Darkseid was officially established. In order to thank their boss for stepping forward bravely, a bunch of members who had money and strength put in effort. A lot of resources were thrown in, and the Death Goddess Shrine finally had a new look. Guangdong continued to work as an intelligence officer, while the two goddesses of vengeance, Lucina and Bernard, became Thea's bodyguards. The god of sleep and the siren were in charge of the daily work of the temple. Minos was promoted to be in charge of all the soul trials, and Two-Face was his assistant. This was a huge workload, and Thea was dizzy from the workload. Not all souls could be reincarnated. According to her division, those who were virtuous would be reincarnated first, and those who contributed to the race would be reincarnated first. Even if they were only reincarnated with 1% of their previous abilities, they would still have a higher starting point than the new souls created after being assimilated by the will of the world. This was the purpose of Hell. It was to establish a virtuous cycle that would make the multiverse better and better. The old man Karen was still doing his old business, collecting dirty money. There was no need for him to row the boat here. He was only responsible for selling the resurrection slots. Just as Thea and Boston Brand had said, the Lord of the Underworld had the resurrection quota. This quota was different from the resurrection of the White Lantern. Those who were resurrected would forget their experiences in Hell. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to anyone. She would just give it to Sharon and sell it. After all, she was still the goddess of wealth, so she couldn't be biased. Thea had even thought about it. If Quarren caused too much public resentment, she would decide based on the situation. She would either confiscate his assets or chop his head off. Collecting dirty money was one thing, but normal transactions also needed to be handled. As the leader of Hell, she couldn't tolerate the fact that she wasn't the wealthiest person here. Coupled with the fact that Hell was filled with a deathly aura, and the fact that all of the death gods were holed up in their own homes meant that there was a lack of cohesion. Thus, she immediately brandished her banner and began to conduct business on a large scale. The specialty of Hell and the specialty of the material world were transported to Hell, and the specialty of Hell also flowed into the two areas mentioned above. Several human businessmen and economists who had just died, under the leadership of the demon lord Macanthus, carried out economic promotion, development, and trade activities with Hell's characteristics. In order to attract a large number of necromancers to her side, she also established Hell's magic network. In just 10 days, thousands of necromancers, more than 50 great liches, and more than a dozen dragon liches came to join her. The growth rate was very fast, and Hell's military force could be considered to have taken shape. After sorting out a bunch of miscellaneous matters, Thea sat down steadily. Only then did she realize that she had been away from home for more than 3 months. The affairs were handed over to several subordinates, and the young lady directly set off for home. The Heavenly Father didn't restrict her authority to use the mother box, which meant that both sides were re-evaluating their relationship. However, it wasn't good for kings to meet and discuss directly. Some probing work was still needed. Thea didn't care about those trivial matters. When she returned to Earth, she first went to find Diana. Apartment no. Office no. Where did she go? The young lady murmured for a while. In her impression, Diana was like a model worker, working and resting. She lived a life of 2 points and 1 line every day. It was very regular. What happened today? The gods had reached her current level, and many fates had opened a gap to her. She could sense many closely connected people. This was not magic, but a kind of cognition of the trajectory of the world. After carefully sensing Diana's position, Thea's eyes flashed a trace of surprise and understanding. She didn't disturb anyone and flew directly to the east. Belgium, a nameless small village. Poisonous gas polluted the groundwater here. Even today there were still no traces of living people here, but this was the place where their love began. Walking into the village, many traces of that day were still vivid in her eyes. Her gaze automatically looked not far away. On a not too high mound, Diana was hugging her knees and staring blankly into the distance. Her strength was already higher than Diana's, and the other was a little distracted, so she didn't notice. Thea slightly released a trace of divine power and coughed. Ah. Diana woke up abruptly and then quickly turned around. When she saw her smiling face, her vigilance turned into ecstasy and enthusiasm. You're back. The Valkyrie suddenly jumped over and directly pushed her down. She was indeed pushed down. It was only because their physical attributes were high. If ordinary people were to play like this, they wouldn't be able to escape from high paraplegia. The two of them were very close, and their noses were filled with each other's breaths. Diana carefully looked at her eyes, wanting to confirm her current state. Thea hurriedly put on a pitiful look which made Diana laugh. "Are you serious?" Who cared whether it was fake or not? Thea took advantage of the time when she was talking and kissed her. Yes, the familiar action, the familiar taste, the lover was still the same and hadn't changed. Diana's heart was filled with joy and she responded passionately. After a few rounds of fighting they stopped. After all, this was not their home. They began to talk about various things that happened after they parted. Thea didn't have much to say. Whether it was the gladiator arena or the bloody battle on planet Revelation, it didn't quite fit Diana's values. She wisely chose to skip over it and focused on listening to the story. Superman is in big trouble, listen to me. Batman is in big trouble, listen to me. Green Arrow is in big trouble, listen to me. Diana had a lot of things to say, so she opened her mouth and blabbered on, which made Thea speechless. Chapter 9-10. Superman had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with the Shogi Association for the past 3 months. The Secret Service had been using the advanced weapons in Fortress Dugu as an excuse. Superman had also been searching for evidence to prove that the Shogi Association was a threat to the world and Earth. Batman was also in big trouble. The Joker had kidnapped the old butler, Afu. Did the Joker know their true identity? Were there any signs of the Bat family being exposed? Nightwing and the others asked Batman, but he insisted, "Don't panic, it's not a big problem." In the end, the problem was not only not a big problem, it was a huge problem. In the end, the Joker fell into a mountain stream. No one knew if he was dead or alive, but a strong sense of distrust began to grow among the Bat family. Perhaps the Green Arrow Oliver drank too much or had his head squashed by a door, but in the second month after Shadow gave birth, he confessed that he had an illegitimate child. The Green Arrow was so angry that she took the child back to her parents' home. After that, the Flash was framed by the Thinker Devo and imprisoned. The Green Arrow Kyle Rayner lived with Solanik. He did not expect her to be Sinisto's daughter. He was chased all over the world and was now hiding thousands of light years away from Earth. The Sea King was in a love-hate relationship with his brother. Diana missed Thea and was also in low spirits. In short, the Righteous Alliance's companions had been very aggrieved for the past 3 months. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they disappeared in front of the public at the same time. The only good news was that Hal Jordan had returned to the Green Arrow and returned to the superhero team. Is that so? It seems quite troublesome. Thea did not express any opinion and muttered softly. Diana looked at her from head to toe twice. Goddess of Death? Between you and the Heavenly Father, who is stronger? This was a very good question. Milady quickly sat up straight and answered with the bearing of a master, "I'm about the same as him." Seeing that Diana's eyes were full of doubts, Thea pursed her lips. "You don't believe me?" "I believe you. All right, I believe you more or less." Diana thought for a while. "You've reached the end? Is there still a path ahead?" At the mention of this, Thea withered. She knew that the Limitless clan was right in front of her, but how to get there was an extremely troublesome matter. No matter how much willpower burned, she wouldn't be able to gain much insight. Moreover, there really wasn't much of a calamity greater than the Night of Darkness. The early stage of the new deity stage was very fast, but at her current level, it was too difficult to take another step forward. At most, he would reach the level of Yojakan, but so what? He was strong, but Thea felt that he had gone astray. She would accumulate deity slots to her limit, then search for top-grade deity slots and give up on the lower-grade ones. In her opinion, this was a bit like farming for equipment. She only valued power and ignored her own needs, which was not a good idea. Looking at Yojakan's actions, he seemed a little crazy. Thea suspected that he had accumulated too many top-level deity positions, and his mind had become muddled. Become a powerful fool? She would rather not have it. Looking at her expression, Diana also knew the answer. It was only because Thea had been in front of her that she had been able to develop so smoothly. When she thought that there was no path ahead, it was a bit of a blow to the Valkyrie. Saying that there was no path ahead was more or less to increase Diana's pressure. Thea could observe death from life. If she obtained the equation of life, it would definitely allow her to have a new breakthrough in the death rankings. However, Diana might not be able to take this path. The remaining Judas oath regarding sin, the silver coin of redemption, and even the shadow of Earth 2 might not be suitable for Diana. There was definitely a use for reference, but it was too difficult to make it suitable for herself. The deity slots that were most suitable for Diana were in the hands of the Heavenly Father, such as justice, fairness, and so on. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Father had been quite good to them. He had directly killed their leader. Even Thea felt that this matter had crossed the line. She could only make a backup plan and she could not tell Diana. Thinking of the Heavenly Father, Thea pondered for a moment. I can't go back to the new star of creation, but I have poured a lot of effort into the Magic Legion. If you propose to take over, I don't think the Heavenly Father will refuse. Diana frowned slightly. Me? I'll take care of the Magic Legion? But I'm not good at magic. Instead of using magic, it's better to use swords and knives, the Valkyrie whispered. She felt that her lover was making arrangements, and she was afraid that she would not be able to do it well. Not betraying the Heavenly Father was Diana's bottom line. However, 99% of her life had been spent in the Greek gods. The Heavenly Father was afraid of the close relationship between the two of them, so he had always left Diana alone. In general, her loyalty to the new star of creation was not high. She was more restrained by her personal moral standards. Thea patted her shoulder casually. You can't lead the Magic Legion if you don't know magic? Who made that rule? Does a leader need to know everything? You're overthinking. I have a 70% chance that the Heavenly Father will agree. Diana was skeptical, but seeing how calm Thea was, she decided to believe her. In less than half an hour, she had made a round trip through the sonic channel. You look like you've succeeded? Thea looked calm. You've discussed it with each other? How could that be? It's just to make the multiverse more stable. In a confrontation between two extremes, the multiverse could be destroyed if one was not careful. The tripartite balance could be maintained as long as both sides were wary of each other. If Thea was independent from Darkseid, given Darkseid's violent temper, he would definitely gather his forces to destroy her first. However, the Heavenly Father would not. He was righteous and far-sighted. He was more concerned about the safety of the universe. Allying with Thea to fight against Darkseid would be beneficial to him. However, as the goddess of death, she could not be too biased. This was why she wanted Diana to take over the Magic Legion. It would be convenient for her to serve as a bridge between the two sides in the future. I don't understand your schemes. Diana scratched her face and thought for a while. She seemed to understand a little, but there was more that she did not understand. So cute. It was rare to see such an expression on her face. Thea felt as if she had found a treasure. She took out her phone and snapped a photo with a speed comparable to the flash. Dark history. Dark history. Then she uploaded the photo to the server at lightning speed. Diana knew magic well, but when it came to modern science and electronic devices, she was a weakling. You? Diana was not slow. She snatched the phone and opened the photo. She looked at it. In the photo she looked dazed and confused. Thea Quinn. I'll never forgive you. They ran back and forth in the small village like ordinary people. Naturally, there was another round of interaction. Sia, whose strength had greatly increased, finally gained the upper hand. Even though Diana organized several counterattacks and tried to regain the initiative, she was always defeated by the powerful attacks. However, the young lady had underestimated Diana's persistence. Chapter 9-11. In the dead of night, in the camping tent, Sia was awakened by the sound of ka-ka. She saw Diana taking a series of photos of herself with her mobile phone. After taking more than 10 photos in a row, she raised her head and put it away proudly. Taking pictures in the middle of the night? You're taking pictures. Thea murmured sleepily. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. With her current appearance, people would believe that she was a scavenger goddess, let alone the goddess of death. She was still beautiful, but she wasn't wearing any clothes. Delete it. Your phone is not secure. If it's cracked by hackers, you'll be in trouble. Hearing her serious words, Diana's eyes moved as if she was thinking about whether what she said was true or not. There are so many hackers on Earth, such as Batman, Luther, and so on. She began to pour dirty water on Thea. Diana was an honest person. Oh, then I'll give it to you. You can delete it. But when she saw the flash of joy in Thea's eyes, she knew that she was fooled. The two goddesses fought with each other again. In the end, the goddess of death gained the upper hand. Giving Diana a taste of her own medicine, he took more than 10 photos of Diana, who didn't sleep and got up in the middle of the night to secretly take photos. He called them artistic photos, and uploaded them to his secret server. I must become stronger. 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 Diana murmured. Thea hugged the Valkyrie tightly like an octopus and then sealed the Valkyrie's dissatisfied voice with her lips. The next day, early in the morning, Diana began to practice martial arts alone when she went back to sleep. When Milady came out with a beautiful yawn, she had been practicing for a while. Thea pouted. It was useless to practice martial arts. Just look at how Guangdong learned hundreds of millions of martial arts. 10 years ago, when she was learning martial arts from old Ma, she tried her best to learn for a while. After that, she went with the flow and never practiced seriously. Come and fight with me. Diana threw her a long sword. The eldest mistook the sword without embarrassment. The funny thing was that she was still holding a toothbrush in her right hand. The two of them began to do their morning exercises. After 5 minutes, Diana was speechless. At the same time, Thea would not be able to defeat her if she suppressed herself to the level of an ordinary person. However, if she did not suppress herself, Diana would barely be able to take a single hit from her. Her speed and strength were simply too overwhelming. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? I'm really not used to it. Valkyrie wiped her hands with a towel and complained helplessly. Teach me magic. They had breakfast together. Thea took out the specialty juice of Sector 313, and the two of them drank it slowly. Suddenly Diana said this. Thea spat out a mouthful of juice onto the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. Can't I? Okay. Thea nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Teaching Diana magic was better than accompanying her in martial arts. However, the teaching process was simply terrible. Diana could cast some spells herself, but they were all controlled by divine power. The specific casting process consumed a lot of energy and was also very complicated. There are too many problems with your lightning spell. The magic is not evenly mixed, the initial magic is too much, and the spell model is too slow. What? You've never heard of spell models? Thea was very serious in teaching, but she did not expect that Diana did not even know the basics. Diana could cast a lot of spells, and she had enough insight to fool a great mage like Circe. However, the reality was that Diana didn't even know the basic steps of casting spells. Magic did not need to be rigidly adhered to. Thea could now cast and improve any spell as she wished, but the premise was that she had a solid foundation. It was definitely amazing to have no tricks, but one had to learn the tricks first. Everything had a step-by-step process. Our god of valor skipped this step and was influenced by her, so her insight in magic crushed most mages. However, when it was her turn to cast spells, problems occurred frequently. The key was that she did not have a foundation. Sia knew that Diana didn't want others to say that she led the Magic Legion because of her. She had put in a lot of effort and Diana didn't hold her back. She told Diana everything she knew. Magic was not as powerful as divine power, but there were dozens of times more mages than gods. Their research on magic had reached a high point. Diana's main battle direction was still close combat, seeking victory between sword and shield. This was the style of a Valkyrie. However, it did not prevent her from learning magic. She could use other people's help to improve her skills. Perhaps she could learn from other people's help. Diana's high intelligence, high perception, and high perspective allowed her to improve rapidly in the past 3 days. The Valkyrie was addicted to the idea that she used to have, and in order to repay Thea for teaching her, she allowed Thea to bully her for 2 nights. It's too complicated, it's better to use the sword. This was what Diana said to Principal Thea at the graduation ceremony. In response to her behavior of scolding the cook after eating, Sia could only slap her perky and plump buttocks twice as revenge. Ever since she was young, she had always dreamed of leading thousands of troops to conquer the world. After dinner, Diana did not waste any more time and opened a passage to the new planet to officially take over the position of commander of the Magic Legion. Although the speed of casting forbidden spells could not be compared to Thea, it was more than enough to fool ordinary people. Thea did not stay for long and turned back to the underworld. The Heavenly Father had shown his kindness, so she had to return the favor. Thea had used the soul deity position on the new planet to create a fake underworld. Now that she looked at it again, it was extremely crude and the soul was constantly weakened. Even after reincarnation, there were not many who could be better than in the previous life. Now that the official version was released, the pirated version could be put to rest. The dead from before could come to her side to queue up. The dense death aura in the underworld was very beneficial to the dead. With a strong soul, when they reincarnated, their attributes would be better than ordinary people. As for the dead after she took over, according to the rules of the underworld, it should be fair. However, she still opened a back door. The dead from the new planet and the apocalypse planet would be reincarnated at a ratio of 5 to 4. 5. One side had half of the reincarnation while the other side had half less. As time passed, the difference would be very obvious. This was neither righteous nor fair. She did not let Diana participate, but sent Guangdong to negotiate with Mitran. The god of knowledge, Mitran, who sat on a big chair every day and put on airs, was similar to her. They both belonged to the neutral camp, but he had no territory and no power, so he could not be as free and easy as Thea. Of course, he knew Guangdong, who was sneaking around every day. They quickly finalized the details on behalf of their respective bosses. On one hand, the Heavenly Father did not want his people to suffer. On the other hand, his new planet was crying and howling every day, which was really an eyesore. When he heard that the dead would be treated well in the underworld, he let them go without hesitation. Chapter 9:12. The total number of soul walkers in the new creation star had reached 300,000. After negotiations between Guangdong and Mitran, more than 100,000 of them were taken away. They were loyal to the Heavenly Father and loved their land and people. There was no doubt about that. But they were still dead. The living and the dead fighting side by side sounded beautiful and vivid. Perhaps one could even imagine some inspiring stories, but in reality, it was very difficult. The breath of the living seemed to be burning the dead. The darkness of the dead also affected the living in all aspects. It was a sure sign of mutual harm. Rejection, disrespect, indifference. It was only a matter of time before it developed into humiliation. There was not much use in keeping them, so the Heavenly Father decided to let all those who wanted to go to the underworld go. What a good old man. Thea had obtained an army of more than 100,000 souls. After listening to Guangdong's report, she could not help but sigh. She could not bear to hurt such a charismatic leader for Diana. After arranging all the matters, she returned to Earth and prepared to visit her mother. She did not expect to see Damien's email as soon as she returned to Earth. She read it briefly. The other party only asked her to call back. Why was the naughty child looking for her? She called back. Damien did not treat her as an outsider at all. Perhaps mother gave me life, but he taught me how to live. Listening to Damien's emotional words, Thea also thought of Malcolm. Her father was not as great as Batman, but he was worthy of being a father. You're worried about his safety, so you want to make an armor as a birthday present for your father? I understand. Leave the rest to me. It'll definitely be strong and safe. Thea put down the phone and thought to herself. Damien was filial. That was not a problem. But what was the point of her getting involved? She might as well call the few elders of the Righteous Alliance over. Superman who never left the house, the Flash who was addicted to sitting in prison, the Sea King who loved and hated his brother, and Hal Jordan who had returned to the team. Including her and Diana, the 6 elders except for Batman were gathered. Thea told them about Damien's request. Although the heroes were full of complaints, they were very appreciative of such behavior. They all expressed their willingness to participate. Even though Batman is a little self-righteous. The Sea King interrupted Superman before he could finish his sentence. Narrow-minded. He's only so narrow-minded. The Sea King gestured with 2 fingers that were 1 centimeter long. And he's domineering. He often orders us around in a commanding tone. Never admitting your mistakes. The heroes shared their opinions one after another. What made Sia facepalm was that even Diana was grumbling and dissatisfied. Even such a virtuous Valkyrie was bad-mouthing Batman behind his back. It was clear how much of a failure this guy was. But please heroes, we are here to research how to make a birthday present, not to start a war. Who is he trying to deal with by secretly creating a high-speed scope? Do you think I don't know? After being locked up for 2 weeks, the Flash's temper had obviously risen. That's right. He's also secretly studying the genes of the Atlanteans. He's most likely trying to create a potion that can kill all the Atlanteans at once. He's probably hiding a yellow light ring. Yeah, he's collecting kryptonite and secretly creating an anti-Superman armor. Yeah. He's also creating an anti-Thea armor. She tried to stop them, but as they talked, the atmosphere became more and more heated. Even Thea was dragged into it. The heroes were very happy with their discussion. Everyone found a common topic, and their previous troubles seemed to have been forgotten. The atmosphere was extremely heated. They could almost see the image of Batman being pressed to the ground and calling for his father. Superman was smiling especially enchantingly. Even Thea was wondering if she should drag Batman over and beat him up. Then they finally remembered their main mission. We seem to be discussing how to make a birthday present. How did we get sidetracked? The heroes reflected. It's not that we're being shady, but we've been under too much pressure recently. Ahem. Thea coughed twice and tapped on the screen. A set of black armor appeared. This is the outer appearance designed by Damien. It's called the Hellbat armor. Let's divide the work. Superman and Neptune were in charge of the outer shell. One of them was forging on a star, while the other was quenching and condensing in the deep sea. The strength of the armor would reach an unprecedented level. Diana added Olympus enchantment to the armor, which made it immune to most spells. The Flash provided the power of speed, which pushed the speed of the armor to the limit. Green Lantern Hal added courage to the cape. Even in the darkest world, he could find a ray of light. Thea finished the last part of the work. The metabolic control in the original timeline seemed unreliable. This was Darkseid. Could an armor powered by metabolism fight against him? That was obviously nonsense. Without a strong power source, it was impossible to drive the armor, let alone fight against Darkseid for more than 10 rounds. That would require a lot of energy. For that, she used the divine power of death. Just as she said before, Batman was no longer an ordinary person from the moment he connected to the dark multiverse. The divine power of death could kill an ordinary person instantly, but with the support of a universe he could control it for a long time. She didn't tell anyone about these reasons. Her excuse was still the metabolic drive. Even if Batman studied it carefully, he could only conclude that it would consume the user's lifespan. This was in line with the basic principle that there was a price to pay for using extraordinary power. They worked hard for a week and finally handed the armor to Damian. Damian provided the original form and prepared to be in charge of the final paint job. Thea reminded him in the end, "Damian, this armor is very dangerous. Neither you nor your father should use it." Damian agreed. One day, half a month later, he awkwardly and casually packed the armor into a huge box, as if it was a gift he had bought from a roadside stall. He pushed it to Batman. "Hey, your birthday present." Batman wasn't good at handling father-son relationships either. He didn't know how to respond. He replied blankly. Looking at Damian waving his hand and leaving the Batcave like a little adult, a gentle smile appeared on Batman's face, which had been calm for thousands of years. He only opened the gift after his son left the Batcave. He took a few glances at it and knew that it didn't just represent his son. It was also a token of appreciation from his old friends. Using life force as the driving force. There was a note on the armor. It was written by Damian, but it was obvious that it was written by Thea. Chapter 9:13. As far as Batman knew, only the young lady could make such strange things. She was the most versatile. She was the only one who could integrate all kinds of messy energy from the magic lamp ring. Batman, who wanted everything to be under control, quickly checked the armor. After confirming that there were no oversights, he began the first test. Pain, a pain that seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. Even though his willpower was inhumanly strong and he had done a lot of mental preparation, the pain was still unbearable. In a place he couldn't see, a deep energy from a distant void replenished his body and helped him share the pain. Batman thought that he was gradually getting used to the pain and didn't notice this abnormality. After taking 2 deep breaths, he finally experienced the power of this armor. The dozens of testing devices in the Batcave were all maxed out. This wasn't a coincidence, but because the armor's value had exceeded the testing limit. Its strength could shatter mountains, its speed was so fast that it seemed like it could run to the moon, and its remaining endurance and reaction speed had reached a terrifying level. What an intoxicating power. The piercing pain made Batman complete the test quickly. Looking at this dangerous and deadly armor, the power that seemed to control everything and destroy everything was very fascinating, but he suppressed it with his willpower. Damian didn't know his father's worries about happiness. He left the Batcave and found his good friend, little Jonathan Kent. "I don't think he likes it very much." When his friend asked about his birthday present, Damian said with uncertainty, "How can that be? I gave my dad a fountain pen last year. He was so happy that he jumped. No, he flew." Little Jonathan looked like he was very experienced. Then he suddenly realized something. "What did you give him?" Damian's eyes widened and his face fell. "A fountain pen? That thing can be a present? The materials of my present alone are worth $1 billion, not to mention the cost. It's the kind that money can't buy. Your dad was so happy that he jumped up. Actually, my dad almost jumped up too, but he was in pain." The 2 half-grown children studied it for a long time, scratching their heads in confusion. They could only say that they didn't understand the world of adults. Just as they were about to return to their respective homes, they saw a large truck speeding past in front of them and quickly disappearing from their sight. "Chase after them." Damian pulled little Jonathan and ran forward. "Is Robin also responsible for traffic accidents?" "Idiot, there's a magic reaction in that car." Damian transformed into a cloud of black smoke and quickly chased after him. Little Jonathan's ability was intermittent, but after being stimulated by the Blood Brothers in the Sahara Desert, He seemed to have stabilized a lot and could maintain a relatively elegant flying posture. As the second generation of famous bears, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard, so they were very methodical in their work. They would not lose track of a suspect, nor would they be discovered because they were too close. The truck quickly left the city and drove into the country roads, creating a lot of obstacles for them to follow. When they caught up with it quietly, the truck had been parked in front of an auto repair shop for a long time. "Don't go any further." Damien pulled little Jonathan back. "There's a very powerful magician in there. Other than Sister Sia, I've never seen such a powerful magician." The two brats stopped in their tracks. Little Jonathan wanted to use his supervision to investigate, but Damien stopped him. "This won't work, that won't work. Do you have a solution or not?" Little Jonathan was a little dissatisfied. "Calm down, we need more information." "Why should I listen to you? I'm older than you, so you have to listen to me. I'm tall. You should listen to me." The two lowered their voices and bared their teeth as if they were going to eat each other. They quickly quarreled. Damien finally decided not to use supernatural powers and use technological means to investigate. In terms of atomization technology, Thea's methods had long been surpassed by the Atom Men, but Damien had gotten a lot of nanomachines from Thea, so it was not a problem for him to do some investigation. The image was quickly transmitted back. A man as strong as a lion was half sitting and half lying on the side. He seemed to be injured and was now barely able to sit up to prevent himself from falling. Opposite the man stood a very seductive woman. There were 7 or 8 strong-looking men, some in suits, some with tattoos all over their bodies. They were obviously ordinary people, but at this time, they were all lying in a pool of blood with their heads cut off. The murder weapon was a serrated sword in the lion's hand. How dare they kill people? Little Jonathan's voice was very angry. After returning to his parents' side, he had gained a lot of understanding of this world. Unlike the wasteland world, anyone who casually killed in this world was a bad guy. This was the idea that Superman and Louise had instilled in him. "Don't get so worked up. Those people are already dead. Let's see what they're going to do." Damien's worldview was relatively intact. He was born in the League of Assassins. After that, neither Thea nor Raven were saints. Even though he respected his father, he did not think that killing people was a terrible thing. "How long will it take for your injuries to recover?" the woman asked a little impatiently. "If it's just ordinary people of this level, then it will take more than 10 million lives to replenish my divine power." The Lion Man seemed to be very tired and spoke a little slowly, which was completely incompatible with his big body. The woman laughed sarcastically. "Kalibak, you don't think the two goddesses will let you kill 10 million people in their home without doing anything, do you?" She did not mention their names, but the Lion Man still felt his heart palpitate. "You don't have to test me. One of them is in the new creation planet, and the other just returned to the underworld. I have my sources of information. Don't play around with your little charm in front of me, Circe. If you still want to join the new gods, then you must continue to find sacrifices for me. My injuries can only be healed by massacring." Circe shook her head with a playful expression. "Those who don't know would think that you're the god of massacre. You're actually the god of torture. How impressive. If you don't want to go back to the underworld and wag your tail to beg for mercy, either find a large number of lives for me to kill, or send me an old god. This is your mission. Go, I still need to sleep." Kalibak hung up the call after saying that. The figure of the car repair factory turned into pieces and disappeared in mid-air. "What's there to be impressive about? It's just that you have a father." Circe was so angry that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and several flames flew out. The broken bodies on the ground were all burned into charcoal. Only then did she take a step forward and leave the scene. It was not until the surroundings fell into silence that the two young heroes came out after a long while. They did not know who Kalibak was, nor did they know Circe. However, they checked the scene carefully. Chapter 9:14. The corpses were burned to ashes, but as the son of a famous detective, Damien could always find some clues. The truck driver from before was also one of the dead. However, without exception, they were all tortured to death. There were no signs of resistance on the ground either. It was as though they were tortured to death without any resistance. "This is just a temporary noodle restaurant. Everything is normal except for these corpses." Little Jonathan used his supervision to observe the surroundings. Seduction spell, a very powerful seduction spell. The targets chosen are all strong men. They have different occupations such as drivers, lawyers, and gang members. It seems that the man was seriously injured, so he's going through some kind of ritual to recover? Damien also made his own deductions. Damien analyzed with a straight face. He was too far away from the level of the old gods and new gods. Thea naturally wouldn't be so free as to tell him this. Based on the current situation, it wasn't too far from the truth. He didn't know how long Calibac would have to worry about meeting Circe every time. Thea had just come into contact with the divine power of death that day, so she didn't use much strength. Calibac's life force was stronger, so he was on the verge of death. As Darkseid's son, and the eldest son at that, Calibac was saved even though his father looked at him with hostility. However, that was the extent of the relationship between father and son. How much he could recover in the future was entirely up to him. As for the 10 million lives, it was just a bluff to Circe. If the quality wasn't good enough, it didn't matter how many there were. Calibac wasn't stupid. After regaining consciousness, he immediately sent his subordinates to search for the old gods in the multiverse. As the eldest son of Darkseid, even though his father looked down on him, there were still many who were willing to run errands for him. Circe, who had escaped from the underworld, entered his line of sight. Knowing that Thea had entered the underworld, neither her backer, Hecate, nor her mother, the queen of the underworld who had made Hades a cuckold, could protect her. Circe was decisive and ran back to Earth without a second thought. She couldn't walk the path of the old gods, so she could only look for the path of the new gods. Coincidentally, Calibac's subordinates found her, and they hit it off. Circe would help him find an old god to restore his divine power, and Calibac, as the self-proclaimed heir of Darkseid, promised to accept Circe into the new gods faction. Their alliance was weak and had no guarantee, but under the strong pressure of the eldest miss, the two of them were still united. Calibac wanted to never step into this universe again. It would be much better to slaughter in another parallel universe. It would be safer and less troublesome. However, he was the eldest son of Darkseid. He could not say that he was afraid in front of the evil lord. He could only brace himself and stir up trouble. He needed to show that he wasn't afraid of him at all, even though he had defeated him in one move. It didn't matter if others believed him or not, as long as Darkseid believed him. Fortunately, Darkseid knew what he was capable of and asked him not to lose the title of the Apocalypse Star. He didn't say anything like, "Bring your head to see me," or "Die hard." Calibac's luck was really good. He had chosen a time when Sia and Diana were not around to come to Earth. Then he had found Circe, a guide to help him. He was on tenterhooks as he wreaked havoc on Earth just to prove his bravery. Circe's charm was ineffective on him, but she was a beauty after all, so it could at least ease his mood. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would faint from the psychological pressure before he could even say a few words. Circe, the other person he was dealing with, was a narrow-minded person. She felt that everyone was narrow-minded. She didn't know that Diana didn't take her seriously at all. The eldest miss was so busy that she didn't care about her at all. Circe was scaring herself. She was so paranoid that even the slightest sound was an enemy. Calibac would occasionally show his face on Earth to prove that he wasn't a coward. Circe couldn't do that. She had nowhere to run. She was about to have a nervous breakdown. In order to find an old god to prove her allegiance, she racked her brains. She didn't know many of the old gods, only a few of them. She couldn't defeat the ones in the underworld, not to mention Hades and Zeus. Fortunately, there were enough gods in the Greek system. She went through them several times and finally found a good target. Hercules, the god of strength, was full of divine power. He was alone, and most importantly, he was a man. Circe was very confident in her charm spells. However, the god of strength wasn't an eggplant in the field. She needed a plan. The adults were busy with their own things. Damien and his friends also started to investigate the matter. The two naughty children agreed not to call their parents, so they excluded Zhenglian. As for the young titans, little Jonathan wanted to ask them to do the mission together, but Damien rejected this suggestion. He felt that the extraordinary twins were more than capable of doing the mission. A month passed quickly. The Flash was cleared of his crimes with the help of his friends and was released from prison. Green Arrow accompanied his wife to live a primitive life on Purgatory Island. Thea was busy every day. The affairs of the underworld were complicated. Even if everything was on the right track, she still needed to pay attention to it. She couldn't relax at all. Ever since the Penguin Man was captured to dig coal, the Two-Faced Man died in an accident, and the Clown fell into the mountain stream, Gotham fell into a blank period. Evil might be late, but it would never be absent. Black Mask rose in Gotham. His influence was huge. He was rich and powerful. His marksmanship wasn't inferior to Death Archer. Most importantly, his mask had the ability to control the mind. Batman fought with him many times with his strong will, but he didn't gain any advantage. After knocking down a criminal with a few punches, A hurried shout came from his earpiece. It was the old butler Fu. The old butler explained quickly. Batman forced himself to listen to it. He didn't want to care about Black Mask anymore and rushed back. He entered the Bat Cave and took off his mask. The old butler rushed out. Young Master Damien, he. The old butler choked up after saying a few words. Superman and little Jonathan walked out from the inner room. Little Jonathan was still upset about his friend's disappearance. Damien doesn't seem to be on Earth. Jonathan has been accompanying his mother for the past 2 days. Superman didn't know how to comfort his old friend. He explained dryly. I will find him. Batman said firmly. He was saying it to the old butler and Superman but also to himself. He pulled up all of Damien's records. More than 10 screens showed them at the same time. Batman started to analyze them bit by bit. Initially, it was the 2 children who went on the adventure together. However, 3 days ago little Jonathan was called away by Louise. Damien didn't give up and continued to investigate. Batman had never seen Calabac and Circe. He pointed at the screen and asked little Jonathan, "Who are they?" Chapter 9:15. Little Jonathan shook his head. Not yet, but Damien said that this woman is good at magic. Rubbing his forehead, Batman knew that it wasn't the worst yet. He trusted his instincts and forced himself to calm down. If Superman said that there were no such people on Earth, then these 2 people were definitely not from Earth. After all, Calabac was more than 2 meters tall, had a big head, and his hair and beard were all connected. His appearance was too obvious and it was difficult for people on Earth to grow up like him. They don't look like aliens either, at least this woman doesn't. Superman seemed to know what Batman was thinking and reminded him. As an old friend, and this matter also involved his son, Superman was very attentive. He even put aside the Fortress of Solitude and did a lot of work in less than 3 minutes after receiving the news. Seeing that Batman was listening carefully, he continued to add. From my experience, Thea probably knows these weird guys, but she and Diana are not on Earth at the moment. I've contacted her secretary, and it seems that she's not in the universe either. Maybe the White House has some information, but my identity is sensitive so it's not convenient for me to go. Superman gave him a suggestion. Batman put on his mask again and nodded to show his gratitude to Superman. I can find her. After that, he piloted the Batfighter, opened the cave passage and flew into the distance. Entering the main hall, he teleported to the New World School of Magic. Malcolm was drinking tea with Madame Xanadu. Astrology and divination were 2 subjects that were rarely studied in this era, and their worldviews did not match. You said that the star symbolized disaster, but he insisted that it was a comet. They were not on the same channel at all. The 2 did not insist. If they wanted to learn, then learn. If they did not want to learn, then forget it. Away from the hustle and bustle of the world, they looked at the stars and played cards when they had nothing to do. As if sensing something, Old Ma's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he raised his hand and a white light flashed. With a swoosh, a throwing knife flew out of Old Ma's hand. Batman, who had jumped in through the window, did not even look and grabbed the handle of the knife. Whether it was throwing knives or grabbing knives, they all used the techniques of the League of Assassins. Batman? What an honored guest. Of course Malcolm knew who he was. Even though they had never crossed paths before, they knew of each other's existence. However, Malcolm was a little puzzled. What was this guy doing here? Where's Thea? I have something urgent to talk to her about, Batman said stiffly. Thea? The daughter of the president? She's from the Righteous Alliance, right? You asked the wrong person, hero. Old Ma showed an appropriately surprised expression, as if Batman had said something very strange. Batman was silent for a moment. I know about your relationship with her. I've investigated a lot of things. Malcolm put on a fake smile. What a coincidence. I've also investigated a lot of things. I know your true identity. The 2 of them were at loggerheads with each other. Both of them had been disheartened by the death of their loved ones. They had similar life experiences and were both trained in the Union of Assassins. However, their lives after that were completely different. At this moment, before they could even finish speaking, a fight was about to break out. Fortunately, Madame Xanadu was more rational. Perhaps she had expected this, or perhaps she had divined it. She asked calmly, Batman, why are you looking for Thea? I'm asking about their whereabouts. I'll say it again. I don't know any Thea. You've got the wrong person. She's your daughter. I don't believe that you don't have a way to contact her, Batman said coldly. Malcolm's voice was even colder. Mr. Wayne, you've crossed the line. Madame Xanadu, who had always been quiet and good-tempered, covered her face. Were these 2 born to be at odds with each other? Why were they so angry? She hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Only then did the two men stop. Batman was usually not so impatient, but today he was so worried about his son that he was about to explode. Deep down, Old Ma was still the evil big boss. He felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of the ninja master's expectations of Batman. It was already a show of restraint that the two did not take out their swords to fight. Knowing that Batman was looking for his son, Madame Xanadu also tried to persuade him. Malcolm finally snorted, took out a water basin, filled it with water, and began to recite the spell over and over again. It was extremely difficult to connect the earth to the underworld. Madame Xanadu was not good at magic, but she was still much better than Old Ma. The two of them worked together to increase the output of their magic, but the channel still did not open. In desperation, they could only call Constantine, Midnight, Zatanna, and Mr. E over. The six of them worked together as if they were summoning a big boss. Finally, they opened a channel to the underworld. You opened such a big channel to find me? Why is Batman here too? Thea was very puzzled. She had only left the channel for Old Ma to transmit her voice in an emergency. Who knew that these people would forcibly expand it, and the original phone channel would be expanded to a video connection? What was the other side? It was gloomy and cold. Constantine had been to heaven and hell, but he had never been to the underworld. Out of curiosity, he wanted to take a closer look at the environment on the other side. Batman pushed Constantine to the side, brought up the image, pointed at Calabac and Circe, and asked, "Do you know these two?" Thea was a little stunned. She looked at the image and said, "I do. The man is Calabac. I have not seen the woman before, but Diana has seen her before. Judging from her outfit, she should be Circe." Batman heaved a sigh of relief. It was much easier to find them with a name. He quickly asked, "Where are they?" Thea answered truthfully, "Calabac is on the Apocalypse Star. He is the eldest son of Darkseid. As for Circe, wait a moment, I will ask." The population of the underworld was now under the control of the two-faced man. As a former district attorney and later a gang leader, he was able to do well in both the underworld and the underworld. This guy was very good at organizing and coordinating. He was good at getting things done but weak at fighting. Harvey Dante was now equivalent to the Secretary General of the underworld. Thea wanted to call the two-faced man over for questioning, but she remembered that Batman knew him. It would be very troublesome to explain why this person was on her side, so she quickly changed her mind. In less than 3 seconds she reappeared. "Circe is on the Apocalypse Star now. What happened?" Batman pursed his lips and did not speak. Old Ma pretended not to know and drank his tea. Madame Xanadu was kind enough to tell them everything. Damien's disappearance. You suspect that the Apocalypse Star is behind it? Thea thought that her butterfly wings were big enough that some things would not happen again. She did not expect this to happen. Then, the next step would be Batman killing his way to the Apocalypse Star. As expected, Batman rejected her help and said that he would find his son. "I really can't leave now. Hal is attacking me. It's not appropriate for my clone to appear on the Apocalypse Star. My grudge with them runs too deep." Chapter 9:16. Sia didn't refuse. The trade with the underworld had touched the nerves of some of the great demons of hell. The 3 stupid sons of the 3 palace demons were now attacking the underworld with a bunch of demons. She wasn't afraid of these 3 idiots, but she didn't want to fight with the 3 palace demons over such a small matter. Putting aside whether she could defeat them or not, the most important thing was that it was meaningless. As long as hell existed, demons would never die. They recovered much faster than gods, and they would be as good as new after 18 years. She had to control the scale of the war and show hell's might. She had to control the balance. As for accompanying Batman to Apocalypse Star, that was a joke. That wasn't saving people but provoking them. Hell wasn't strong enough to fight on 2 fronts, not to mention that Damien wasn't dead yet. Even if he was dead, Hell was a direct subordinate organization. With Sia opening the back door, they could revive him. How big a deal was that? However, there was no need to tell Batman this. As the goddess of death, she absolutely couldn't appear on the Revelation Star right now. If she appeared, a mega battle would immediately follow. If the Heavenly Father, 3 imperial palaces, and demons were dragged into the battlefield, many of the multiverse would be rebooted ahead of time. Therefore, she could only let Lord Bat go alone. There was another advantage to Batman going now. The gods on Apocalypse Star were either dead or injured. None of them were in good condition. He could go to Apocalypse Star and save his son, earn some achievements and then run away. In theory, there was room for maneuver. As a reserve member ranked within the top 50, she could already use a small part of the second sister of Death's power. Thea reached out and drew an Ankh amulet. It couldn't be compared to the original, but its effect was similar. After thinking for a while, she took out a dagger. This was a divine weapon that Anubis had specially made for Darkseid. Horus's left eye. When Horus was young, he had given his left eye to Osiris, which later fell into Anubis' hands. In order to take revenge on Darkseid, the current god of death had used Osiris' teeth, Horus's left eye, and his own finger bone to create this divine weapon. It contained the blood feud between the Egyptian gods and Darkseid. Thea had a feeling that Batman would have a chance to stab Darkseid in the back. If Fatty Blue were to launch another expedition against the Egyptian gods for revenge, it would definitely help her consolidate the underworld. They might not be able to take the initiative to attack, but Hell wasn't afraid of any other power in a defensive battle. He threw the teleportation talisman and the dagger to Batman through the passage between the two worlds. Perhaps the Apocalypse Star will close the Mother Box's authority at the end. You and Damian can use this to teleport back to Earth. The dagger only has one chance. Seize the opportunity and find Damian. She spoke the last two sentences very seriously. Then, she told him the coordinates of the Mother Box of the Apocalypse Star before closing the passage. The few magicians automatically looked at the dagger. This blood-red divine weapon was surrounded by a murderous aura, which contained endless hatred. Batman didn't waste time talking nonsense with these magicians. Zatanna offered to help, but he refused. When he returned to the Bat Cave, he found that the members of the Bat family had been waiting for him for a while. He knew that it was the old butler Foo's idea. Not only Nightwing Dick, Red Robin Tim, Batgirl Barbara, and even the second-generation Robin Jason were called back. "How's Damian? Any clues?" Nightwing was the first to speak. When Batman told them the details, the four immediately said that they were willing to accompany him no matter how dangerous the situation ahead was. He refused without even thinking about it. "Bruce, you're too stubborn. What do you think we are? You hide all your problems in your heart. Can your heart hold so many secrets?" Barbara's words were tactful. The Red Hood wasn't so polite. "Yes, you told us that the Joker doesn't know who we really are. What happened? You almost got us killed. You almost got all of us killed. Everyone who trusted you." Batman was silent for a long time. "I trust you." The Red Hood snorted in disdain. "I trust you. No matter how you look at me, you can't change that. But I don't trust myself." Batman took off his hood and continued. His face was no longer young. Years of not being exposed to the sun made his face look a little pale. No matter how good his diet was or how hard he worked, time had left its mark on his face. He was no longer young. "I trust you. I poured all my effort into this identity of Batman. You can continue my duties. That's the greatest affirmation for me." Nightwing deliberated for a long time before speaking slowly. "Why don't you ask the Justice League for help? If they help, saving Damian will be easier." Batman shook his head firmly. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with justice or the safety of Earth. This is the duty of a father. I won't let any hero of Earth die on Apocalypse." Their expressions changed. They immediately guessed what Batman was going to say. "That's why I won't let you go either. Your duty is to protect Earth and Gotham, not to accompany an old man to save someone." Nightwing erupted like a volcano. "Damian is like my brother. You're like my father. I'm willing to do anything for you. How dare you treat me like this?" Batman looked him in the eye. "If I don't come back, inherit my cape and cloak. That's what you should do for me. Tonight, Black Mask has a group of subordinates trading at the dock. You should leave." Then he looked at them seriously. Barbara was the first to get on the motorcycle and leave the Batcave. Then Red Robin and the Red Hood followed. Nightwing was the last to leave. "You must come back safely." Nightwing's voice floated to his ear. Batman's back was facing him, so no one could see his expression. After they left the Batcave, he put on his mask again. He walked to the depths of the cave and entered a complicated password in front of a heavy metal door. After a few rounds of fingerprint and pupil checks, he finally took out his trump card. Hellbat armor. He didn't expect this armor to be put to use so soon. Energy operation system, life support system, propulsion system, photoelectric stealth system, weapon system, and more than 10 other systems came online. With the help of the onboard computer, Batman quickly put on the armor. What followed was pain. Under the worried gaze of the old butler, Ah Fu, Batman opened the mother box. This was the loot from the last battle. He waved at the old butler, set the coordinates, and walked into the orange tunnel. He turned on the photoelectric cloak and entered stealth mode. Wearing the ink-black armor with a blood-red bat symbol on his chest, Batman quickly rushed out of the tunnel. Flames scorched the sky. Smoke from countless discarded materials rose into the air. Countless slaves were walking quickly with their heads lowered. The apocalypse demons that Roland had seen in the New World were working as overseers. Blood, sweat, curses, and screams mixed together. This was a terrible environment to be in. Chapter 9:17. Batman did not know how his son could survive in such an environment. There was almost no oxygen here. Anxiously, he turned on the detection device and was overjoyed. Damian's life force was still there, and he did not look like he was severely injured. He secretly ordered the armor to extract his life force and activate flight mode. A pair of 5-meter-wide bat wings spread out behind him. Amidst the light, he was like a large bird flying silently across the sky. Many of the Apocalypse Planet's citizens felt something strange above them, but they could not see anyone. Robin, please reply if you hear me. Damian, I'm coming. Hurry up and reply. Amidst the tearing sounds, the communication device was hung up. Batman felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his heart. Damn it, he cursed. On one hand, he was worried about his son. On the other hand, wearing the armor was really painful. Every second felt like needles stabbing into his body. The Apocalypse demons were driving the slaves into the volcano to appease the anger of the Apocalypse Planet. In Batman's eyes, they were killing innocent people for their own entertainment. He could no longer control his temper. With a whoosh, he revealed himself and grabbed the necks of the two apocalyptic demons, smashing their heads together. Then he used his speed to break the bones of more than 10 soldiers. He adhered to the principle of not killing. Even if it was the Apocalypse demon, he would not kill them. However, this did not mean that he would allow them to continue doing evil. These soldiers would probably have to spend the rest of their lives bedridden. That was if the Apocalypse Star had such benefits. Once the battle began, Batman would not hold back. He needed to vent his anger and the pain in his body through battle. Like a certain beautiful lady from a month ago, a bloody path paved with the corpses of defeated soldiers appeared on the Apocalypse Planet. Batman did not say that he would fight Darkseid alone. He followed the signal from the tracker and went straight for the Apocalypse Planet. The Apocalypse demons were not very intelligent, and they were ruled by fear. They only knew that this black guy was an enemy, so they stopped him at all costs. The Hellbat armor was a combination of the wisdom of all the people in the Alliance, and it was powered by Sia's god of death. Ordinary soldiers were no match for Batman at all, and the path of wounded soldiers was not inferior to the path of death that day. Seeing that there was no way to resist, someone immediately reported to the commander of the Apocalypse Star Army, Comrade Wasteland Wolf. What? Someone else is coming alone. The Wasteland Wolf's eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand. Our Heaven Enlightenment Planet isn't some holy land of revolution. Is there a need for all of you to come and visit us? Are you sure it's a person? He asked the messenger. The small soldier swore that it was just a big black man, and the other party was unstoppable. He was like a demon that had crawled out from hell, and even the elite Apocalypse demons were no match for him. With Thea's example, the Great Plains Wolf didn't dare to hide anything this time. He hurriedly got up to report to his boss. He took a step forward with his left foot, but after a moment of hesitation he took a step back. The Wasteland Wolf wanted to look at the scene before making a decision. What he saw almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He slapped the reporting soldier and shouted, "This is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have a trace of divine power on him." He almost broke out in a cold sweat. If he had called his boss and found out that it was just a normal person, the Great Plains Wolf would have had a very tragic end. Even though this normal person looked very powerful, the Great Plains Wolf's eyes were very sharp. He saw through the truth at a glance. The armor was indeed powerful, but the person inside was definitely a normal person. The Great Plains Wolf was very cautious, afraid that the other party was pretending to be weak. He observed for another 5 minutes. In the end, he confirmed that Batman was undoubtedly a normal person. He wasn't even a demigod, let alone a new god. However, when he saw the Hellbat armor, he fell silent. He didn't know how this armor was made, and he couldn't figure out the source of power inside. The Great Plains Wolf could see that the armor was a threat to him. After all, he wasn't in his best condition. He was Khan Yojia's younger brother and Darkseid's uncle. It was understandable that he was beaten up so badly by Thea. It wasn't strange that the goddess of death couldn't defeat her. However, now that a normal person couldn't defeat her, he was in deep trouble. The Apocalypse Star's brotherly friendship came into play again. He was prepared to send someone else. However, when he looked at the combat strength of his side, he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. He found that his side was full of defeated soldiers. Mantis was heavily injured and still unconscious. Kalibak was heavily injured, but he had been awakened by Darkseid. As for how much combat strength he had left, It was a sad story. Guangdong had been removed from the list of traitors, and the mental hospital's core had been damaged. He had gone into seclusion somewhere to recover. The kind grandmother had also been sent out by Darkseid to rebuild the Nemesis team. She wasn't at home at all. Wyman Vandaba was a scientist, not a warrior. It didn't make sense for a warrior like him to hide in the back and send a scientist to kill the enemy. After counting with his fingers for a long time, the Great Plains Wolf found that everyone on his side was injured. The only ones who weren't injured were himself and the Great Warlock. However, he was still scheming. He ordered his subordinates to tell Kalibok that it wasn't a new god who had come, but a normal person, so that he could avenge his humiliation. Kalibok didn't know that his second grandpa was planning to set him up. He heard that it was just a normal person. Even though he couldn't figure out why a normal person would come to the Apocalypse Star, he still charged out with his serrated sword. Batman was furious when he saw Lionhead. This was the guy who had taken his son away. It was true that anger rose from the heart and evil grew from the side of one's guts. Without saying a word, he rushed up and punched the criminal in the head, knocking him down and then forcing him to tell him the information he wanted. This was a common tactic Batman had used in Gotham for 20 years, and he still did it today. He never expected that Kalibok, who looked powerful and invincible, was actually just an embroidered pillow. After being rescued by Darkseid, he only had a sliver of health left. After being brutally tortured throughout the universe, he had recovered some divine power, but it was still far from his peak. Circe had some tricks up her sleeves. She had captured the god of strength, Hercules, and killed an old god, allowing Kalibok's divine power to recover faster. Unfortunately, the god of strength wasn't just for show. He took advantage of the gap and escaped with serious injuries. Kalibok pieced together his divine power and barely recovered more than 10%, less than 20%. Facing Batman's all-out attack with the Hellbat armor, he didn't have time to think. He used the attack he was most familiar with, which was to meet force with force. With a loud boom, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the shockwave blew away countless soldiers. Batman was speechless. This guy with lion head was sent flying more than 10 meters. He spat out blood as he lay on the ground, his whole body twitching. It was visible to the naked eye that his skin and bones were trembling. His bones and blood vessels were ruptured, and it looked like he was about to die. Chapter 9:18. It was too strange that Kalibok was heavily injured. How could a paranoid person like Batman believe it? He grabbed a soldier, curled him into a ball and threw him at Kalibok. Like a small fountain, Lionhead vomited another mouthful of blood. His eyes had been filled with unyielding hatred when he looked at Batman earlier, but there was nothing now because he was in a trance and was about to die. Am I that powerful? Batman looked at his fist, then turned back to look at the injured soldiers behind him. This didn't make sense. These soldiers were only heavily injured, but this guy who looked like their leader was beaten to such a state by him? Was he here to extort money? Even with Batman's level 9 intelligence, he couldn't figure out the real reason behind this. He didn't know that his armor was powered by the god of death, and that Kalibok still had a large amount of the god of death in his body. Darkseid's father-son relationship wasn't enough to help him neutralize the god of death's power. Now that the god of death was working together, Batman's punch directly triggered his old injury. Kalibok might have been able to withstand it if he was in perfect condition, but now he could only lie on the ground and wait for treatment. Batman wanted to interrogate him about his son's whereabouts, but he could only give up when he saw Kalibok's state. He was afraid that he would kill him with another punch. Fortunately, the tracker was still there. Saving Damien was the most important thing. He didn't dwell on it and continued flying forward. Behind him, the desolate wolf's head was filled with question marks. Kalibok had lost too quickly. You should at least exchange a few moves. Even the desolate wolf, who had a good temper, wanted to strangle him to death. What a shame. He was also his relative, but he was beaten down by an ordinary person like a punching bag. Even he felt embarrassed. He had no choice but to fight personally. Wasteland Wolf. Batman defeated the pursuers with a few punches and looked at the hatchet-wielding man. Needless to say, he knew him. Who are you? You have a faint aura of death on you. The Wasteland Wolf was right. He was very familiar with the god of death. He couldn't see it through the screen, but he couldn't be wrong. Unfortunately, Batman misunderstood. He said with a gloomy face, "That's your death." The Wasteland Wolf didn't waste any more words and swung his hatchet. Without the armor, it would be extremely difficult for Batman to hide. Unfortunately, the fierce attacks of the Great Plains Wolf seemed to be in slow motion in Batman's eyes. The power of Godspeed was running rapidly inside the armor. Although he couldn't run at that kind of speed with the help of various technological products, Batman's current reaction speed wasn't much worse than that of an extreme speed. Seeing the momentum of the axe, he grabbed the handle of the axe and sent a flying kick towards the Wasteland Wolf's jaw. The Wasteland Wolf tilted its head and dodged the attack, as if it was shocked by the enemy's quick reaction. At the same time, it took out a newly forged greatsword and slashed at Batman's arm. This attack was fast and ruthless and extremely tricky. Even if he was not in his best condition, he was still the Wasteland Wolf that had ambushed Earth's second Wonder Woman. Batman could only let go of his sword and retreat. At the same time, he threw out 3 bat darts. The bat darts seemed to have a life of their own. They broke down and regrouped in the air, quickly turning from 3 to 300 to 3,000 until they filled the entire sky. They were densely packed like a group of black bats as they flew about in all directions. All sorts of random movements covered the Great Plains Wolf's line of sight. They were accompanied by strange sound waves, attempting to confuse his judgment. Camouflage? With his rich battle experience, the Great Plains Wolf instantly understood his opponent's intentions, or perhaps he thought he understood. He put away the long sword and swung the axe with all his might. Like a hurricane, it swept through the swarm of bats. Among them were the truly lethal bat darts, and there were also shadows cast by optical technology. There were even some green lights, but the surroundings were pitch black. All sorts of lights and shadows crisscrossed, and the little bit of green was not obvious in the dazzling scene. You dare to use such little tricks? Before the Great Plains Wolf could finish speaking, he saw Batman suddenly appear on his left side. When did he move to his side? The Great Plains Wolf was using long weapons, and it was a little difficult for him to fight in close quarters. Just as he swung the axe halfway, he saw Batman raise his left arm. The blades on his arm were forged by Superman on a star. They were as strong and sharp as any metal in the world. The 3 blades pierced into the Great Plains Wolf's left rib. Batman knew that the new god had the healing characteristic of divine power, so he did not pull the blades out immediately after they entered his body. Instead, he stirred them, and then with a sudden burst of speed, he used the momentum of his forward charge to cut a huge wound under the Great Plains Wolf's rib. Golden blood flowed out instantly, and the Great Plains Wolf hurriedly used his divine power to heal his body. Unfortunately, half of his body slowly went numb. Not only did his divine power not heal his body, but it also clashed with the appendages on the blades, causing more damage to the wound. The Great Plains Wolf was familiar with this divine power. Was this not divine power of the soul? And it was not just divine power of the soul. There was something else mixed in as well. It seemed to be similar to Darkseid's attributes. It was a pity that they had no intention of communicating. Otherwise, Batman would have told him that this was the nameless thing extracted from the area where Thea and Darkseid fought. The Blood Brothers could make poisonous smoke, and Batman was not far behind. Current technology could not even analyze what this thing was. It could only be used as a poison by the Assassin League. They could smear some on their weapons to achieve excellent results. The Great Plains Wolf could not speak of the mixed divine power. After all, there were only a few of them. Given some time, he would definitely be able to dispel them. However, Batman was very experienced. He did not give the Great Plains Wolf a chance to recover. He attacked with all his might. The two exchanged another 7 or 8 blows. Taking advantage of the numbness on the Great Plains Wolf's left side, he added another wound to his enemy's back. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a black ball of light hit his shoulder. Batman was sent flying more than 10 feet away. It was a great warlock who had arrived late. Seeing that the Great Plains Wolf was in danger, he hurriedly used Shadow Impact to push back Batman. Even with Diana's enchantment, the Hellbat armor was not 100% immune to magic. His mastery of magic was not as good as Thea's, but the Great Warlock was still one of the best among the magic gods. There were only a few people who were better at using shadow magic than him. Batman was an ordinary person, so he was naturally not in this range. However, Superman's armor was made on a star, so it naturally countered shadow magic. Coupled with Olympus's enchantment and Batman's high willpower, shadow magic did not do much damage to him other than causing him a slight impact. Seeing that he was unharmed, the Great Warlock felt a little guilty. He exchanged a look with the Great Plains Wolf. They both had the same thought. This big black guy either has the divine power of death or the divine power of soul. Could the goddess of death be lying in ambush nearby? Thinking of how Thea had tortured them like vegetables, the two gods trembled a little. Their movements unconsciously slowed down. Chapter 9:19. Batman immediately realized this. He didn't know what the enemy was thinking and thought that all the bad guys in the evil faction were like this, guarding against each other and hindering each other. The bad guys in Gotham were like this, and it seemed like the Apocalypse Star was like this too. This was good news for him. Relying on the fact that magic didn't deal much damage to him, he attacked the Great Warlock fiercely and then flew towards Damien's location on the tracker. "Come back here." The Great Plains Wolf threw out a metal chain, wrapped it around his ankle and pulled him back. At the same time, he was curious about Batman's goal. He wasn't flying towards the palace, nor was he going to deal with the heavily injured new gods. Instead, he was flying towards a private house. The Great Plains Wolf suspected that there was an inside story that he didn't know about. He hurriedly asked the Great Warlock in the telepathic channel, "What's in that direction? What's he going to do?" The Great Warlock was also confused. He had just entered the battlefield and didn't understand the situation as well as the Great Plains Wolf. Both of them came to the Apocalypse Star to play? The two gods studied for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. The only one who knew the whole story, Kalibak, was knocked unconscious 30 seconds ago. They could only fight with Batman in a daze. They didn't want to kill the enemy. As long as they could trap the enemy, they would win. They were fighting very conservatively. Batman calmly analyzed and realized that he had to break out of this situation. Otherwise, he would be chased and beaten up, and it would be useless even if he found Damien. The Great Plains Wolf had accumulated hundreds of millions of years of battle experience and could be considered extraordinary. Although he was beaten like a dog by Thea, that was because of the difference in attributes. At the same level, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Great Plains Wolf was invincible. Although Batman was conceited, he didn't think that he could beat the other party. The Great Warlock became the key to breaking out of this situation. It wasn't that magic gods didn't know how to fight in close range. After all, they were at a high level and more or less dabbled in all aspects. For example, Thea could fight in close range and Diana could also cast spells. The Great Warlock naturally had the ability to fight in close range as well. At this moment, the Great Warlock Desard was holding a dagger and dancing up and down, cooperating with the Great Plains Wolf to attack Batman. In the Great Warlock's mind, Batman's armor was powerful, but he was essentially immortal. He really wasn't worthy of the two new gods joining hands. Unconsciously, the battle became a little perfunctory. His armor must have a time limit. This level of energy is not something an ordinary person can handle. This reasoning process was not complicated. He shared his thoughts with the Wasteland Wolf through the telepathic channel, and the Wasteland Wolf deeply agreed. If an ordinary person wearing a suit of armor could fight with them for hundreds of rounds, then the new god would be too worthless. Wasting time and letting the other party suffer the consequences of his own actions, they could almost see the scene of Batman wailing endlessly, lying on the ground and turning into a pile of bones. The Great Warlock's bursting fireball smashed into the armor. Unexpectedly, the fireball seemed to have smashed into empty air and flew far away. Batman, who was originally in front of him, was like a mirror, drifting and distorting before directly disappearing into the air. A mirror image? The Great Warlock had also learned a lot of scientific knowledge. He could see that this method wasn't magic, but rather a very ingenious optical technology. Knowing that he had been targeted by the enemy, he softly uttered a word. A dark flame ignited and enveloped him in the middle. Before he had time to rejoice, he saw a huge fist rapidly approaching from the left side of his vision. The Great Warlock had fought with the Martian Hunter in the New World, and Batman had seen the video of their battle dozens of times. There was definitely no secret to dealing with a magic-type god. However, Batman only slept for an hour every day, so he managed to figure out a trick. From an apprentice who knew some tricks to a wizard, a great wizard, and even a wizard god like Thea. Batman used a supercomputer to simulate their battle scenes and made various deductions and calculations. He didn't understand anything about magic casting and spell modeling, but that didn't stop him from observing from the side. Every wizard had a fixed rhythm. Once it was disrupted, they needed time to readjust. As for the rhythm of the Great Warlock, Batman analyzed it the most. For this, Batman had made several preparations. Seeing that the Great Warlock had taken the bait, he ignored the flame and punched Disrad's left face. Disarco was sent flying dizzily. Before he could regain his composure, Batman spread his wings and caught up to him with the power of speed and the power of death. He punched Disarco's open abdomen again. Punching left and right, Batman attacked wildly. The Great Warlock tried to teleport, but was interrupted by the supersonic wave. The strong backlash and internal injuries made him spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The Great Wasteland Wolf chased after him desperately. Unfortunately, he was good at martial arts and had plenty of combat experience, but he was never good at speed. This was also the main reason why he could tolerate extreme speed on Earth too. Now that Batman's speed was no less than extreme speed, he couldn't catch up even if he used all his strength. Listening to his old friend Disrad's continuous screams, he really didn't have any good ideas. Crack. Continuous attacks. Batman felt that this guy's body structure was similar to that of a human body. He broke the Great Warlock's spine with a knee strike, then hit the back of his head twice. Seeing that the Great Warlock had fainted, he didn't even look at the Great Wasteland Wolf and flew to the other side at high speed. A round of fierce attacks knocked down an enemy, but the price was that a large part of the armor was burned. The corrosive energy was seeping into the armor every second. The armor's power was increased from 50% to 65%, and the extra part was used to resist the invasion of magic. The Great Wasteland Wolf didn't dare to underestimate this mortal anymore. This guy was ruthless not only to his enemies but also to himself. He ordered his subordinates to take care of the Great Warlock while he chased after him, but his speed was simply too slow. Damian. Seeing that his son was right in front of him, Batman kicked open the door. He saw two people, one big and one small, looking at him in a daze. Damian's son was holding a book and flipping through it. The woman called Circe's hands were moving, her fingers were moving, and a black line was stretched out and connected out of thin air, as if she was drawing some kind of pattern. Even if he didn't have any experience, he could see that they seemed to be carrying out some kind of teaching activity. Batman didn't think that he would be wrong about this. You're courting death. Circe saw a big black guy rushing in through the door. She thought that the Apocalypse Star wanted to show her who was the boss, so she threw out a shadow arrow without thinking. This spell could instantly kill an ordinary Batman, but he was now a super Batman. He could even withstand the Great Warlock's pain spell. Circe's two moves were simply a breeze. The trajectory of the shadow arrow seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. The armor calculated that the energy of this black fog was not as good as the spells of the Great Warlock, so he chose to disperse it with a punch. It was the first time Damian saw the power of the Hellbat armor. He didn't think that his birthday gift would be so powerful. He was stunned for a moment. Circe saw that her spell was easily broken by Batman. She raised her eyebrows, raised her left hand, and a colorful ball was thrown out. Chapter 920. Don't, he's mine? Damian had been with Circe for a while. He recognized that this was Circe's signature spell, Greater Transfiguration. Circe's spell was extremely overbearing. Similar to Diana's lasso of truth, it was related to the rules. To resist the spell, one had to be at a higher level than her, like the new gods. Or even women. Damian proved with his actions that boys could do the same. However, there was no doubt that men could be transfigured by spells. Batman's son was already old enough, so he was naturally a man. He was also an ordinary man. Logically speaking, there was a 100% chance that he would be affected. However, something that shocked Circe happened. The spell that she was so proud of disappeared. It seemed to have hit Batman, but in fact it had flown to some unknown plane. The dark multiverse was still brewing. Even the Heavenly Father did not know what was going on inside, let alone Circe. She could only vaguely feel that something behind this big black man seemed to be sucking away her spell. Who are you? Batman did not say anything. Damian used his actions to tell her who this person was. Why are you here? I'm here to save you. Come with me. Batman felt that his son's situation was completely different from what he had expected. Not only was he not abused, but he was also alive and kicking. There was nothing wrong with him. He looked at his son from head to toe. How are you breathing normally here? Damian's reaction was lightning fast. He quickly connected the dots. Sister Circe taught me the spell. She's not a bad person. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. Batman did not have time to think. He activated the sonic channel and was about to run. He could talk about it when he got home. However, just as the orange-red passageway rose up, a thunderous punch crossed the distance between them and struck down. It's Darkseid. Batman had seen the evil lord before. However, at that time, Thea was in front of him, so he did not feel much pressure. Now that he was facing it himself, even though he was still a distance away, he could feel the endless power contained within. The attack came extremely quickly. The mother box that Batman had obtained from the Apocalypse Demon minions wasn't some high-grade item. The passage had just risen, and it was estimated that it would take another second for it to stabilize. He didn't have time to explain in detail. He pulled Damian and spread his wings to dodge to the other side. Circe's reaction wasn't slow either. This punch also enveloped her, and she could only run out with Batman. As soon as they got out of the attack range, Darkseid's iron fist landed on the ground like a giant bomb. The entire Revelation planet shook for a few seconds, and the already harsh environment became even worse. Volcanoes erupted and earthquakes erupted. It was as if Darkseid had planned this beforehand, and they all attacked at the same time. The number of civilians who died on the Heaven Enlightenment planet instantly broke into the 5 digits, and this number continued to increase as the disasters increased. Thea would never do such a thing as making a hole in her own home. That would be too stupid. But Darkseid didn't care. He was about to explode with anger. It had only been a month, and yet another person had come to the Revelation planet alone. Thea wasn't a big deal. After all, they were on the same level and they couldn't defeat each other in a fair fight. Now that Darkseid had suddenly obtained the deity of death and wanted to challenge him, the Lord of Evil expressed that he could understand. Where did Batman come from? Darkseid didn't even know him. A normal person wearing a suit of armor dared to come to the Revelation planet? Did they think he was dead? Batman ignored him, and so did Damian and the other children. Darkseid automatically looked at Cersei. This woman looks quite strong. Her actual combat ability is similar to Calibacca's, but that's not what you're relying on to kill your way to the Revelation planet. Cersei almost vomited blood when she saw Darkseid glaring at her with his fiery eyes. She really wanted to say, "Boss, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to join you. I didn't even see this big black guy 2 seconds ago. Where's Caliban? Isn't that your son? He brought me here. You can ask him." Cersei did not know that Caliban had fainted once again. At this point, no one on the Apocalypse Star could prove her true identity. She wanted to explain, but when she saw Darkseid's gaze, she gave up. She knew that if she tried to explain, Darkseid would not hesitate to hit her. A leader wouldn't admit that they were wrong, and Darkseid's temper was even worse. Even if he trusted her, there was a 99% chance that he would beat Cersei to a pulp. You could reason with a righteous person, but how could you reason with an evil person? The fist was the law. Darkseid wasn't in his best condition at the moment. He was injured and his main body was injured. Osiris was one of the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, and the father of Anubis and Horus. Even though Darkseid was much stronger than him, he couldn't completely withstand his final attack. The skin on the Lord of Evil's left hand from his elbow to his palm had turned into sand. Even Darkseid didn't have a good way of dispelling a dying god's curse. He could only slowly whittle away at it. Thea's day trip to the Revelation planet had made him realize that his subordinates were hiding information. He had planted many spies in the dark, and he was the first to notice the battle between Batman and the Great Plains Wolf. He didn't care at first. If he had to deal with such an enemy personally, what was the point of having so many subordinates? But when he saw that Batman was about to run, he couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately attacked, wanting to kill the 3 of them in an instant. He didn't expect Batman to be so fast. He even managed to escape from his attack range while carrying a child. Darkseid's expression was terrible, and it got worse when Batman charged at him instead of running away. Neither of them said anything. Talking would only waste time. Batman needed to activate the talisman Thea had given him to leave the Revelation planet, and Darkseid didn't want to waste time talking to an ordinary person. It didn't matter where he came from, he would kill him first. The 2 of them were like Mars colliding with Earth, and Batman wanted to test how strong this evil tyrant Thea was talking about was. The result was gratifying. He was so strong that he had no friends. Batman's attack, which he thought could shatter mountains and break rivers, was easily blocked. Darkseid grabbed Batman's left wrist, and the armor alarm quickly lit up. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, Darkseid clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the armor's chest. Forged from a star, quenched in the deep sea, the toughest metal in the world could not resist the supreme power of the God of Strength. Countless web-like cracks appeared on the bright black armor, and this hellbat armor seemed like it would only last for a short time. Tremble before the name of Darkseid, Ant. It's your honor to die by my hands. Batman's toughness was beyond Darkseid's expectations. Darkseid had thought that an ordinary person would die from this blow, but he did not expect the armor to be intact and Batman was still alive. Batman was the only mortal who could withstand his blow, so Darkseid had to say a few more words. Chapter 921. Don't try to escape. You're not going anywhere today. Saying that, he crushed the mother box in Batman's hand like an ant. The enemy's only escape route was destroyed. Darkseid could almost see the despair and fear on Batman's face. He laughed menacingly as he ordered the Great Plains Wolf to back off. What a joke. Why would he need his subordinates to deal with an ordinary person? Did he still want his face? I don't want to go anywhere for now. Darkseid thought that he had the upper hand. He turned his head to talk to the Great Plains Wolf. This was not a big flaw, but Batman still took advantage of it. He twisted his waist, raised his elbow, and used all his strength to punch Darkseid in the face. The Lord of Evil was caught off guard and staggered. However, he was far stronger than Batman. He only took half a step back before he could stop himself. "You've angered me, you ant." He grabbed Batman's arm and threw him to the ground. There was a dull thud, and a large number of armor fragments scattered on the ground. The armor's defense was at its maximum, but it still could not make up for the difference in strength. Darkseid was punched by Batman. Although he wasn't actually hurt, he was still embarrassed and was about to go berserk. He grabbed Batman's arm and smashed it repeatedly. He wanted to shock this ordinary person to death. Batman was quickly mobilizing the armor's power. He did not care whether his metabolism was harmful or not. He only needed power to defeat Darkseid, even if it was only temporarily. The armor's damage was getting worse, and its power soon exceeded 80%. It was approaching 100% or even 200%. The pain numbed his body. He even gave up most of the armor's defense in exchange for enough attack power. He only had one chance. "Don't you dare hurt my father." Damian saw Darkseid raising his fist again. He did not have time to think about the huge difference between the two of them. He threw out 2 bat darts. The darts could not hurt Darkseid even if they were 100 times faster or 100 times sharper. However, Darkseid still cared about his reputation. He raised his left hand and swatted it horizontally as if he was swatting a fly. This move was not only aimed at Damian, but also at Circe. The witch was not happy about it. However, she was also an extremely intelligent person. Now that she was in the same boat as the father and son, in order to have a way out, she had no choice but to flash away with Damian and hide. Armor shattered at 75%. Life safety system overloaded. Power assist system overload. The armor will disintegrate in 5 seconds. Seeing that Darkseid's attention had been diverted, Batman thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity." He didn't give up on this hard-won opportunity. Ignoring the various statistics in his armor, he pushed himself up with his left hand, twisted his waist, and kicked Darkseid's face from the bottom up. Darkseid's heavy body was kicked off the ground, but before he could retaliate, he saw the blood-red bat mark on Batman's chest glowing with a bright red light. As the energy gathered, it posed a threat to him. The blood-red energy was comparable to the full power of the main cannon of a level 9 civilization battleship. Even Darkseid could not defend against it. The quality was not high enough, but there was enough of it. The Hellbat armor had used a self-destructive method to squeeze out all of its energy and fire a shot at him. Darkseid was sent flying for 1,000 meters. The powerful energy wave destroyed all the buildings along the way. He lay sprawled in the middle of the street. The blood-red energy was still burning around him. From afar he looked like a bat with its wings spread. What hit him? Darkseid felt that he was very slow. It was as if he had 2 minds. One was telling him to kill someone and the other was dizzy. He tried for a long time but he could not get up from the ground. He did not see that Batman had stabbed another dagger in his chest during the explosion of energy. That was the Egyptian god's revenge. It had only one effect: chaos. Even though he was a new god, he could not resist the erosion of time. The Egyptian gods, who played with sand every day, were very knowledgeable about time. He did not know how many side effects this dagger would have, but he could easily be confused for 3 days. "Why are you so strong, mortal? What's your name?" Realizing that he had lost, Darkseid asked loudly while lying on the ground. "Because I'm Batman." Batman was in a terrible state, but he still shouted this sentence. His voice came out of his facial armor and it was very distorted. After 2 seconds of attack, the Hellbat armor was on the verge of collapse. Everything below the mask was exposed, and the armor on his chest and arms were falling off. His breathing device was completely destroyed. He could barely open his wings. He forced the Great Plains wolf to retreat with a fierce glare. Batman spent another second to find Damian. He then crushed the talisman, turned into a white light, and teleported back to Earth. Circe was dumbfounded when she saw Darkseid being defeated. Even if Kalibak was here to testify for her, she did not dare to stay on Apocalypse Planet. She could imagine Darkseid's revenge. It was now or never. She had to run. At the critical moment, she grabbed Damian's arm, and the 3 of them disappeared from Apocalypse Planet. Wah! As soon as they returned to Earth, Batman spat out a mouthful of blood before he could even see where he was. His armor had completely disintegrated. Even with the dark multiverse helping him take some of the damage, Batman was still heavily injured and on the verge of death. Thankfully, Damian had healing gems on him. He picked the one with the highest quality and the strongest spell and applied it on his father's body. Streams of gentle blue light swirled around Batman's body, repairing it and removing the dead cells. The treatment lasted for 3 minutes. Damien kept a close eye on Circe. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Who knew if she would suddenly attack someone? "You've killed me?" Circe gritted her teeth and said to Damien angrily. She was overwhelmed with helplessness. She did not know what expression to make. She had betrayed Hercules in Greece. It seemed like she could not go back. Apocalypse Planet. Apocalypse Planet was an even more tragic story. Due to a freak combination of factors, the new god's reputation had turned into hatred. The world was so big that Circe did not know where she could go. She was a powerful sorcerer with earth-shattering magic power, but now she had nowhere to go. She was speechless. "You're Circe?" Thea naturally sensed that Batman had used a teleportation talisman. She followed the traces of the teleportation and returned to Earth. Looking at this goddess who was not inferior to Darkseid, Circe felt bitter. She lowered her head and bowed. "Your Majesty, why did you leave Hell?" Sia was really puzzled. She had forcefully entered the underworld. Not only did they not eat to welcome the Imperial Army, but they also ran away. If it weren't for the two-faced man's investigation, she wouldn't have known that there were deserters. Now that she saw them, she had to ask them clearly. Were they dissatisfied with their new boss, or were they dissatisfied with him, or were they dissatisfied? Chapter 922. Her question stunned Circe. "You don't know why I left the underworld? Don't you have any idea? I offended your wife and you don't want to take revenge on me?" Circe's mind was in a mess. She suddenly realized that she had made things too complicated. "I was bewitched by Kalibak." She was trying to salvage some of her losses. Unfortunately, she could not hide her thoughts from Thea. Thea laughed out loud. "Kalibak? That guy is a famous fool in the new god tribe. How could he bewitch you? All right, stop acting. I won't pursue your offense, but you can't return to the underworld for 100 years. Stay on Earth. Go down." She waved her hand and forcefully teleported Circe away. Circe was definitely capable. With her powerful magic, her combat power was not inferior to the new gods. Unfortunately, she was Diana's nemesis in the original timeline and had gone against Wonder Woman countless times. In this timeline, the two of them also did not see eye to eye. From a personal point of view, Thea definitely could not recruit her. She checked Batman's injuries. It was not a big problem. His lost life force was being replenished. His mental exhaustion was greater, but he could recover after a few days of rest. She then turned to Damien. "Tell me what's going on with such a big commotion." The matter was complicated and simple at the same time. Damien was investigating the clues alone and happened to see Kalibak torturing Hercules. He had been by Batman's side for many years and had a chivalrous heart. Damien immediately pulled out his sword to save Hercules. Kalibak was just a projection projected from the Apocalypse Star to Earth. He did not have much combat power. The two sides of the battle naturally became Circe and Damien. In the original timeline, he could beat Diana to a pulp. Against Circe, the brat was no match for her even if he used all his means. Seeing that she was no match for her, Circe asked, "Who is your master?" Damien never called Thea master. Thea was also afraid of being called old, so the two never talked about masters. Now that he heard Circe's question, he replied, "I don't have a master." Even though Thea was lazy, she would teach her when she wanted to and self-study when she couldn't. Damien was smart and hard-working, and with some guidance from Raven, Damien had a deep understanding of magic, even though he had learned a lot of different things. After exchanging a few blows, Circe was shocked. Damien's foundation was too good. After knowing that he didn't have a master, Circe thought that he had groped his way to where he was today. Circe's transformation magic was indeed unique. Damien was half-forced and half-willingly dragged to Planet Revelation. The two of them had just started teaching each other when Batman came knocking on their door. Thea knew the rest of the story. Eldest Miss didn't comment on this. This was the story of Guixiang and Jinluan Fuang from another world. Alright, that woman isn't a bad person. If you want to learn it, then learn it. Her transformation technique is indeed not bad. Thea didn't have any prejudice against sections. She could live for hundreds of millions of years, and she didn't expect Damien to pass on his legacy. There were still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with in Hell. A month passed quickly and Batman recovered. Damien once suggested that he rebuild the Hell Bat armor, but he rejected it. That power is too deadly. You shouldn't get involved. He was afraid that his son would go on a path of no return for power, so he repeatedly advised Damien to give up on the idea. Damien even specifically asked for Thea's opinion. Eldest Miss nodded and fooled the naughty child. Batman's words could only fool children. If he didn't secretly make another set for himself, he wouldn't be worthy of being called Batman. The affairs of hell came to an end. Under the influence of Guangdong's secret assassination and a large number of rumors, the three stupid sons of the three palace demons fought among themselves in the middle of the war. Hell launched an all-out attack and drove away the Hell Army. Peace was restored between the two worlds. With her huge reputation, an official army was finally established. There were 200,000 Death Knights, 9,000 Liches and more than 500 Dracolic. These were all elites. The number of Soul Walkers and Banshees was rapidly increasing. As for the low-level undead warriors, they couldn't be counted at all. The military force of Hell that belonged directly to her finally had some scale. Thea was finally able to find her way forward after she was done with the trivial matters. In order to turn the two-dimensional world into a three-dimensional world, she recruited Lady Styx to Hell. Dragging a long-lived species to Hell was like hanging herself. This native alien was scared out of her wits. It was as if there were countless murderous intents in Hell that wanted to kill her at every moment. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave yet. According to Thea's words, Lady Styx could only continue to improve her spiritual power after experiencing the stimulation that went deep into her bones here. Since you didn't feel anything in the arena and weren't willing to face life and death, you might as well come to the land of the dead. I don't believe that you won't improve. Thea locked Lady Styx in a small black room for 3 days. The effect of this cruel treatment was outstanding. The pair of small eyes between Lady Styx's eyebrows finally grew to a normal size. Following that, her spiritual power skyrocketed. 4 pitch-black eyes stared straight at Thea, as if trying to measure the difference between the two of them. You don't look too good. Seeing that this fellow's power was about to explode, Thea used her spiritual power that was 10 times stronger than hers to suppress it. After giving her a heads-up, she gestured for her to continue communicating with the two-dimensional world. Lady Styx's face was pale. The backlash from her spiritual power wasn't too great, but the psychological pressure was too great. She had already reached the limit of her species. Even so, she was still powerless against Thea, this she-devil. She didn't want to betray her. She just wanted to fight for some equal status. She didn't expect the difference in power to be so great. Her heart turned cold. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well do her job. However, Lady Styx didn't like the aura of Hell. She hesitated and asked, "Your Majesty, your territory is good, but it doesn't seem to be alive. Why don't we go back and experiment?" Thea said with a half-smile, "Do you know where this is?" "No." Lady Styx immediately shook her head. "Do you know why I'm trying to give birth to life here?" "No." Lady Styx shook her head with a bitter smile. Thea sighed. "It's not that I don't want to explain it to you. It's just that in here," she was also scratching her head, "the two-dimensional world couldn't give birth to life for a long time. It would greatly affect their future path. Without the experience of others to refer to, she could only try all kinds of methods. She couldn't explain to an alien like Lady Styx about the old Yin giving birth to the young Yang, the search for life in the midst of death, and the Tai Chi theory. Besides, she didn't know if she was right. She was just feeling her way around. If she said something wrong, it would greatly affect her reputation. Chapter 923. She could only put on an expression as if there was a lot involved and she couldn't say too much. Miss Styx didn't care whether there was an inside story or not. When she knew that this was the underworld, all the living had to come here, and the boss she was half forced to recognize was the master of the underworld, her joy instantly overwhelmed her fear. In other words, as long as she didn't court death, her future would be very secure. She wasn't immortal. She had a lifespan of tens or hundreds of years. When her lifespan came to an end, it would be useless even if the underworld opened a back door. She, Miss Styx, was a long-lived species. In theory, she could live for hundreds of millions of years. In order to live longer, she bowed her head. This time, she bowed willingly and swore to never betray the underworld. Thea didn't take these vows seriously. After that, she asked her to continue to communicate with the two-dimensional world. She must create something out of nothing and create a life. "Your Majesty." There seems to be a reaction. In order to prove her worth, Miss Styx really used all her strength. Her 4 eyes allowed her spiritual power to cross the boundaries of time and space. Relying on her powerful earth ability, she forcefully squeezed out a small gap in the world that was as stiff as stone. "Lead my spiritual power in." Before, the two-dimensional world was a pool of stagnant water. Thea's spiritual power was 100 times stronger than before. Now, relying on Miss Styx's ability, she finally opened a gap. As the vanguard and part-time guide, Miss Styx spent a lot of effort to lead Thea into the two-dimensional world. It was crowded and narrow. Even if it was just a trace of Thea's spiritual power, it was like a living person running into concrete. She couldn't turn over, raise her head, or lower her head. She couldn't do anything. The world was rejecting her as an outsider. This feeling was like passing through a group of whale bones. Even breathing became an extremely difficult thing. However, Thea was very happy. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as she could get in, she had a way. Very good, Miss Styx. Thank you very much for your help. This talisman can resurrect the holder. I will ask Guangdong to send you back. Thea called Miss Styx's old friend, Guangdong, and gave her a talisman. This talisman was not a teleportation talisman, but a resurrection mark. When Lady Styx and Guangdong met, both of them felt a little awkward. More than a month ago they were still fighting to the death. Now they were reunited in the underworld. Fate was really strange. The ascension of the two-dimensional world was very important to Thea. She threw it into the untainted land, which was the foundation of her Taoism. The effect was similar to the 24 Dinghai pearls of Taoist Randang. It had to be her own imprint from inside to outside. How could she allow outsiders to touch it? She did not care even if she was said to be getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Seeing that Guangdong had sent Styx away, she then turned her attention back to the two-dimensional world. If the world will in the real world was like a titan, then the world will on Earth too was like a baby at most. In the two-dimensional world, the world will was not even a single cell. Even though her divine might had been weakened thousands of times, it took her less than 10 minutes to subdue the will of the two-dimensional world. The reason why this thing could resist for so long was related to Rao's death. However, Rao was dead in the end. The remnants of his chaotic will were no match for her. He quickly made a miniature person and put on a white lamp to try to bestow life to it. As expected, the miniature person couldn't withstand the white light at all and exploded into pieces. The first experiment was a failure. Milady was not discouraged. The human structure was too complicated. She would start with a single-cell organism. As a medical giant who had done many evil experiments that made people's hair stand on end, there were not many who could surpass her in the field of cell genetics. Thea also added a lot of Kryptonian genetic knowledge. She had considered a lot from the future development to her own suitability. After spending a lot of effort, she finally made a single-cell organism that met the requirements in several aspects. Unfortunately, the cell was more fragile. It turned into a small puddle of thick water before it could be bestowed with the white light. The second experiment also failed. Then the third, the fourth, the 161st, it was too complicated. It was too simple. It was too strong. It was even worse if it was too weak. Humans could not do it. Beasts could not do it. Birds could not do it. Even fish could not do it. In the end, Milady was so tired that she sprawled on the throne and panted. She really couldn't think of any good ideas. She was going to go back to Earth and learn from others. It was rumored that Diana's body was made of mud and then given life. She was going to go back and study that body. She called Diana back. The Valkyrie finally got to enjoy being a female general on the new planet of creation. She gave orders to this and that every day. The ratio of melee fighters in the Magic Legion reached a new high. What's the matter? Did you find Batman's son? Diana entered the room and took off her cloak. She was very manly. She raised her glass and drank a large mouthful of water. Batman is very brave. Let me tell you. The two goddesses were actually quite gossipy. Thea told Diana everything that had happened. Won't Darkseid be pissed off? Will he take revenge on Earth? Diana was happy to hear about it at first. But when she thought about the consequences, she couldn't help but worry. Batman wasn't wrong to report his identity. Even if he didn't, he could have traced back to Earth with the Mother Box technology. That's for sure. That's why we need to be prepared. Thea wasn't talking about this for no reason. Diana was staying on the new planet of creation every day. This was not good. Not good at all. Diana and the Heavenly Father had a lot of clergies. The Heavenly Father was still an old bachelor. His wife had died hundreds of millions of years ago. He was also very charming. He looked like a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All of these attracted Diana. Moreover, Thea was no match for the Heavenly Father when it came to justice and sunshine. To prevent a war from breaking out in the multiverse, she didn't want Darkseid and the three palace demons to laugh at her. Diana should stay away from the new planet of creation. However, she couldn't say this out loud. Fortunately, Batman had done something big and attracted Diana's attention back to Earth. Diana was indeed as decisive as she had estimated. Even though she liked to lead the army to war everywhere, she still firmly remembered her mission to protect the Earth. Protect the Earth. You're right. We should prepare in advance. Fortunately, the new world is in front of us. The Justice League needs to be prepared for battle. Seeing that she was about to call a meeting with the Justice League, Thea quickly stopped her. Darkseid was knocked out by Batman. I'm afraid he'll need some time to recover. Besides, Batman also needs some time to recover. Speaking of which, it was quite funny. Darkseid had indeed been beaten silly by Batman, and the information he gathered from his old haunts in Kanto proved this point. The Hellbat armor's self-destructive energy had broken through the Lord of Evil's protective shield. After that, he barely managed to ask a question before the dagger from the Egyptian gods sent Darkseid into a state of confusion. Chapter 924. Darkseid's injury was neither serious nor light. Something was wrong with him. In the past, even though Darkseid was temperamental, he still had some discipline. The great wasteland wolf, who had served him for hundreds of millions of years, had a lot of experience. However, things were different now. Darkseid began to kill as he pleased. He would kill whoever he saw. If he didn't like someone during the day, he would kill. If he was sleeping well at night, he would jump up and kill. The few mage-type gods could not dispel this curse at all. They could only wait for their boss to heal himself with his divine power. When Guangdong asked around, he found that the great wasteland wolf was so worried that his hair was turning white. Diana also knew that Darkseid was injured, but the Heavenly Father lacked the courage to verify the authenticity of the news. The new creator's star had missed the best opportunity. I tried to persuade him to send out his troops, even if it was just a probing attack. Guess what he said? Diana complained. He said that I was young and should be careful of Darkseid's tricks. The Heavenly Father was right. There was no lack of good and evil in the multiverse. It was impossible for one side to completely destroy the other. When the battle reached a critical moment, there would definitely be higher-level gods who would step in to stop the battle. Moreover, it was not difficult to wake Darkseid up. At most, he would lose some of his divine power. At least Thea knew a few ways. Besides, as the younger brother of Yuga Khan and a new god who had lived as long as the Heavenly Father, the great wasteland wolf also had his own trump cards. He did not want to show his hand, probably because he wanted to hide his strength. However, there was no need to explain. Thea agreed with Diana, but she did not mean what she said. She was trying to portray the Heavenly Father as a coward. At the same time, she made up her mind to use Hell's knowledge to bribe Mithrin so that he would speak ill of Diana in front of the Heavenly Father. It would be strange if they could still see eye to eye with both sides stirring up trouble. Her thought process was extremely fast. She rolled her eyes and came up with another brilliant plan. Since you're the leader of the Magic Legion, you can wear my robe, Thea said casually. He took out the god's punishment robe. This silver-white robe could be said to be the top-tier god's equipment for God of Magic. He then put on the hood. It was mysterious, tranquil, and exuded a sense of unapproachable aura. Diana hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it happily. She thought to herself that Thea was right. It was indeed inappropriate for her, the leader of the Magic Legion, to hold a shield and a sword. Come and try it. The eldest miss took off Diana's clothes without hesitation. They were so familiar with each other that it didn't matter if they changed clothes in front of each other. Soon, Diana changed into her robe. Now you look more like a wizard. Your previous outfit was really... Thea looked at the war goddess from head to toe and was very satisfied. A wizard's robe needed to store magic books and various spellcasting materials. It had always been a synonym for loose-fitting. Once she put on this robe, Diana's curvy figure was instantly covered. If she put on the hood, only her hair could be seen and her face could not be seen. This was very good. The Heavenly Father was a warrior god. His wife, who was killed by the Great Plains wolf, was also a warrior god. Diana's curvy figure, which resembled a western horse, suited his taste very well. Thea was prepared to nip this idea in the bud. Very good, very good. Thea clapped her hands and cheered. This is inconvenient for battle. Diana's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she made a kicking motion. Her movements, which were usually as agile as a cheetah, were obviously slower today. Thea had plenty of reasons. She acted as if she was talking facts and reasoning. Look, you are now the god of courage, protection, and perseverance. Do you know how much damage you can cause to Earth with a full power attack? Diana was surprised. This was not a complicated question. She immediately realized that her power had far exceeded the limits of what Earth could bear. Thea continued to reason. Look at Ranjen, the Martian hunter. He can fly as fast as 7,000 kilometers per hour in the atmosphere. Of course, he can go even faster. Unfortunately, Earth can't bear it. The same goes for Superman. Our power must be suppressed to a certain extent. Otherwise, Earth will explode without Darkseid. This robe can limit your power. Wear it properly. Thea made Diana accept the robe logically. The war goddess was a little depressed. She had been working hard for a long time, but her power had exceeded the limit. She sat on the sofa in a daze, not knowing what to do. In order to distract her, Thea sighed. "You are already much better than me. I don't even dare to do anything in the universe now. I can easily destroy half a star system." Diana narrowed her eyes and looked at her. "Little girl, you are very proud of yourself." Thea scratched her face. "Proud of myself? Why do I feel like your tone is full of praise for yourself?" Thea denied. "Of course not." Suddenly she remembered her purpose. Damn it, didn't she ask Diana to come back and study her background? Why did she stray to this extent? She forced herself to change the topic. "How were you born? Didn't Hippolyte tell you?" Diana did not know why she asked this, but the two goddesses had asked each other more embarrassing questions. This was nothing. She thought for a while and said, "Mother said that I was born with the blessing of Zeus' soil, but Antiope said that I was born in a tree hole, and Angeli said that I came to this world with a flash of lightning in the temple, and that person, blah 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 blah." She gave 4 or 5 different answers. The war goddess looked at Thea from the corner of her eyes, as if she was asking her which one was the most reliable. Thea felt that the old ladies on Paradise Island were all unreliable. They must be happy to fool Diana, who was still a child. Definitely. She would use her own method to examine Thea. Diana was still wearing the wizard robe, and there were only 2 undergarments inside. Thea decided to examine her body now. The power of death was attached to her finger like a swimming fish. It was cold and smooth, and it went from Diana's lips to her neck, chest, lower abdomen, and other indescribable parts. There was life and death. Thea's power made Diana feel a bit intoxicated. The cold power accompanied with the hot body, and the examination scene was extremely erotic. The examination required attention and concentration. In short, it was very exhausting. In the end, she was also very hot. In order to make the examination result accurate, she had to take off her clothes. She had no choice, it was too hot. She unlocked 2 more positions: front, back, left, right, up and down. It was not until the next morning that the examination result was finally out. "Hee, Zeus, that old pervert, what kind of soil are you talking about?" "Nonsense. He was the one who did it with Hippolyte. You are definitely not soil unless Zeus is 2 levels higher than me." Chapter 925. Thea muttered as she wiped the water off her fingers. Even though they had never fought before, she could roughly estimate that she was now half a level higher than Zeus. If she couldn't do it, Zeus wouldn't be able to do it either. For example, the stone golem created by Lady Styx was the result of top talent and top ability. Gods wouldn't be much stronger than her. Zeus, this perverted demon, dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. For the sake of his glorious image, he made up a lie about Hippolyte praying to the heavens for an heir. Diana's strength was about to catch up with Zeus. Whose creation could catch up with the original owner? All these achievements showed that she was a living person, not a person made of mud. If there was such mud, Thea would definitely ask Zeus for 10,000 pounds. Diana didn't care if she was made of mud or not. After living for so many years, she might have struggled to sleep when she was a child, but now she had already gotten over it. Looking at her lover's wet hands, even the experienced Diana's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Can you deal with the dark version of Thea now?" "It's hard to say. If it's the original version, she definitely won't be my opponent. But if that powerful existence controls her body, then I won't be able to beat her." Thea lay back on the bed and hugged the Valkyrie with uncertainty. The dark version of Thea had always been her main focus. When the underworld just got on the right track, she sent Guangdong to search the multiverse. The #1 assassin had connections in many parallel universes and a large number of shadow assassins under her command. Unfortunately, she still couldn't find any direct clues. All kinds of rumors, both true and false, she collected a lot of information. However, Thea gathered all the information and found some clues. The probability of that person being Thea wasn't high. The one who occupied the main body and controlled the body was most likely Tian Shi, the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor. Now the gap between them was narrowed, but Milady estimated that she still couldn't beat the ghost. If she couldn't beat the ghost, then she naturally couldn't beat his predecessor. The only good news was that she wouldn't be killed easily. The two sides wouldn't be able to determine the winner without fighting for half a day. The two goddesses hugged each other and went back to sleep. They only woke up when it was close to noon. Not knowing what to do at the moment, the two goddesses were a little lazy. The mage's hand turned on the television, ready to kill some time. Randomly choosing a channel, Thea watched the TV casually. In fact, she was still thinking about the two-dimensional world. It was not until the TV mentioned Diana's name that she turned her attention back to the bedroom. A beautiful woman with red hair was sitting in a wheelchair, and a young reporter was sitting on her right with a microphone. This was obviously an interview program. The red-haired woman seemed to be reminiscing about something, and her voice was a little erratic. Diana Prince is like an angel. Back then I was withdrawing money from the bank and a superpowered villain was wreaking havoc. I was already under a pile of rubble, and a stone pillar was about to fall on me. Just as I was about to die, she covered herself in holiness and blocked the pillar, saving my life. The young woman paused for a moment as if she was reliving the scene of that day. Do you know this woman? Thea asked Diana. Yes, a few years ago. Her name is Vanessa Capitelis, a very strong girl. Diana was different from Thea. She was a superhero through and through. She would go out to help the weak when she had nothing to do. On the other hand, Thea would rather sleep at home than do such things. I remember that she likes ballet. We don't know much about it. Diana had saved too many people and she was not inferior to Superman. She recalled and said with uncertainty. However, the woman on the TV held her chest and said with a fanatical emotion, Diana is my best friend. She encouraged and supported me when I was injured. She told me about Greek mythology. As a mixed Greek and American, I knew too little about the Greek gods. This made me very ashamed. I taught her how to play cards and taught her the names of each step in ballet. Thea looked at Diana strangely. From the woman's words, it didn't seem like they didn't know much about each other. The young woman seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at the camera and said affectionately, She's my best friend. I love her. I can't live a day without her. Ugh. Thea swallowed a mouthful of blood. She looked at Diana with a playful expression. At the same time she was thinking that she should hurry up and bring the 18 levels of hell online. Diana's charm was too great. She was attractive to both men and women. If she didn't make a few examples, it wouldn't be enough to deter the rascals. No, I'm really not close to her. The Valkyrie waved her hands and hurriedly explained. Thea believed that. However, it was an indisputable fact that Diana's charm was too great. The young mistress had such a high reputation. If there were people who boldly expressed their love for her, how much pressure would Steve Trevor be under in the original spacetime? After this small episode, the two goddesses were no longer in the mood to watch TV. They were ready to go out for a walk and visit Batman. Although this person had a lot of problems, he was still a comrade. After combing their hair and changing into their coats, they first went to the mall and bought a bunch of shoes, bags and clothes. After sending the shopping results back to Diana's villa, the two goddesses drove to Gotham. When they walked into the Batcave, they heard a series of bang-bang sounds. They saw that Batman wasn't wearing that outfit today. He was bare-chested and didn't wear a mask. He was smashing the tires with a hammer for fun. Thea had done similar exercises before. She couldn't figure out whether this was training or venting. However, this method of reducing stress was also a specialty of the ninja masters. She clapped her hands. Not bad. Looks like you're recovering well. Damien waved at her from not far away. The naughty kid was holding a thick book with a black cover and reading it hard. It was The Secret of Circe's Transformation. One of them wanted to teach while the other wanted to learn. Thea didn't stop them at all. This didn't mean that her spells were inferior to Circe's, but the focus was different. Thea's spells were like her godhood. Souls, death. Its lethality was extremely high. A single spell could kill thousands of people. This was really contrary to Batman's principle of not killing. Even if Damien didn't care about killing people, he didn't want to go against his father's wishes. The transformation spell was very suitable for superheroes. The target could turn into a sheep or a pig with a finger. After that, they could be locked up and removed from the spell. Although it was a little troublesome, Batman felt that it was very good. She casually answered a few of Damien's questions. She didn't dabble in the art of transformation, but she was at a high level. She could understand 70% to 80% of it with just a little thought. You guys came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Batman threw away the sledgehammer, wiped his sweat, and gestured for them to follow him inside. Damien was a little curious and also followed. Chapter 926. In the shabby cave, the first thing that came into view was more than a dozen giant displays that covered the entire wall. Many data cables were connected to the ground. Thea was not wrong, it was the supercomputer that Batman used. It might even be an artificial intelligence. Thea did not have any objections. Brainiac sounded powerful, and of course he was powerful. She had no way of killing a god that existed in the cyber world, but she was not afraid. The artificial intelligence was no match for her. Batman quickly pulled up the screens. Without exception, they were all images of Darkseid. There were blurry images of the battle in the New World, but most of them were images of the battle on Apocalypse Planet. I hit him. He will definitely come for revenge, right? Batman asked. Yes. Darkseid has conquered countless planets and wiped out countless races, but he has rarely failed. I'm sure of that, Diana answered before Thea could. You will still protect Earth. Is that right? Of course. This is my mission, Diana answered firmly. Thea smiled and replied, don't give yourself too much pressure. We have defeated Darkseid before. He will invade Earth sooner or later. It has nothing to do with you or Damian. I'm stronger than before. He won't start a war unless he's confident. In order to stop Batman from nervously tapping on the tires, she gave him some reassurance. Batman frowned and looked at her for a long time. Ever since he met Superman and Thea, the world had changed so much that he could not take it all in. He felt powerless, especially after the battle with Darkseid. That invincible power often appeared in his dreams. He had pinned his hopes on others. To be honest, he did not like the feeling of his fate being controlled by others. Are you gods in your current state? Why is it different from what I imagined? Are you like Darkseid too? He asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. In Batman's eyes, the two goddesses were laughing and scolding each other. They were a little funny. Darkseid was like a mad dog biting whoever he caught. They did not look like gods at all. Thea asked him, what do you think the gods are? Needless to say, ever since he met them, Batman didn't sleep most of the night and read almost all the theological books he could find. This answer came out of his mouth immediately. Omniscient, omnipotent, clearly real, but ordinary people can't see or hear. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Diana. How is that possible, Bruce? It's impossible for us to reach the level you described, right? She turned to look at Thea with uncertainty. Milady smiled. Indeed. Your standards are too high. Darkseid is just a strong ant in front of the truly omnipotent and omniscient, possessing eternal life and the ability to create and destroy universes at will. Only when these two conditions are met can one be considered a true god. Batman felt less stressed. What about you guys? Thea counted with her fingers. You have to look at this question from two angles. From the perspective of ordinary people, we are gods. Even Superman is considered a god. Batman nodded expressionlessly and gestured for her to continue. From the perspective of those supreme beings, we are still mortals. The difference between us and ordinary people is that we represent a certain trait. For example, Diana represents courage and I represent wealth. We are just a representation. We are not exactly the same as those traits. I don't know if you can understand this. Thea chose her words carefully. Some of them were not accurate in English, so she mixed in some Chinese, French, and even some Arabic to describe them. Before he could finish his theology class, he was interrupted by the alarm in the Batcave. The sharp, ear-piercing sound made the two goddesses uncomfortable. Being in such an environment for a long time might cause them to have a nervous breakdown. The father and son were used to it. They quickly operated the machine, called up various satellites, and searched for images. Batman wanted them to leave, but the two goddesses did not. Instead, they found stools and sat down. Unlike Diana, who was not familiar with modern electronic products, Thea could tell that Batman's artificial intelligence was not weak. At least it was not worse than Gideon's. The father and son only needed to input some basic conditions, and a large amount of search work was completed. Very good artificial intelligence. What's its name? Thea asked casually. Batman's expression was calm. After a few seconds he answered, Brother One. You're terrible at naming things. Thea could not help but complain. Not far away, Damian covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Be careful of your artificial intelligence betraying you. It's best to add a few more locks, she said. Batman instantly became vigilant. After knowing Sia for so many years, she would never speak without thinking. There must be a reason for her words. He turned around and asked, Why? What will happen? Your artificial intelligence will kill all the superheroes and destroy the world. Do you believe that? If it was an ordinary person, he would have denied it and said that everything was under control. He would have patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. However, Batman was not an ordinary person. He had his own set of standards to identify danger. He did not even believe in himself, so how could he believe in artificial intelligence, a supervillain that appeared repeatedly in science fiction movies? I believe that there is such a possibility. However, I have prepared several backup plans. The chances of it destroying the world are very small. Damian also heard their conversation. He lowered his little head and observed carefully. It was as if the computer would turn into a robot and start a massacre in the next moment. Things that can go wrong will always go wrong. If you're worried about something happening, then it has a high chance of happening. Murphy's Law. This is a psychological effect. It lacks data to support it. If this assumption is made, then there are too many sources of danger in reality. Batman's answer was not very certain. Thea decided to expose the big news. You've seen the Council of the Time Masters. They dominate time. One of the timelines, to be precise, is 35 years later. Your artificial intelligence will cause the moon to crash into the earth and destroy all mankind. All the superheroes will be sacrificed and transformed into machines. Batman shook his head decisively this time. He glanced at his supercomputer. How is that possible? Even you can't defeat a machine? If Thea nodded and said yes, Batman was ready to pack up his supercomputer and throw it to planet Tianqi. If his supercomputer was so powerful, there was no need for him to stay up late at night to think about Darkseid. I used the word possible. There is such a possibility. The future is full of uncertainty. It's hard to say if the future will turn into a dark apocalypse that we can't predict because of a small matter. Chapter 927. Diana and I don't just have to protect Earth in this universe. We also have to protect other parallel dimensions. We might not be there all the time. You going to Planet Apocalypse is an example. Thea almost said that with great power came great responsibility, but that was what she meant. You mean to destroy it in advance? There's no need to give up eating for fear of choking. Batman understood Mandarin, and he completely understood the idioms that Thea occasionally used. Find someone you trust, such as Barbara, Tim, or Mr. Excellent. Open the source code to them and have them add some protective measures. Also, make sure that you weren't there at the time and didn't make any records. Thea gave him an idea. This involved the issue of trust. She didn't recommend herself. Instead, she recommended Batgirl and Red Robin. They were definitely the people that Batman trusted the most. Thea's words implied that she was on guard against him. Batman wasn't angry that she was guarding against him like he was a thief. In fact, he was deeply convinced. This was a very good idea. Batman nodded in agreement. After the brief interlude, the artificial intelligence also found the target. The image was very blurry. It was a picture taken by a civilian surveillance camera. A light blue humanoid muscle monster could be vaguely seen pressing down on a pedestrian on the side of the road. The pedestrian struggled with all his might, but the two hands firmly held onto his head. Then, the pedestrian's skin started to shake violently as if it was melting. Finally, it turned light blue. The pedestrian's muscles swelled, his clothes were torn, and something flew out of his chest. After that, the two people disappeared from the camera. What was that thing that flew away? Damien whispered. The heart, but it's a little deformed. Thea saw it clearly. Diana asked Batman to play it again. Was it a coincidence? Or was it a psychic? Brother One has a threat-level algorithm that I wrote. There should be a reason why it listed this as the highest level. Batman was still looking at the details frame by frame. Thea had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't sure. There were too many people with unknown superpowers in this world. Give me the address and I'll go and catch one. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a purple light ring fly out of Diana's bag. As an honorary member, and in addition to giving face to the young mistress, Queen Zamelin had given Diana a purple light ring. Carol Ferris, a warrior of the Purple Lantern Corps, was crying on the screen. Hal Jordan is dead. His body has been desecrated, and the purple lamp cannot resurrect him. It was as if a clap of thunder had struck the ground. Even Batman's eyes were filled with shock. If there was anyone who liked to go against Batman, it would be Hal Jordan. Reckless, impulsive, undisciplined, and without using his brain. These were the labels that Batman had given to Hal. But no one objected that Hal was a hero. The Purple Lantern was also a type of emotion that had the ability to resurrect. However, they could only resurrect their loved ones, and they could only resurrect them when they had just died. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ability would lose its effect. How did he die? How did you confirm his death? Batman asked Carol. Carol didn't expect Batman to be there. If it was in the past, she would have definitely observed the famous Batcave. But now she didn't have the mood to do so. The Purple Lantern has a spiritual connection with her loved one. It was suddenly cut off, so could it be that she entered an unknown space? No space can stop the love of the Purple Lantern. Carol's answer was firm. Even Diana nodded in affirmation. Stop researching. Hal is indeed dead. Not only him, but Sinisto is also dead. The body has been found. Judging from the wounds, If the analysis is correct, it was done by the Black Hand. While they were talking, the Yellow Lantern had contacted her. The Yellow Lantern General, Akiro, had just finished reporting to her. Black Hand? William Hand? Wasn't he locked up by the Green Lanterns? Diana smelled a strong conspiracy. It's most likely that the Guardians have come up with some new tricks. Thea was expressionless. She turned to Carol. Don't worry, Hal will be resurrected. Carol thought that she was going to use the White Lantern and expressed her gratitude. As for the aftereffects, she couldn't care less. Batman's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he stopped himself. Even if he didn't consider the feelings of the main alliance, Hal should be resurrected based on his achievements. This was fundamentally different from resurrecting the relatives of heroes who had died. Thea didn't think too much about it. With the underworld in hand, it would be difficult to live or die. Unless Hal Jordan believed in those Greek and Egyptian gods, he must be strolling around the underworld. As for whether Sinisto had any extraterrestrial beliefs, she didn't know. However, the resurrection process in the underworld was different from that of the White Lantern. The White Lantern had serious aftereffects, but it was indeed fast. Once the White Lantern shone, go. As an administrative organization, the underworld had its own set of procedures. Registration, queuing, processing, and keeping records. This set of procedures would take at least a month, and this was under the condition that they opened the back door. If there were no acquaintances, just wait. Thea thought for a moment and said to Batman, gather the main alliance. I'm afraid this is another universal disaster. I'll go back to the White House first. The blue-skinned monster was not a coincidence. The reality was similar to her estimation. Hundreds of people in the United States had seen the blue-skinned monsters. They could fly and were extremely strong. Most importantly, they could assimilate ordinary people. In less than 3 seconds they could turn an ordinary citizen into one of them. The Pentagon had canceled all soldiers' leave and raised the alert state to wartime. Not only on Earth but also in the universe. There were many of them, and they were like a virus that constantly assimilated ordinary intelligent life. The Yellow Lanterns, the Green Lanterns, and the Blue Lanterns were all attacked to varying degrees. This time it was different from the Black Lanterns. Even the sharp Zerg could be transformed. The Zerg army sent by Queen Kerrigan was trying their best to kill them, but the effect was not great. It had only been half an hour since Thea received the news